Okay, we're now live. Today, Wednesday, 5th of June, for the long-term plan 224-227 deliberations. Prior to us continuing with apologies, confirmation of agenda, etc., I just wanted to make a statement prior to our deliberations today. Let us remind ourselves the focus of the proposed LTP is on recovery from severe weather events. I stated several meetings ago, briefings ago, that I was looking to get our rates below 9%, and I still stand by that aspiration. The most significant feedback on the LTP consultation documents was the unaffordability of rates. This council will therefore reduce costs on internal services as suggested by the feedback to ensure efficient and equitable service delivery for ratepayers and residents, regardless of ethnicity, culture and religion. Notwithstanding, council will comply with its statutory obligations in respect of Maori. I have instructed the Chief Executive to identify and make further savings in non-core operational, including employee costs of at least $500,000 per annum to minimise increases in future years. Okay, so we'll go to apologies. Do we have apologies, please? Councillor Naya.
Good. Sorry, can I just ask for clarification on your statement?
Well, no, it's a statement I've made. It's quite clear.
I don't think it. I don't understand what cost savings on staff have to do with Māori. What exactly are you trying to say? I just don't understand the connection. I understand the cost savings on staff, but why do you need to mention Māori? What's going on?
Well, you can read the statement as you like, but I'm just recognising that council will comply with its statutory obligations in regards to Maori, because people quite often misunderstand my intentions.
So is there another restructure occurring?
I'm sorry, I'm not taking any interference here at this point. I've made my statement. You can refer to it at any time later. Okay, can I have apologies, please?
You're going to apologise?
I'm sure you're sorry.
No.
Jason, can you speak to us about this later?
Look, that's your first warning. Please do not interfere with the process. Okay, call for a seconder, please. No, okay, all those in favour for the apologies, say, raise a hand and say aye.
Sorry, Steve, which councillor seconded that?
Councillor.
All of them.
No, not all of them.
You moved it.
Okay, can I have confirmation of the agenda? But before we have that, I've got some notes here. See, he has added agenda 8, item 8, infrastructure co-funding of the Dargaville to Stop Bank project for the deluge external funds.
Dargaville to where?
CE has added agenda item 8, infrastructure co-funding of the Dargaville to Tikopuru Stop Bank project from the before the deluge external funds. Staff recommended as follows: approves the report infrastructure co-funding of the Dargaville to Tikopuru Stop Bank project from the before the deluge external funds be included in the agenda for the long-term plan deliberations meeting on the 5th of June 2024. Notes that in accordance with section 46A7B1, the reason why this item was not on the agenda is that central government only announced funding commitments for the Dargaville to Tikopuru Stop Bank project on Friday the 31st of May. That's why we now have to bring it in this way. After the agenda had been distributed, notes that the central government funding announced on the 31st of May 2024 depended on there also being local share, that's council contributing by local share, funding for the project through the long-term plan. Notes that in accordance with section 46A7B2, a decision on council funding for the project cannot be delayed to a subsequent meeting because this meeting is the last opportunity, this meeting is the last opportunity to make all decisions on the Kaipara District Council long-term plan. E, confirms the agenda with the inclusion of the report agreed above. So I've,
Mr Mayor, do you mind if I talk to that?
yeah, sure.
Thank you. So council, I mentioned this a couple of times yesterday. For those that weren't here, though, it's really important that we come across this. So you'll note that there was some funding announced last Friday from central government for that project, the Dargaville to Korpuru Stop Bank project. It's a significant project. There is a need for some co-funding in that project. So what this recommendation that's on the screen in front of you here is doing is just recognising that we couldn't put it on the agenda because of the timing of the government announcement. We couldn't delay the item because of the fact that you need to make your LTP decisions today and to include the report on the agenda. So that's actually what you're agreeing to do right now. And then we have a report that we'll address. So you're agreeing to include the report on the agenda for now. We just need to move in a second.
Okay, let's have a mover for that, please. Councillor Howard, second. Councillor Vincent. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Do we have any declared conflicts of interest today?
Mayor, I do have a technical question I'd like to ask at the beginning of the meeting. This in relation to one submission we've received, which is, I've copied it off. It's shown as an anonymous submission and makes some aspersions against members of council, and I just wonder how much we should be accepting it. It talks about the corruption is out in the open, not even hidden anymore. Some of the councils don't even care about the community whatsoever. They're too busy falling asleep in meetings. Goes on about the end, about the mayor and deputy mayor have the majority and just do what they want anyway. So much for democracy. I mean, is that really fair comment appropriate to be addressed as part of our long-term plan?
I don't think so. I think we're here to deliberate and we have a process in place that allows for community input.
Well, like if this person was to give their name.
I'm not going to give relevance to someone that gives an anonymous email of that type.
Well, that's my concern, Mr Mayor.
Well, if I was you, I'd screw it up and throw it in the bin where it belongs.
Well, we've got it in our agenda papers. And I just was wondering, perhaps it's a question of in terms of standing orders, whether we have a basis for simply excluding reference to it in our proceedings.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Vincent. So the submissions we addressed as part of the hearings, sometime as part of that process, rather than here. I can't speak to why it was anonymous, but I would say that there are usually good reasons that people request to have their names as anonymous as part of the submission process. I'll give an example. I'm not saying it's an example in this case. If a member of the police, for example, want to make a submission, but want to keep their details private for obvious reason, then we allow that. I can't speak to this particular individual in this particular submission.
I know some of the comments may well be true, but it's a broad brush that sweeps over all of us. Most of us manage to stay away, but
so to my answer to you is that probably should have been addressed at the hearing stage when when the council noted all the hearings submissions.
oh, okay. Well,
Rather than now.
probably give it more time than it's worth.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the first item, which I shall move, the Kaipara District Council. Can you bring that up, Kelly? We've made some minor changes.
I'm happy to second that, Your Worship.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, can you tell us what the changes were? I can't pick those up as quickly as this is moving. You said you'd made some changes.
Maybe I'll get the change version up for you. My understanding is that the change to this recommendation delegates, so recommendation B.
It's the
This
mayor.
is farcical.
This.
Delegates to the chief executive and mayor the authority to.
We don't even have the original to know
You're
what we're-
interfering with the meeting again, councillor Paniora. Please don't make me give you another warning.
I think she's asking to see the original recommendation.
She hasn't in the agenda.
Well, we get the
I have seen the agenda, I just don't know what changes you're referring to.
The changes, number B, delegates the chief and the mayor has been added. Delegates the chief executive and the mayor the authority.
So through you, Mr Mayor, so we've got a track change version that's been sent through to us early this morning. So we'll get that up so you can actually see what the changes are.
Thank you.
Just bear with it.
Jason?
Yeah.
Can't really vote on something, I don't know what I'm voting. So let's
Well,
just slow down.
I think that that's the only one, but I don't know.
On now, so I can't
Yeah,
keep.
yeah. Right, if you- The readers are changes, sorry, the readers are changed. You may not, yes, okay. So you're welcome to very much on. Okay. I'm up on the screen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's up on the screen now. Councillor Paniora, you should be able to see that. That shows you the track change version.
Okay, reporting staff member. Tracy Dean.
Good morning, everyone. This paper is, I'll take it as read, but I'll just touch on a couple of points. This is an overview of the process that you're in, and it is the final part of the LTP process. All final decisions need to be made today in order to keep us on time for our adoption at the end of July. A reminder that deliberations are a place where you can change your mind. You're expected to debate the topic. Come into the room with an open mind, and your colleagues may say something that makes you rethink what, and that's a healthy place to be. And it's completely normal in a deliberations process for that to happen. I think that's covers everything unless there's anything else. Any questions on the process from here?
So through you, Mr Mayor, so the only thing I'd point to, we've pointed out a couple of times already today, is, this is the final time for you to make decisions on the LTP. What we need to do as far as process from here is we need to take your decisions made today. We need to run the financial model and we need to then start formulating so it sounds easy to do, difficult to do in practice, does take time. So the team need to be able to work this through. The intention is to bring a Word version of the sort of a bare bones version to the July briefing as well for you to look at. Is also the team will be writing the documents as well to get through this. So, and adoption end of July. Happy to take questions. Mr.
Okay, any questions of the staff or the CE on this item?
Just for clarification, it seems that most submissions, with most issues, the responses cover the whole range from yes to no, if you like. So is there an obligation for us to side with the greatest number of views in one position, or is it that we are open in light of the debate we may have to come to our conclusion based on our understanding of those issues?
It's a good question. I'd say that you've been through 18 months of meetings that just aren't about long-term plan. You've got a much broader view of of the environment we're in. You've had the documents that explain your entire environment. Our community doesn't always know all of those things, but they do know what's impacting them and their environment at that time. So you'll be weighing your things up against everything that you know and what your colleagues say. Because as I mentioned before, sometimes your colleagues have a thought from a completely different perspective to what you might have. So it's all in the pot, and it's up to you to decide, knowing what all of your constraints and opportunities are.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Tracy. I'm happy with this motion that I've moved. I think as the mayor of the district and leader of the district, it's appropriate that I have some oversight. To the final document. Second statement, Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just think this is really the end of a very long process we've been through, and we're heading towards getting our final document, and let's get all our T's crossed and our I's dotted. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I can't let today get into the document.
Oh, is that your statement?
I've made my statement, thank you. You can refer to it later.
Councillor Paniora.
Yes, I just wanted to probably use up my 5 minutes, if that's okay, this morning. Otherwise, I might get a third warning if I try to interrupt. So, firstly, the process that we've gone through for the consultation with the community has been amazing, to the extent that we've had 742 submissions. I'm not sure whether that's a record, but that's a record high number, given that, you know, everyone's busy, everyone's dealing with the different myriad of policy coming through. You know, we're in a cost of living crisis, etc. So for our community to come out in their droves and submit that amount is amazing. Comparing that to Whangarei District Council, who had less than 500 submissions, but are 4 times the size of the kaipara. So again, putting that into perspective. The number of submissions that we received paints a very clear picture that the community are very interested in what's going on, whether that's positive or negative. I tend to think that it's negative and that they're not happy with the decisions being made. Usually when people are happy with decisions being made, they, you know, allow the decision makers to get on with the work. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was the cost of the consultation, the staff time and the resources. I wanted to say thank you to all of the staff that were out in the community. There were a number of sessions held. The staff were really engaged, really enthusiastic, and really positive in their engagements that I witnessed at some of the consultation hui that I went to. The third thing that I wanted to talk about was the money that we've spent towards this process that would justify any decisions that we make to revert away from our, I guess, decisions and allow the community to have a say. I mean, that's the whole point of a consultation process, isn't it? For the community to have a say, to tell us what it is that they want, as opposed to us trying to force different things on them. You know, we talk a lot about projects that the community don't necessarily want, spending that the community don't necessarily want, but councillors go ahead and do it anyway. The fourth thing that I wanted to talk about, which is what I raised in our emails last night, some councillors didn't understand the sarcasm behind my statement, because I know quite clearly that it's a predetermined decision without any justification. So I was just merely pointing out what good decision makers should be taking from the consultation document, which was that given that large amount of submissions we received, given there's a clear mandate from our community, because we got such a significant number of submissions, we had on the climate resilience and or mitigation question, we had 72% of submitters who answered that question in favour of either climate resilience and or mitigation. Now let's just sit on that for a second. 72%. So going back to the original decision that we made to pause, because we're going to call it pause because we're really good at looking at all the loopholes that we can get through. We paused the climate program after there was a genuine consultation period in the last LTP, which we weren't really legally able to do, and that decision could be judicially reviewed because we went down a different line. So then we thought, this council thought, oh no, what we'll do is we'll go and we'll reconsult on it, because hopefully we're going to get a different decision than the last decision. And not only will we put it in the consultation document and we'll have the community have their say, we'll also make it so that the order of the questions makes it so much so that everyone would be compelled to tick option 1, because we'd said all of the disadvantages, we'd said the advantages, which weren't that many. We'd also given reasons as to why we're already doing those, other things, stop banks, what have you. Then we put question 2 and question 3, and we followed it up with a lot of negative assertions. And then the community turned around and told us again, 72% told us yet again.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
They want mitigation.
Councillor Vincent, point of order.
Relevance.
We're talking about the overall process. Please don't interrupt me.
While we discuss this.
Can you pause the timer, please, Kelly?
That's your second warning. Stop interrupting the process. We will go through a process that's according to our standing orders. Now, Councillor Vincent has raised a point of order. Let's hear what his point of order is.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what the member is saying. However, it's in the wrong place. We're deciding whether or not we're going to note the decision-making process. Like, the resolution is in front of us. A lot of what she's saying, and I hope that she will repeat it when we get to discuss that specific issue, is not relevant to this decision. So that's why I question its relevance. So I'll leave it for you to rule, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I accept that. We've already gone over to 5 minutes 23, so we'll move to the next member that wishes to speak. Any further members wish to speak?
I could say that.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just on the question of the amendment to the recommendation, including yourself in the delegation, it's not a good look. However, it would also be the case, I believe, that it is frequently the case, a process which is adopted for wordsmithing of a decision which has been made, and something as long as the I guess that's appropriate.
Thank you.
I just wanted to raise that.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the first time, I have looked upon this LTP process with very much an open mind, and I've got to acknowledge the huge work that our small number of staff have really been through in working through the whole process and taking us through it. So, I think that's an important acknowledgement to give us all the information we have. I think that for me, this has been really eye-opening because it has given an opportunity for a much broader view of what the community is thinking and saying, and actually gives us, certainly in my opinion, my case, focus on some smaller things that maybe we wouldn't have had some focus on. So it's been really good, but we don't take our eye off the real purpose that we're here for, is to make sure that we can do the functioning that we need to do. We can, as efficiently as possible, noting our the attitudes that come through about the cost of rates increases, and I think that it's been a very diligent, and I'm going to use that word, diligent approach by council to try to reduce the rates, and we're focused on this recovery and what we must do, but at the same time we must keep moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Mover's right to reply. Look, we've certainly had a lot of submissions, which is a good thing, in a process where trying to consult with our public, albeit that when you were in pro forma basis. The overriding issue in this And this LTP, as I pointed out this morning, is the cost of the rates. And so what we will see is not everybody will get what they want, but I'm hoping to strike a rate increase which is more palatable to our ratepayers, and that's my primary aim. Okay, all those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against? And carried, thank you. Move to the next motion, which is the community hubs, Dargaville and Mangawai. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor
Are you moving, your worship?
Lambeth. Made some little changes here as well for clarity. Can we have that up on the board too, please, Kelly? The track changes.
I'm happy to move that, your worship.
Councillor Larson will move it.
Oh, you've moved it. Sorry, I'll second it.
Second it. Okay. You all read that?
We didn't.
Okay. Can I have the reporting staff member, please? Hayley.
Morning, Roberto. I'll take the report as read. So I was really thrilled to see the amount of respondents that we've had on this particular topic. So there's 2 questions within this topic. Aside from library services, what facilities or functions do you think are important to provide within the community hub, either for Dargaville and Mangawhai? Huge numbers of people responded to both of those questions. It's worth noting for both of those questions, around a quarter of respondents were opposed to investments in community hubs and felt that council should focus on core services, roading, waters, and driving our rates percentage down. A few things just to note for the Dargaville hub, what staff are recommending is that we take the decision that was made last week at council on Wednesday the 29th. And so we will focus on a cyclone recovery long-term plan. We'll utilise the $400,000 that we drew down for the community hubs, and we will continue to apply all of those recommendations for themes through to the planning and feasibility for the community hub in Dargaville. And then we're going to come back to council with a proposal for a community trust for the physical build, consenting and site works. And we also will be going back to the community to ask for further engagement alongside that as well. So I have a pre-question from Councillor Wilson Collins, which I'll answer, and then I'll take questions from anyone else. So Councillor Wilson Collins, you asked next steps. You say that we're going to incorporate suggestions for conceptual plans for the better off funding, but we took that money away. So how are we actually going to achieve that? So for both of the projects, we have the $400,000 that we've initially drawn down. We've put that towards site feasibility, geotechnical reports, conceptual studies, and also spatial designs for the library for both sites. So that $400,000 will achieve that. It won't achieve consenting and site works. That's the only things that we're not going to be able to achieve. We've been able to squeeze that $400,000 to the point that we're able to get as much as we can for the community. And you'll see that when we come back to a briefing for the Dargaville hub with the conceptual and site surveys. And the trust establishment for Mangawhai, slightly different. That $400,000 is going towards geotechnical site surveys. We've already done one for Maz, but we're going to do one for Village Park on Moya as well. So we're going to look at the feasibility of where we can put the hub, but we do have money in the long-term plan from development contributions to be able to achieve the build of the community hub, and I think 2027, year 4 of the 27, 28.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you very much for answering. Just leads to another question in regards to the Mangawhai Community Hub. There was submission made through the LTP about actually locating that in Kaiwaka. Will that be taken into consideration as part of the feasibility?
So what we've identified is due to lack of funding, we're only looking at sites that council already owns land for and is not dedicated to be reserved. So we will only look for opportunities to build a hub on land that we already own. We just simply can't afford to purchase any land.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've got two questions. One is, do I take it from what you're saying that both of them, there will be zero impact on rates?
Correct, zero impact on rates for both. We will use the externally funded money that we've already drawn down, the 400,000 that we've already utilised. That's fully committed now to get us all those geotechnical site surveys, some QS quotes as well. So quantity surveyors will get some high level costings for what those conceptual designs might be able to cost. We'll bring all of that back to council and recommend an establishment of trust for the Dargaville hub, but we'll continue to work towards using development contributions for the build over here on the East Coast.
Okay, I have to say that Sue had a hand up there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could just take Sue here as well. And so you might have to come up a little bit because Councillor Paniota won't be able to hear you.
So, Mr. Chair, just clarify that at the moment, development contributions are 50% of everything, and that's in the future. And we have gathered some to date. So we put 5.3 in the development contribution policy, 5.3 million, 50% to be by development contributions and 50% by debt. And we have collected probably about 100,000 or so to date for the community for the just to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm just was concerned about the rating implications of the project. The other thing, it occurs to me that the process we've gone through, I can get feedback from the public, is a way of doing it, but to me it's quite an unsatisfactory way of actually getting the community on board with. Okay. So my question is, are there any plans for a more elaborate means of engaging with the community and giving people a chance to collaborate around a table together to work some of these ideas out?
Absolutely, Councillor Vincent. The long-term plan is just the first step in engagement, just to get us those high-level themes, and then we will continue to do targeted engagement to get up to that conceptual space. So we'll go and speak to youth through primary schools, intermediates, high schools. We'll speak to elderly. So we'll target groups that are serious users of either community facilities or the library functions, and all of that will build in. So that won't cost us a lot of money, because it is us staff going out to schools and going out to community groups to interact with them and get further engagement from them. This is just the first step.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you, Hayley. Just for my recall, am I correct that we still do have separately $150,000 allocated to do design concept work and location work for a council building?
100,000.
For staff building.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Here's a statement. Look, I'm happy with this resolution. Noting this, by the way, so take it forward. Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's really great that we've got all this feedback, and that was what we set out to achieve. How we land these projects, something for the future, but at least we've got to focus on it. There's the will to push it on and find some innovative way of making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I think
you know, the scope of submissions that we had and the ideas from people was amazing, really. You know, there's a lot of different needs and wants within the communities. And yeah, I think this has given us a good basis to take it forward for further scope of the community and to look to the future, not within this LTP, to build under the financial constraints that we've got at the moment. So.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. The only comment I really have to make is it's just an apology, I guess, to the community on the journey that we've been on. Appreciate the input and really hoping that it does lead to something in the future, and I'm very hopeful of that. But it's been quite a 4 or 5 year journey to come back and complete 360. Besides $400,000, we're pretty much where we were at the very beginning when the community hubs were suggested as a project for the community. So it's been, yeah, politics is a fickle beast, and I just hope that moving forward the community still engages and we actually get some bricks and mortar on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. I concur with what Erin Wilson-Collins is saying. It's been a frustrating process having committed funding from government, then having it withdrawn, all the staff time and efforts that went in. Opportunities to come back to square one. So it has been a frustrating exercise for everybody concerned, including the community. On that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. 3.2 topic Hurlich Park. I'm going to move this, but I've made some changes for clarity in this one. Can you put them up on the board with the track changes, please?
Happy to second that, Your Worship.
I'll ask in a second. Can you read that, people? Can you read that, Erin?
Can I have a question as to the meaning of it? Just the previous B has been struck out, which looks like further consultation. Does that mean that this motion means our consultation with the community is finished?
Let's have the reporting staff member then have your question, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the report as read. This was another really popular topic that received a lot of feedback, 374 responses specifically on this. So the general comments were obviously that we really need sporting facilities over on the West Coast, and it is a real gap. But similar to the community hubs, there was a large part of respondents that said that council should be prioritising resources, spaces, and focusing on our core business, such as roading, waters recovery and cyclone recovery. Some respondents also felt that the money should be spent elsewhere in the community or across the district. But the feedback in terms of specific facilities, there's a huge list. There's a lot of support for indoor gymnasiums, swimming pool. The conclusion was that we are going to be focusing on recovery, and we're going to be looking at a conceptual plan. We propose to be developed in 26-27, funded by financial contributions. However, this is advising us to build that plan 24-25, so in this upcoming financial year from July. And so we will work towards that to both with the community hub and for sporting facilities, complete those geotechnical surveys to understand what the ground is like and what facilities can go in that space, and alongside enabling that conceptual plan, we will need to do further engagement with the community to refine the list, because it is really big, and I would call it a wish list, I would say. So we really need to understand the practicality, the cost and the impact and the usage of those facilities before we come up with a strong conceptual plan.
Any questions about it? Aaron Wilson-Collins, is it?
It's answered. Thank you.
Okay, good one. Any further?
I'm glad you were listening.
Councillor Vincent?
I just want to clarify that, same question as last time, what the financial implications are in the long-term plan, because the amended motion there, or it's not, sorry, the revised motion from what we had circulated to us, requires us to allocate money from reserves contributions for the current financial year. And I presume we have those funds in the reserve contribution.
That was the basic, just changed from.
Financial contributions to reserve.
The basic is,
Yeah. And we've also decided that it will be basically grass sports fields rather than, so it's narrowing the range of options which the community have come up with. Then I'm not sure about what the last bit means. It instructs Chief Executive to complete the park plan, including costings. And now, is that the costings of implementing the plan, or is that the costings of completing the plan?
Well, I would interpret that to be surveying, so understanding what the high level costs to deliver that plan would be.
I mean, I certainly agree with the approach that first we need to find out what we've got.
Yeah.
And find out what's under the surface of the ground, to know what the possibilities are. I guess I am, one concern I have is that we're truncating the involvement of the community, and also we've narrowed down the choices available. Does this mean, for instance, that it wouldn't be possible for us to site our community hub there in the future, or library?
Well, the conceptual plan would identify that, I would say. So obviously the flat surfaces would be used for sporting in the first instance, but it's not achievable to build a hub on its slope surface due to cost or site, then those surveys and plans would establish that.
So you think that the words grass, sports field and related activities could include the community hub?
I think so. Related facilities can be there. We've got indoor facilities that's joined to a hub. Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Any further questions?
Like that on the record.
Okay,
Okay, just further clarification, and what about council offices?
We haven't looked at putting a council office in Earlidge Park as part of the.
Does the resolution as worded exclude the possibility of using it?
My interpretation is that it would exclude that a council accommodation would not be a related facility, whereas a community hub would be there to service the community and service those sports fields.
Well, that's an interesting problem, isn't it? Because I think that we should be keeping our options open myself. Sorry, I'll make that as a statement.
thank you.
So oppose the motion.
Further questions? Okay, move a statement. The reason I'm happy with this resolution in the format it is because it talks about grass sports fields. We had something like 300 people represented by the submission to the soccer. There's a serious need for grassed areas. And I think the priority is to get that going first, particularly when you look at the cost of doing any further work down there. This is something that's achievable in the short term, so the community can have more space for those activities such as soccer, rugby, etc. Okay, second statement, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think we did have really good submissions. I'll just go back very briefly though to the genesis of this project, because in a previous time, which perhaps Councillor Wilson Collins, we had to move fast to get this done. It easily could have been purchased for development. There's the only flat bit of land left in town, there across the road from the domain, handy to the school and maybe the future schools, and was a really important strategic for Mangawhai as the area grows. And at the time, staff moved fast on this and managed to make the acquisition. And we had the funds available, paid for from development in the local area. And I think that moving forward now, having had this feedback, it's really important to make some progress. This motion would achieve that. Or that the submissions were really thorough and well thought out, and I particularly liked a couple of them. And Mr. Salmon's submission from the football or soccer club, I thought would really allow us to get started in terms of keeping it simple, focusing on getting the sports fields workable, be able to be used for all sorts of sporting activities. And so without actually building anything physical, we could actually get the place usable. Also spoke of how they had capacity issues at the main football, and this would certainly help with that, and maybe rugby as well. I also was impressed by the submission of Mr. Ferguson about the swimming pool, and I think that's whilst it's not covered in this motion, I think it's a conversation that we should keep open, because you know, his proposal in submission was that it could be built and work financially. I certainly wouldn't have any interest in proceeding with a proposal that had any risk or financial impact for ratepayers, but if it can stack up as a financial proposition, well, I wouldn't want to stand in its way. Just add that in there, and maybe we should keep our minds open to possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
I have a query of the mover and seconder of the motion. How would they feel about the words being altered where it says related facilities? It says say other public facilities. That would leave us open to the possibility of using it for council offices in conjunction with a community hub, etc.
Yeah, I might take some guidance from staff on that, but my understanding around that initial acquisition is it was intended for sporting and recreational facilities, and that there were some caveats in regards to what it could be used for. Maybe we could take some staff guidance on that.
They're not in agreement. I would want to propose a motion to amend it.
Just clarify that point that Mr. Larson brought up about its agreed use.
So through the chair, it can certainly cover all sporting facilities and also library. In fact, Mr. Ehrlich actually talked about having a library there, and certainly covers a swimming pool. In terms of staff facilities, one of the rationale for key rationale for staff is looking for something so that we can support our community in terms of a civil emergency. So that we would want to be above any tsunami level, but that's potentially you could put a staff facilities there, but there might be other reasons why you might not.
When it is within the scope of a submission we received, at least one, so it's not outside the process to contemplate that. And I was just wanting to leave that possibility open, I guess. So it's, if if the mover and seconder are not in agreement, then I would like to move an amendment accordingly.
I think related facilities does cover your
We had staff advising that this,
concern.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just heard that it didn't.
that's why I proposed a small tweak to other public facilities to allow related facilities as well as the possibility of that including a council office of some sort.
So Howard,
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Interesting debate.
Process, you need to respond to the
Are we,
asking
do I need,
if the seconder are happy. Does he need to?
Well, I was going to ask, can we
before-
come back to that?
look,
Oh.
I'm
it has to be.
not happy. I don't think it's a suitable place to have a council building, to be honest.
I'd like to.
So you can test that if you like.
This is with the meeting, so I therefore, I don't know if we're going to have a second or not, but I would move that the, see what the motion is on the screen at present.
Can you bring it back up?
It's a little difficult with the fact that all our recommendations are being altered before we get to see them, so that the words in paragraph B just the word related be deleted and the words and to be replaced with other public. So that's the alteration I would like to see. So that's just it. We're deleting one word and adding two.
Do you have a second for your amended motion?
I'll second that.
Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
So through you, Mr Mayor, you've got an amendment on the table, so you do need to ask the mover of the amendment to speak to it and then adjust the amendment before you go back to substantive.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall I proceed?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I won't take too long about this, but I guess it's an opportunity that I think we should leave ourselves open to. You know, sure that the purchase of the property was funded with reserve contribution money, and I think the primary focus of that land should be recreational purposes. However, we're a public body, and you know, as Dennis Rutherford said, we haven't got any money, so we have to think. And we just need to think about other possibilities and not close off an option which might come down to being the most practical that we can devise, which there is some elevated land there. I'm not too sure whether 100 flood level might fit, but I just think at this stage of proceedings, it would be wrong for us to close off that possibility. So that's why I would like to the alteration as I've proposed.
Yeah, second the statement, Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I support the change in wording. I don't necessarily believe it's the perfect place for council buildings either, but I do think it's important that this council doesn't close off the future development and becomes too narrow in its thinking. Because we all know, we all understand what it's like to inherit previous council's thoughts and have to work through them. So just leaves it a little bit more open.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, the motion as unfortunately is inconsistent with the use of development of reserve contributions policy, because reserve contributions are collected from development, and that policy clearly sets out what they can be used for. And that, in summary, is for the acquisition of new reserves and for the development of existing reserves. It does not cover using those funds for the scoping and development of new council buildings, which are not recreational. So as moved here, we have a motion that says we are going to use the reserve contributions, and it's being opened up to include council offices, which unfortunately it can't do. And therefore, on that basis, I will be voting against them. I think it is completely contradictory with the purpose for which that money was collected. Thank you.
Any other elected councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think that going back to the initial point, is that the related facilities obviously was on the area of sports and facilities that were related to the purpose of the original purchase. I would question whether that related facilities actually does allow us the consideration to put a library facility there. And so, you know, if the use of the words related facilities specifically excluded a library, I then think that we do have consideration for the motion, notwithstanding what the Deputy Mayor has said about the availability of reserve contribution funds for that. So I think that there is another question that's raised. For me, personally, council building, you know, to use that space, any of that space for a council building, one is, as our learned GM of finance has identified, there is a tsunami zone down there, even, you know, and there is only a limited amount of high space. So that is the biggest impediment to council facilities and to operating in a civil emergency. But we've got had a lot of discussion already about council facilities being located up in Mangawhai Community Park, which allows full functioning in a civil emergency and the likes. And I would contend that that's where we should continue the discussion about future council buildings. And I don't want to see our very important, I've got another comment coming when we get back to the original motion, but when we do get to look after our much needed and desired sporting facilities, we need optimal space for that. And whilst, you know, there is a loose linkage with all of these elements, and there are examples around the country of these being pulled together, I just don't believe that that is the right place for a council building, personally.
Any other members wish to speak?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, could we have clarity, please, that using related facilities, does that exclude the opportunity to potentially put a library on Village Park?
I think it goes back to what councillor Larson identified, where reserve contribution funds can be used.
So it's okay for a library?
Who wants to?
Mr Mayor, Sue did say that.
Yeah, she did. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Okay.
Movers might reply.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, you don't get it. You don't get
You don't get it?
an amendment.
Okay, go straight to the vote, is it? All those in favour, raise the right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Against. Motion defeated. So we go back to the substantive motion. Where we at with that?
So you're at speaking, Mr Mayor, for the substantive motion. So far, you have spoken, councillor Larson has spoken, and now councillors Vincent and Wilson-Collins are excluded from moving any amendments.
Okay, so any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Village Park, wonderful opportunity. Thank you to the previous council for moving fast and purchasing it. I think that there was a real vibrancy in the submissions made by the community, and the raft of concepts just suggests what a huge challenge there is ahead to formulate the right strategy, the right planning for facilitating as many demands or as many wishes as we can. I believe, to that this really suggests a lead in this area to the next stage of starting to work up what land is allocated, what sports are allocated, how is it best planned, really does take or will require a very specific set of credentials and qualifications to lead us in the right direction on that. I think that is a key point that I wish to make. I concur with the Deputy Mayor about, some of the submissions and again, Mr. Ferguson's one, I mean, I would not have considered a pool viable for us. But, I do take on board his comment to a question I made that he believed that it could be totally funded and not be an encumbrance on the council. So if that happened to be the case forever, it's certainly worth a consideration. But it is far beyond my passion and my involvement for me to suggest anything that might ultimately go in there. That is for very specialist qualified people to lead. And I would add one other thing. I think that it would be worthwhile for whoever leads this project to dialogue with the board of the Mangawhai domain, make sure that we can make that total area as complementary and fulfilling to all the community sporting and recreation needs as is possible. Thank you.
The other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right a reply.
You've got to.
Oh, Councillor Williams, sorry, my apologies.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I'm happy with how this motion is worded. And I think the thing is that we need to move forward with a concept plan that then can lead into more consultation as needed. We've heard from the soccer club, they have a huge need for grassed flatland area for fields. So I think, yeah, the next step, the concept plan and further engagement will be great for the community.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to? Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I absolutely stand by the decision as part of the last council to purchase this land. It was absolutely so important at that time to snap it up before it was sold for development, and thankful to the family who made that possible, working with council. Times have changed since then, and absolutely agree that there is a lack of sporting facilities. I can hear that through the LTP consultation, but I also hear a theme. I also hear a theme of people asking us to concentrate on recovery and climate action, and to make sure that any new plans that need to be developed are actually pushed out. That was a clear direction through the submission. So I have appreciated hearing what the other councillors have said today, but I can't support fast tracking this project, which is in direct opposition to what I heard in the consultation process. And I also hope, because it sounds like we have some appetite around the table from the elected members as to a particular submission for a swimming pool, and I just hope that a proper procurement process is actually followed. Because it sounds like the guy has the job already, and that's something that perhaps we need to be careful of. Thank you.
Further statement? Okay, movers right a reply, which is myself. I think it's an exciting opportunity, and certainly the previous council made a good decision to secure this land for the growth in Mangawhai. That's what I'm going to say. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. All those against? Motion carried. I'd like to move following division. Okay.
Aye.
Councillor Lander?
Aye.
Councillor Larson?
Four.
Councillor Maddison?
Four.
Councillor Paniara,
Against.
Councillor Vincent,
For.
Councillor Williams, 4. Councillor Wilson Collins,
Against.
Egypt.
4. Motion carried. I'd like to move the following motion, 3.3, topic 3, climate resilience and adaptation program. Do I have a seconder for that?
It's your recommendation as the paper, or are you moving something else just to check, because everything else has been different so far?
You bring it up on the.
So long as,
Need to have fear, I didn't, awesome.
so long as there's an and in there, I'm prepared to second that.
Not my fear, it had Howard.
Okay, the reporting staff member is.
Thank you, Your Worship, and elected members, good morning. Look, I've prepared a comprehensive report, which I will take as read. Firstly, like to start by acknowledging all submitters who provided feedback on this consultation question. In fact, I believe that this topic received the most feedback in the consultation document. The Mayor has already emphasised that this long-term plan is focused on recovery from the extreme weather events in 2023. In our district, we all know that our district has been significantly impacted from these events. Because of that, we have a unique opportunity to have a 3-year long-term plan focused on recovery. We all know that. We also know that our economy has been hit hard, both by the severe weather events and the recessive economic conditions that we are facing. We all know that we're trying as hard as possible to keep our rates increase down as low as possible. I'd like to emphasise that not having a dedicated climate adaptation or mitigation work program for the next 3 years does not mean that council will not be doing anything in the climate adaptation space. In my report, I've outlined the considerable work that we will be doing across the next 3 years. That includes work through our land drainage districts. It includes maintenance activities such as weed spraying, drain clearance, floodgate and stop bank maintenance. It also includes the flood protection works that we do as well. My report also mentions that council is currently undertaking reviews of our operative district plan, which is a legislative requirement. We're also reviewing our environmental engineering standards as well, and that climatic conditions will be key aspects of these statutory reviews. I've also touched on that our activity management plans, which are source documents for the long-term plan, also outline how climate resilience will be embedded across these activity management plans. In short, I don't have too much further to say. I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure there are questions here, and let's just work through those questions.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Erin Wilson.
Questions in ahead of time. I have the answers.
You work through them if you ask the questions. We can go through them.
They were sent in ahead of time. Hayley had hers, you not have yours.
Any questions did you
I
ask?
sent one email with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions, and then I sent a following email with 25 questions.
Yeah, so I can work.
Sorry, this isn't the first time I've sent questions ahead of time and staff are not prepared with the answers. And that is the due process that we've been asked to follow. So I'm just flagging that for our CE to make sure that staff can do better.
Thank you, councillor. Can I just say, 30-something questions.
No, I'm not concerned about the amount of questions, but the fact that the staff member can't even acknowledge he's received my questions.
Yes, I have some questions, councillor. I'm happy.
Before you've looked at.
Happy to work through the questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if you like to ask your questions?
Sure, okay. Do we have information on what other local government authorities are doing above and beyond legislative requirements in this space?
There's no one size fits all across the country. So some councils are doing work in the climate adaptation space and some councils aren't. And it's for the councils to set out through their consultation documents their preferred option and go through that process.
Okay. Do you have any, can you add anything to the term have regard to? Further explain that in regard to the district plan.
Sure. So section 74 of the Resource Management Act sets out various matters that council has to have regard to when preparing a district plan. And it's merely, so I think your question refers to the National Adaptation Plan that central government produced a year or two ago. That's just one matter. It's a whole raft of matters that council has to have regard to. Developing a district.
So the term have regard to, what, can you explain exactly what you mean? It's just a bit of a term.
It means that it's something that council has to consider when we develop a district plan. So the National Adaptation Plan does not have any, standing is that it does not have any direct directions for council to do X, Y, and Z in its district plans. And so one thing I should touch on is that the guidance from central government in this space, whilst it's developing, it is, in my opinion, lacking at the moment. So in my opinion, if there was a national policy statement or a national environmental standard directing councils to do something via their district plans, that's the most appropriate avenue, because until there's such time as a blunt instrument like that, and there's no one size fits all approach, then councils have the ability to not do things.
Can I comment on this here, please? Understanding orders 21.3, Councillor Wilson Collins. I'll allow another 3 questions, but running through these list of questions is something that should have been asked a long time ago. So if you'd like to ask another 3 questions, we'll come to the end of the question.
Perfect, thank you. I did follow due process and I did send the questions in at the time. So I'll ask 3 more questions, all right. My first question is, considering the overwhelming support for option 3 in the paper, and my understanding that staff should be impartial, why have we been presented with option 1?
For the chair, my report has set out 3 options, and there's pros and cons of each of the 3 options. And in my opinion, I've set out why I've recommended option 1. However, it's up to elected members to talk amongst yourselves and deliberate and choose which option you want.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So this is normal process, as you know, Councillor Wilson Collins. We always provide reports with a recommended approach. There's nothing unusual or different here.
My second of 3 questions. Is it usual to conglomerate submissions that have been made, either organised or duplicate submissions? Is it normal to conglomerate those into and call them one submission?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll answer this one, Mike, if you don't mind. So they're called form submissions, actually, and yes, it is. Usually for the sake of council understanding that they are a group submission submitted individually. How you address that and how you weight that in your decision making is entirely up to you, but it's our job to tell you that those form submissions.
Okay. I just need to make a note before I ask my 3rd question. Actually, my third question is for Mr. Mayor. What is my 3rd question? Because we haven't actually made a decision. It's about the report. No, I can't get around that one. Um, Save that for later. My third question then, is the considerable program of work in relation to the climate adaptation and resilience that you quote that we have. Does that go beyond the points that you've raised in so you've said that we do flood protection, we spray the drains. What else?
So there's stormwater works.
So BAU, is there anything beyond BAU that we're doing?
The infrastructure co-resilience funding, which was secured funding for, that includes new stop banks. It includes new sets of culverts and floodgates and stuff like that as well. There's a lot of work in the activity management plans. I can't specifically talk to every single point in there, but you know, as in my report, I consider that climate resilience is addressed throughout it. Our wastewater planning factors in climate resilience as well, for example, water storage planning as well.
I guess that's my three questions.
Thank you, councillor Paniora. Councillor Paniora, you have a question?
Through the chair, I also had three questions. So the first question is, given that point B of our motion is that it won't have any impact on rates or the budget, can you distinguish between your answer to the question that it's not BAU and that there are further new stock banks, etc., given that the motion is that it won't have any impacts on funding? So how can that be distinguished between BAU and actual over and above flood resilience and mitigation?
Through the chair, that's because the consultation document question asked the community whether we want to fund a standalone climate resilience work program over and above our BAU.
So the motion on the table is that it won't be. So you're saying it's just BAU then, essentially?
So my recommendation, as outlined in the report, is that council does not, next 3 years, stand up a climate resilience work program.
Okay, and my second question is there a reason why insurability of homes and businesses has not been factored into the options presented?
Through the chair, in my opinion, that doesn't have any, it has minimal impact on the question of whether council should stand up a climate resilience work program or not.
And my third question is, will the NRC flood modelling be factored into the district plan zoning of land?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, we'll move to mover's statement. Thank you, Michael. Stand down. I'm pretty open-minded. I read the submissions and heard the feedback to those submissions, and I know a lot of them are heartfelt and well-meaning. So I am open-minded to those submissions, but I'd just refer back to the fact that this is a recovery budget here, which needs first and foremost to consider rates in the district. And everything I'm doing is to drive down rates. Okay, second statement, councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to add.
Nothing to add? Okay. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, followed by councillor Howard, followed by councillor Paniora.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
What is your amendment?
I would like to move that council adopts option 3.
Seconded.
And then delete about it being council's preferred option, because that's a lie.
Bring that up on the board, please, Kelly.
I'll second that.
Seconded by councillor Paniora. She speaks to that now. Okay, councillor Wilson Collins, can you speak to your amended motion, please?
Gladly.
Through the chair. Can you please give me the wording for you?
Adopts option 3. What was option 3 called? Climate adaptation and mitigation.
Mitigation plan.
Then delete, which was council's preferred option. Actually, maybe put which was the community's preferred option. Please. Yeah, I know. That's why I got the part. I came with it.
Can look where I go here.
And D, well, that's a lie now too. So it does have financial impact on rates. Do we need to say what the financial impact is?
200,000.
That in the consultation document.
As set out in the consultation document. Oh, if you take out the word any between have and financial as well. Sorry, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. Through you, Mr Mayor, this is what councillor Wilson Collins has moved and councillor Aniora has seconded, so it's about.
The mover speaks to the motion. Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Cool. So I also came to this process with an open mind, and after reading all the submissions, I actually expected staff to recommend option 2. I actually thought, okay, the community is very clearly giving us direction for option 3. The elected member table very clearly wants option 1. Maybe staff would recommend meeting in the middle. As comes up in another item today, maybe we will still land there. The document that I opened and read was a huge surprise, and I disagree with the CE's comments that it's. I don't think I can recall reading a staff recommendation that is so against what the community is asking for without laying out good argument against that. The volume of my questions says more about the quality of the report than it does about me asking a huge volume of questions. There's 1,088 mentions of climate in the consultation submissions, and only 7 of those were in the negative. Other councils are beginning work in this space. Did my own research, thank you very much. Not revolutionary. We've got New Plymouth District Council, who in their last LTP budgeted 150,000 for preparing an emissions reduction plan, baseline emissions inventory for the council and community. This LTP, they're committing $900,000 in year 1, 1.1 in years 2 and 3, including preparation of an adaptation plan and supporting managed retreat. As well as outside of that budget, they are switching away from coal boilers and gas. The Whanganui District Council has a full-time climate advisor, a climate change strategy and coastal action plan. Hutt City has a low carbon acceleration fund and a regional remissions reduction plan and a pathway to zero emissions. And even Horowhenua District Council is monitoring their emissions. The people that in the consultation, the people that didn't want us to invest in this area, unfortunately didn't give reasons why. I only noticed one, besides some generic comments of not wanting to increase the rates, in which they had said no to everything. I only noticed one person who actually supported that our asset management plans did enough work to cover ourselves for climate work. And I don't know if all our elected members have had a look at those asset management plans. I won't go through chapter and verse of what they say, but I suppose my favourite one is the Dargaville Town Hall. How is climate resilience being considered? Opportunities to reduce electricity consumption at the hall will be explored as part of its refurbishment. This could include replacement of lighting with more energy efficient models. I'm not a climate change expert. I wouldn't get the job if it was advertised, but I'm pretty sure that that is not sufficient in looking after and considering climate change for our activities. And if people want to go read them, I don't think they'll find much more happening there. 72.1% of respondents wanted some investment in climate resilience and adaptation, and 57.3% included in that 72.1% wanted option 3. We're talking about $11.25 a year. Shoot, I have another piece of paper. So we were presented with a paper that laid out advantages and disadvantages of each option. And for option 3, we can see what those advantages are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 advantages. But there is also having qualified staff to lobby central government, for example, with the fire and emergency works that we were briefed on yesterday. As well as the climate change work itself. It builds trust and integrity in our community. They'll feel heard and confident that participation and democracy works. And it's an affordable scheme, especially with a further 500k reduction from staff costs that apparently, I don't know, we're making Māori staff redundant. It also gives assurance to communities that they will be able to adapt the pathways pilot to their area and have solid plans in place for future events. The disadvantages that have been given about having the largest impact of rates, $11.25, it's not the largest impact on rates and of all our items in the consultation. $11.25 per rateable property for the first year, even though it's described as a burden. And it's far off being, the biggest rates impact inside the consultation document. It'll require council to re-establish a team to lead this work. It's not a disadvantage, it's a consequence.
Come to the end of your 5 minutes.
Council. And it may mean other operational work.
Wilson Collins, can I remind you, you've had 5 minutes, 28.
Thank you. I've just got one more.
No.
Make. For a $4,000 rate of.
Move on. Move on.
8%.
Councillor Erin Wilson Collins, that's your first warning. We move on.
Yes,
Councillor Paniora, you wanted to make a statement?
I finished, thank you.
That's good. Councillor Paniora?
I know.
Did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Well, I'm the seconder, so I automatically have a statement. So I just wanted to go back and quickly touch on my points that I raised earlier in the meeting, that we had 742 submitters. That's a huge amount of submitters. When you compare that to Whangarei District Council, which had less than 500 submissions, yet they're 4 times as large as the Kaipara District Council. That means that our community have clearly spoken and that there is a mandate, for want of a better word. In terms of those in favour of either climate resilience and or mitigation, there was 72%. So the community is speaking. I total for the comments and sentiments of Councillor Wilson Collins in terms of all of her justifications and reasons why we should at least be considering option 2 or 3, or, come to some middle ground with option 2. I have concerns around the way that the paper was presented to us. It seems that the community is not being listened to, and that we're just on this line of direction that we just can't seem to shift our minds from. The writing's on the wall, the decision's been predetermined right from probably before some of the councillors even took office. So it is going to be really hard to shift the views in this room. So, I know that this motion's probably going to fail, unfortunately, but you're not listening to the community. The community has spoken. I don't think that this is about money at all. We've seen millions of dollars directed to all sorts of different initiatives, projects, and what have you. It really is just about not funding any climate resilience. However, councils have a statutory obligation to avoid or mitigate natural hazards and to have regard to the effects of climate change when making certain decisions. They are also responsible for civil defence and emergency management, as well as improving community resilience through public education and local planning. Around the country, many councils are already working with communities and iwi Māori to address the climate change impacts. Some are developing adaptation plans and long-term adaptive pathways to proactively manage future risks. So we heard about the different BAU things that we have in the next year and beyond in terms of what the council is doing. So when we consider the things that council is doing, some of the pieces of some of the things that I didn't hear was a plan to outline a program of work to support us to take action and adapt to climate change. It brings so nowhere did I hear in that presentation that we have any plan to enable better risk-informed decisions, to drive climate resilience development in the right places, to lay foundations for a range of adaptation options, including managed retreat, or embed climate resilience across government policy. How does laying a pipe in the ground meet the objectives in terms of our statutory obligations? I want to finish on the fact that we have Lawyers for Climate Change mounting a judicial review application and preparing to judicially review the decision of the council as we speak. We failed in our obligations in terms of pausing the decision to pause the climate program. And I don't think that we've overcome that legal requirement because, in fact, the submitters and these submissions are overwhelmingly in favour of what the community's views are, and that we've continued to not take account of their views. So this is just another advantage for the judicial review application before us. So on the one hand, we're saying that we want to save, $11.25 per year per household, but on the other hand, we're actually going to have to foot the bill to defend the judicial review proceedings to the extent that it may be overruled, and that we still have to go and look at meeting our statutory obligations, which I think we're failing at the moment. I really would hope that these councillors around the table would at least come to some middle ground. I don't think.
Thank you, Councillor Fanning. All right, you've had your 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a pretty middle of the road sort of guy, and I wonder if to arrive at a satisfactory solution which would leave everyone pretty well equally unhappy, whether the mover and the seconder would be prepared to amend their amendment to refer to option 2 rather than option 1. Hang on, get the numbers right, because they're
Rather than option 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Vincent, the actual amendment needs to be addressed in the first instance. Okay, so the amendment is on the table that council was.
Can't amend an amendment.
Can't amend an amendment. The council needs
mutual agreement.
The amendment. No, we need to address it. Council needs to address it.
Well, it's just I would be more comfortable with the second option rather than the.
You could try and move it after.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. We don't have a right of reply from them.
For an amendment, no.
No.
Okay. Go to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
No.
All those against, raise their hand, say no. No.
Thank you.
Division.
No.
Against.
Councillor Martin,
Against.
Councillor Madison,
Against.
Councillor Paniora,
Or
Councillor Vincent.
Voted for. No, against, sorry.
Councillor Williams,
Councillor Wilson Collins, for.
Four. Yes, sorry, I did vote for. You just getting confused between the amendment and the motion.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do need to carry on with the division. To clarify, councillor Vincent, what is your vote on this?
I voted for the amendment.
For the amendment.
Okay,
Edgerton.
against. Motion defeated. We'll go back to the substandard motion.
That's correct. Ben?
Where we will at.
So through you, Mr Mayor, you're at the substantive motion now. You have spoken as the mover, councillor Larson. Seconder. Open for other councillors.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak?
Yes,
So Howard.
thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Vincent used the term, middle ground guy, and I guess I'm generally pretty much the same. I think that there's a number of extenuating issues that relate to this, not the least of which being government manoeuvring on where they will find a line, and I note also on the likes of emissions monitoring and things like that. I think that if Councillor Naya was here, I'm sure he'd be saying, well, we've got to wait until we get the information and we get the clear direction from government, as he does often. So in this case, to me, I would say that there is a need, but I think that there is information that we need, and some of that is government direction. The other one I believe is, yes, we are doing all sorts of work, and some might say call it BAU. I actually think that a lot of it is, and I look at the great stop bank work that's being done just north of Ruawai at the moment, and that's way beyond BAU. I think that there is, though, a gap in our knowledge of what could be versus what should be done. And, I would like to sort of seek more information. I'm not sure that just an adaptation plan is exactly what we want. There may actually be more that we need to do, and I would rather consider the overall picture. So, I would be an advocate for council to look at, I'm not going to move a motion on it, but I'd be an advocate for the council to look at gap analysis on rather what we should do, combined with what we could be doing, relative to what we know we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll better speak sometime during the morning, I suppose, but one of my big things, and I've always been behind it, is adaptation. Mitigation just doesn't work for me, not when we've got foreign countries causing the problem, but we must adapt. One of the things that was evident over the last 18 months or 2 years was that business as usual hadn't been carried out. We had problems with stop banks which had failed. We had problems with drains which hadn't been cleaned. Before we do anything, we must get the basics right. That is the first thing. The adaptation side of it, I believe that central government is looking after that. And that has just come evident with the big funds that we have got with the Te Kaupuru to Dargaville Stop Bank. Yes, the the middle option would also be acceptable to me and the option one is also acceptable to me, relying on central government to look after that adaptation for us, which I've proved they're doing.
Are you wanting to move an amendment?
Sorry?
Are you wanting to move an amendment?
No, it's not said it.
You're not supposed to speak. Councillor Vincent.
I think, Mr Mayor, I need to run option 2 up the flagpole. So I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that, oops, the words disappeared. The council adopts option 2, it's planning for climate adaptation, which reflects in large measure the wishes of the community in response to the 2024, 2026 land consultation document.
You have a second?
Who's left that can second?
Lambeth,
No, because you already spoke.
Was somebody call my
we
name? Was
can
it?
by consent.
Could
I
you
think
please-
we've tied ourselves
Could you
up in
please
it.
be quiet? Councillor, Mayor.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So I would list those who are excluded from seconding the amendment for you. So at this stage, it's the Mayor, Councillor Larson is the mover and seconder. Then we have an amendment moved by Councillor Wilson Collins and Councillor Hagura, so you're excluded as well. Spoken since, we have Councillor Howard and Councillor Lambeth, so they cannot second the amendment.
So we're looking for a second and we can't find one.
Well, there are two possibilities, but it's up to the members.
Question, CE Marist. Can we by consent amend it because we've tied ourselves up in seconding and
So Pannier, I think CE Maris outlaid it pretty plainly. We don't have a seconder. So we go back to the substantive motion. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay. Where are we at with that?
Are you calling for additional speakers on the substantive motion who have not spoken to me?
Okay, who has not spoken on the,
I've not spoken.
But just to clarify, you're noting that like the record will show the motion was left, my amendment lapsed for want of a seconder.
There is no seconder. I do not believe we're required to list that in the minutes because of the lack of seconder.
Maybe.
I've seen that.
okay, so Councillor Pannier,
Thank you. What I was suggesting that we do was by consent look at moving to option 2. We've heard from Councillor Lambert, who has said that he'd be comfortable with option 2.
Councillor Pannier, we've been through this. We've just.
This is my statement. I'm entitled to make statements.
We're moving forward to the motion, the substantive motion. Talking to what you would like to happen is not relevant right now. You can speak to the motion, please.
So there's 5 in this room that are in favour of option 2, and I think I can speak for Councillor Nair, who's not here, who would absolutely be in favour of option 2. He's been a very real advocate for climate mitigation and actually resilience from my understanding of the statements that he's made. So I'd suggest that this be left to lie on the table until we can have a little bit more of a think about it. I guess I'm disappointed by this motion. It clearly goes against the wishes of our community. We're breaching our statutory obligations and we haven't followed the correct process. We're open to judicial review as well. So if this is really about savings to our ratepayers, then we're doing a pretty poor job of it, given that the costs of a judicial review could very well be more than the costs that we're claiming to be saving. We're doing a disservice to our community at a time when we were struck by the cyclone. I guess that the Mangawhai councillors wouldn't know personally about that, being over on the east side where
That does not have relevance. Pathetic. Not a statement that you should be making, Councillor Paniora.
No, it's not.
Smearing your fellow councillors in this environment is not appropriate.
Smearing?
Talk to the motion, please. You have no understanding of what our members here had to submit to during the cyclone. Now, please address your comments to the motion.
It's factual that you were not on the West Coast when the cyclone hit. That's a factual statement. It's not a
Point
smear.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Larson.
The statement is disrespectful and false.
It is false.
Well,
Would you like to withdraw your statement, please, councillor Paniwara?
You said you detest things that I
Would you like
said
to
last time,
withdraw
so are
your
you going
statement,
to
councillor
withdraw your
Paniwara?
statement?
Okay, I've had enough. That's your third warning. Can you please cut the feed for 10 minutes? Thank you. Enough is enough.
Wow.
You do not
I'll
run
grow
this
enough of
process.
you.
Thank you, Alana.
Pakite.
Right. Let's move
A
on.
point of order,
What is your point of order?
language. Offensive language. Councillor Howard just called Councillor Paniwara brainless. Do you find that amusing?
Would you like to withdraw that statement, councillor Howard?
I'll withdraw that.
Thank you. Councillor Howard has withdrawn his statement. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, councillor Aaron Wilson.
I'm glad you found it so entertaining.
Who found it entertaining?
Well, you laughed.
I never heard it. Now, let's move on. Anyone else would like to make a statement?
Me.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of discussion and different ideas have gone into this. We've heard from the community and have had a lot of submissions. On the other side of things is the community that is concerned about cost of living crisis and a rates rise. So for me, supporting option one, no dedicated climate resilience work programme. If you look at the advantages at the moment for the next 3 years, no immediate financial cost rates burden to council and the community, meets our legislative requirements, as there are no legislative requirements for councils to have a standalone climate resilience work programme. Another big factor for me is it will allow, as this point here, will allow time for central government to make decisions on how responsibility for climate adaptation will be allocated between central and local government, and to provide resourcing and direction in the climate space. New Zealand Parliament is currently undertaking an inquiry into climate adaptation. Some of the work in this will be the roles and responsibilities, framework for investment and cost share between central government and local government. I would like to find out what that is going to encompass and have that used in the future for anything that we do in this space. So I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a bit sad really, because I think we've missed an opportunity to at least show that we've heard the general groundswell of opinion from our community, regardless of how well informed we think our community is. That their view is their view, as it's come through pretty clearly. And it has been said that if we perceive situations as real, they're real in their consequences. And we're sort of in that space. It doesn't actually matter whether we have another weather bomb next year or year after or whatever. I do think we could at least demonstrate that we've lifted our eyes above the immediate horizon and to give some consideration to this issue. So I'm disappointed. I think we've sold ourselves and our community short by going with option one. I would have been much more comfortable with going for option two, but procedurally that's not available. So I have to vote against this motion.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak? Well,
Please.
so Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Option one. Okay, so the weighting of joint submissions, the CE advised us, is up to us and not staff. So personally, I feel the fact that people are members of Kaupapa Climate Action or use the same submission should not minimise their submission in any way. And duplicate submissions does not seem to be an issue when it comes to the footpath near Jack Boyd Drive or the 300-metre ceiling of Settlement Road, all supporting the Mangawhai Matters submissions. And we have no idea how many submissions in favour of option one are part of an organisation either. So, okay, I've already mentioned, I'm sorry, are you okay over there? Cool. I've already mentioned in my other talk about the maths that is at the end of our agenda, where it says that while it's not a numbers game, 192 resident ratepayers who preferred option 3, 149 were from Kaipara Action Inc, and that left 43 other respondents, and it's noted we received 91 individual responses who wanted option 1. That's okay, I can do fake maths too. If we've got 43 people left over for option 1 and the 149 responses in bulk, we had 59 people who wanted option 2. We add that together, that's 103 versus 91. So we've still got more people in favour of wanting some sort of climate investment from this council, and we are being absolutely blind to their submissions with not only the way this report has been prepared, but the discussions they have around the table. KDC has obligations as a signatory to the Te Tautokoro Climate and that is not being met. None of the mitigations in the report or the state that retract what I was about to say, or the statements in the AMPs involve any meaningful engagement or inclusion of the community with matters of fundamental importance to them. I don't know why you're laughing. Okay, because if it did, it would just get ignored anyway. Climate adaptation is about more than infrastructure. Nothing in this report reflects that, and possibly that's because we lost our climate advisor. Recovery, which we seem to be concentrating on, goes hand in hand with planning. And so I just feel like this, recovery and mitigation goes hand in hand, and adaptation all needs to be worked together to be able to reduce response cost in the future. They will now be inflated without adequate planning. Livelihoods and lives are at risk. We being in a reactive state while trying to manage high levels of community distress and navigate options is bad risk management. Saying that the district plan will be open for consultation gives absolutely no comfort to the community, because we just went through the consultation process and they're not being listened to. So funny. The report gives desperation with the words like burden when describing $11.25 per annum and may under the disadvantage. Predetermination will make for a great basis for a judicial review. And as I did with option 3, we have advantages and disadvantages in our report under option 1. The advantages, again, we're talking about a burden of $11.25 per annum per rateable household. It says it meets our legislative requirements. Well, there's no legislative requirements to be met, so that's not even a statement. Provides council with opportunity to get our house in order. Requiring one body of work to be completed should not negate another body of work needing to be completed. We don't build roads and ignore parks. Allows time for central government to decide who's going to have responsibility. Oh my God, what if it's our responsibility? Too bad then. And the district plan review, well, I've been over that. There's no confidence that that's going to make any change. Climate resilience work program can be included in the planning for the next long-term plan. Well, we know how that worked when we look at our last LTP and this LTP when it comes to waste minimisation. So under disadvantages, that's cool. I think we should remove the words may, but we've also got the fact, disadvantages that council will continue to not employ a climate advisor. We could receive a qualified audit for not adequately considering climate change. Please don't get me started on those AMPs. Recovery costs will be more with no planning in place for future weather events. Critical infrastructure may not be maintained to standards required without an overarching plan. If climate change work is considered in the next LTP, it will only be more expensive. And reliance on the NRC mapping, which has been publicly criticised by this council. There's also a loss of trust with the community and our consultation processes. And support for a predetermined outcome, so chance of a legal challenge. And Councillor Nair, by the way, we've obviously forgotten how his property was damaged, and he's absolutely in favour of any work that will mitigate the risks of climate change. Oh my gosh, did I get that in 5 minutes? What?
You can have another 14 seconds if you.
I'm sorry to the community, is what I'll say for my 13 seconds.
Thank you for.
And unfortunately, it looks like around the table, you're not being listened to, but I hear you.
Thank you. So does anyone else have any further statement? No, let's move to the mover's right of reply, which is mine. I reject the accusation of predetermination. I certainly take all the submissions seriously and make my own mind up as to their weight in this matter. I think Michael Day outlined very well that this council certainly takes climate change and the effects of weather very seriously with the work we're doing in the district. And we are certainly within our statutory obligations. Thank you. So I'll move that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against division.
Motion carried. Division.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just before we start, councillor Paniora was excluded 11:04 for 10 minutes. It is now 11:14. So I believe that councillor Paniora can be let back in. Can we let, councillor?
You're gonna say, look how
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillor Paniora.
Back out.
You're back on. Just to let you know where we're at the voting stage, the division has been called, so you will be entitled to vote. Your name is called.
Is this for the, sorry, can you just bring it up on the screen, just so I'm clear?
We're still on the item of the climate change. We're just getting to the substantive motion.
Okay. So am I saying my vote?
No, we're going to start the division now, and your name will be called and then you vote. So I'll ask Kelly to start the division now, please.
Councillor Howard?
I can't remember, was it?
Up there.
Adopts option one, yes.
Councillor Lambeth,
For,
councillor Larson,
for,
councillor Manderson,
for,
councillor Paniora,
Against.
councillor Vincent,
Against.
councillor Williams,
Sadly.
councillor Wilson Collins,
Against.
Gibson.
For. Motion carried. Okay, we're going to have a cuppa. Did you want to address the council before we have a cuppa?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you. Council, I know some of these decisions are hard.
Anymore, it's over.
I know. What I would say is, please be careful with how you address staff as well as yourselves in the debate. It's okay to get emotional, but be professional at all times, please. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Are you adjourning for 15 minutes?
15 minutes, yeah.
Back on 11:30.
Okay, reconvene this deliberations. Next on our list is topic 4, differential targeted rate parks and libraries. I'd like to move this, but I've made some tidy ups on the resolution. Can you put them up, Kelly?
Thought that was perfect as it was.
Have you moved it, Mr Mayor?
I moved it, but I need a second. Now that is second, Councillor Howard second. So you can see I've just made some changes there. Approves the uniform targeted rate per rateable property, paying a UAGC for libraries and parks to be introduced for the 2024-25 financial year. With the final amount to be determined once all the costs are allocated. Can you read that? Okay, so we'll go to Sue. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah. So we're about to embark on a number of financial papers. And this is the first one. And obviously they can polarise people. And it's, the topic was huge numbers actually submitted, 271 submitted. Most of them wanted the status. Most of them wanted the status quo, 73%, which basically is charged on the general rate, and 20, the balance basically reached the differential. What I found when I actually read their submissions was most people were voting per their pocket because they were looking at what was affordable to them. So you'll recall that when we proposed option 1, when we proposed actually putting the targeted rate to an urban and rural, that it was to do with, we thought, use of the services or ability to use the services. So we've had a lot of urban residents writing in saying they like they actually prefer to have the status quo. We've had federated farmers write in and say they not only propose but want us to take that further and have 80% of the burden by urban residents. So the best way to sort of look at is looking at the data on the model, which is on page 3, where looking at option 1, and there is a mistake there. So under rural and under option 2, it says 3.8 million. That should read 2.8 million to add up. But you can see what happens under each of the options. So what I've proposed is option 3, having one target rate that everyone pays. And I think that I propose that because it gives a good understanding of what the rate is. And I think it's fair between the rural and the urban. And you can see that when you look at what we currently have, which is option 2, you can see there, Dargaville, and I've split it for Dargaville and Mangawhai because there was a lot of submissions on Dargaville and Mangawhai. So you pay 160,000 because it's based on land value. Mangawhai urban 800, other urban 240, and rural will be 2.8 million. But you can see with the if we went for the option 1, which we put out, then the urban people, more of the burden is placed on those urban residential properties. But an option 3, which is what I am proposing, is more middle of the road. So I think if we go with option 3, I don't know the final figures because we have to take in, we put additional staff into libraries and into parks. So once that's finalised, it will I'll be able to calculate the figure, but we can mitigate it with the other UAGC that we have, and we'll make sure within the 30% that's required from by the legislation. So I think that's just basically all I can say. That I've the benefits are basically everyone gets the benefits. And I think that's I've proposed what I believe is a fairest solution based on the submissions and council's overall intention.
Okay. Any questions of Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins?
Thank you. Can I just clarify something you just said? You said we could mitigate it with the other UAGC and something about 30%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so because this is a charge to every proposed charge to every resident, the other charge that we have goes to all the residents is the UAGC, which currently is $800.
Yeah.
I know there's more costs to be added to parks and libraries than what we've done before. So we'll work out what this is, and then we'll actually come back to council about the UAGC because the issue there.
As if we could add the UAGC as a buffer.
But that's the
Targeted.
final decision. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, because it was like, what? The motion on the table has been changed to say that properties that are charged a UAGC will be charged this target rate. And what properties don't get charged a UAGC?
So that's contiguous properties.
Oh, right.
So the change is to make it more precise.
Yes, yeah. No, that is the intention. Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor.
I thank you, Mr. Yeah. I really appreciate the effort you put into this. I think it's a magical solution. But just to clarify, would you say that the charge is like an availability charge, a public good service, rather than a supply of a service?
And
like as in a user charge?
that's right. I mean, it is available. That's most councils would say it's a public good, and therefore it is a facility rather than a service that we're supplying to certain residents. It's actually for all residents, whether it's online, they approach their library online, or in the physical premises.
There could be someone, say, lives alongside a library and never uses it, say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
All right, yes, I did, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thanks, Sue. Excellent work on all of this. I would like to know, though, the 14,681 ratepayer base that you worked on, and I do note that you said, if I can find it now, you said that it was a simplified figure. I'm in the wrong area. What percentage is that of total households?
That's all of them that get charged the UAGC.
That's all that we charge the oh, okay, all right. I was reading.
Well, that's where it's come from.
Oh, okay.
We have about 15,000, ratepayers, so that'd be a bit large.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Didn't read it that way.
Councillor Manderson.
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to suggest that whatever you put the charges up by is the amount you can add to your unpaid rates.
They're not going up.
Thank you. That's a statement from Councillor Anderson. Thank you, Councillor Manderson. Mover's statement. Thank you, Sue, for explaining that. I think there's to expand on. Second is statement, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, second is statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I totally agree, and I think that this is a good and equitable manner. I think I look at a bigger picture on this is that I'm really enjoying the fact that we are really focusing on, and I'm going to just worry about the park side of this whole open, paying a lot more attention to parks and, investing more money for the benefit of the overall community. And I think that's spreading the cost equitably across everybody. It's a good way of starting that out. And I look forward to seeing, with this money that we're investing, a much improved presentation of our, and utilisation of our parks and facilities. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think this has been a good result, this recommendation. I may have misunderstood what we went out with. I thought we were going for 60-40 in terms of the actual amount was paid between urban and rural, but we actually then divided costs and then allocated to the properties, which ended up with a big skew towards or a much greater cost towards the urban than I had anticipated. And this recommendation is where I had landed in my own thinking into that process, is parks and libraries that are available to everybody. Whether they choose to use them or not is up to them, but there are services that we have and that a community wants, so everyone chips in their fair share, and I think that's a great place that we've landed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a really fascinating exercise. I was one of those elected members that wanted this looked into because of the feedback that we'd had with our rural residents being concerned that they were paying for urban infrastructure that they didn't necessarily use. And it wasn't specifically parks and libraries that the concern was raised about, but that just happened to be the only rates that we could pull out from the UAGC. The exercise itself is actually, as we presented it to the public, was the one thing that increased the urban rates most. If you went line by line and looked at previous year's rate and current year's rates, there were slight adjustments, but the biggest chunk of the rates increase, which is what caused a great contention among the urban residents, was actually this differentiated targeted rate. And that's because urban residents who used to pay, I can't remember the figure, but it was less than $100 a property, then being expected to pay something like $412 a property. So then when we added that on top of the 15.1% that was being quoted as the average rates increase, urban properties were actually looking at a 33% rates increase. So people who were paying around $3,000 for their rates were then going to be paying around $4,000. I really appreciate the work that has gone into this, and it's been a fascinating exercise to see how the charge of rates and how you cut the pie affects different rating areas. So I appreciate that, and I really appreciate the staff looking at the whole picture and coming back with a compromise. I think that is how that is best practice. However, at a time when we are talking about a cost of living crisis, and this is still $200 and something per property, it's not a minimal amount of money. I, at this point, don't feel that I can support the option put forward. When I look at the status quo, 2.8 million being distributed across all the rural properties, sorry, not royal, all the rural properties versus 2.4 million, but we end up with urban, another 400,000 and more going towards the urban properties. There's still an imbalance there. And I'm not saying that I don't appreciate option 3, and at another point in time, I absolutely would have supported it. I just think that the climate that we're in right now is not the time to actually be fiddling around with the rates as we have done. I think if we kept the status quo for now, then we would see the absolute minimum rates increase for everybody. And then we could look at introducing something like this down the line. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Me.
Okay. Councillor Panior up there, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I cannot support this motion for all of the reasons outlined in the previous speaker. We're just feeling the pinch of the cost of living crisis where, rates aside, everything's going up, the cost of fuel, the cost of food, rents. And we've been talking about this 9% rates increase, but it's actually going to be a lot more for our communities who are going to be affected by this targeted rate. The last figures that I looked at, my property would be personally increasing by 55%, my rates, because I'm within the parks and libraries radius or area, and it's just the timing is wrong. We should be looking at this at a later stage when we can actually see what the effects are on a lot of the other changes that we've been making, including, I keep on pointing this out, the new valuations that have just come through and how those may or may not affect the rates as well, because there is a proportion of our rates that are affected by the value of the property. So all factors considered, I just don't think it's the time to look at the targeted rate. I hear what our rural communities are saying, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't use the library, so you know, they're saying that they don't use a lot of the services. Well, a lot of the services are used by people close to those areas, so the same, you know, argument or principle, I guess, would apply, but it's a service nonetheless to the community that can be used, and we should really be considering that, because the flow-on effects in the future will be that a lot of residents steer clear of houses that are close to those facilities, because they don't want to have, you know, sorry, that it's not that they don't want to, it's that they cannot afford to pay these targeted rates. A lot of our elderly community live close to services, just because, you know, for whatever reason, you know, they're close to the medical centre, the pharmacy, libraries, etc. So it just really puts a lot more cost onto them when they don't have the income to be able to keep continuing with all of the rises. And that's going to, you know, seriously disadvantage a lot of our ratepayers. So I take all of the rationale for it, but yeah, as I say, it's not the time to be changing the status quo. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, through the mayor. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Yeah, the pie only has so many pieces. It doesn't matter if you cut it up into 20 pieces. If you want, if you're sharing it, it's got to go around, whether it's 10 pieces or 20 pieces. You can't make more pieces out of it. Our rural communities, I would remind everybody that only 27% of the farmers and rural communities made a profit last year. The rest of it, and they are fronting a substantial amount of the cost of this. My quick calculations, I worked it out to be around about, well, it's there as well, $7 a week for everyone to use the library. Bearing in mind that there are no overdue charges or no fees to take books out, I think it's a very pointed way to encourage further use of the library. Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. Somebody's going to have to pay one way or another, and some people are paying an extreme large amount for use of the library. Yeah, it's a difficult one, but I'll be supporting option one.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Speaker? Okay, members already.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, Councillor Williams, I keep missing you. Sorry.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I take on board everything that people have said in the submissions. I would like to thank Sue for coming back with looking at something different for us to deliberate on. And having one set rate for everyone, I think, is a lot fairer than what we're looking at. And yeah, for me, I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm really pleased with the solution which Sue came up with on this issue. I think that it is fair, and looking at what the money's to be applied for. To me, it's a public good thing, and regardless of whether or not someone uses a park or a library, it's still a public good that enhances our district and makes it a more attractive a place for people to visit and or to live. So it's rates are a tax, and I think this is the fairest way to spread the jam on this particular one. Thank you.
Okay, that is right reply. Pies and jam, the way of describing it. I think the consensus is that these are facilities that everyone needs to pay for, whether you use them or not, because they are facilities common to our district that we have an option. And the secret's to try and find the fairest balance, isn't it? So I think this is probably the closest we can get, and I'll be voting for it. So I put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carried.
Against and division, please. Wait for the vote before you say it's been carried. Thank you.
Councillor Leonard,
4.
councillor Luskin,
4.
councillor Manderson,
4.
councillor Paniora,
Against.
councillor Vincent,
4.
councillor Williams. 4. Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against.
4. Motion carried. We move on to the next item, topic 5, targeted rate museum. I'll put that up on the board and move it. It's I'll address it once we put it up there and get a seconder. Okay, what are we saying? So I've moved that. Do I have a seconder? I'll second it.
Give us a second to read it.
Don't hold back. Okay. Have we got a staff member there, Sue? Yep.
Okay, obviously, my recommendation is to approve a target rate of $20 that I put forward, but so I'm talking in support of that. So the good news about this is nearly everyone supported the Mangawhai Museum, and so there was no lack of support. We had 54% that wanted to introduce a target rate, but those who didn't actually wanted it to be a general rate. So wanted to, were happy to contribute to the museum. So I think the report, talks for itself, lots of support. And I think it was just the two museums got together and they also felt that they would like some support, and that, and we can investigate that in the future.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just one point of clarity. The title for this, should that just be General Museum?
It was for Mangawhai Museum.
Okay. But it is now changed to General Museums.
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this was a consultation topic for the targeted rate, and the staff have come back to you looking at the feedback and recommend to continue the targeted rate. What we have on the table is a motion moved by the mayor that not to approve the targeted rate, essentially, but look at more broadly the 3 museum district and look at supporting them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So any further questions of Sue? No. Okay. So my statement. Yeah. Look, this is a result of my discussion with other EMs who are familiar with the museums in the district. We had a really good submission from the Matakoi Museum people, didn't we? And I think that where this motion is leading here is we need to investigate the potential future funding support for the Mangawhai Museum, the Kauri Museum and the Dargaville Museum as part of the 2025-26 annual plan, so that we provide an equitable, fair solution for all those facilities. So that's why I put the resolution and changed it to reflect that future move. Seconded statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is with somewhat of a heavy heart that I second this motion. It is because, was very much for, the money for Mangawhai Museum. And, they got on the front foot and they presented to us and submitted for that. There's no doubt that they need some support. But in saying that, there is a bigger issue. And one is, it's a $20 cost increase to the ratepayers over here if it had gone through, cognizant of that. But the bigger opportunity is putting all three museums and facilities together and looking at what the options are. And if members recall, when we had that wonderful, excellent presentation by both the Dargaville and the Matakawi Kauri Museum team, we put to them that had they considered options that they could look at to minimise the costs of operating costs of all of the museums, maybe a central board of governance, other operational opportunities. And I think that they embrace that strongly. So I feel sure that the Mangawhai Museum will survive, for this year, and hopefully be very happy to know that their will at least, by the looks, hopefully, it's not a done thing yet, but hopefully be addressed in a more meaningful and a more universal manner next year in the annual plan.
Any other elected members wish to speak here? Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking as a member for the Otamati Ward, within which resides the Kauri Museum, and also as the former chairman of the Kauri Museum, and also someone who was not consulted by the mayor regarding this issue. I am quite torn because I have previously, in my role as chairman of the board, consulted and presented a submission to the council seeking support some years ago. Obviously, that didn't come up as a result. I appreciate the mayor's perspective that he's concerned about creating a precedent, because that's something we all seem to know about pretty well, and other perspectives. And I do think that the targeted rate itself was not a runner because of the precedent it would create unless we had scheduled in provision for the other museums to get involved in the game. And that was why I sent forward in advance of the meeting, suggested altered wording for the third paragraph, which doesn't exist in the current motion that we have in front of us. As I say, I'm really torn by it, but I won't vote against it because at least it keeps a consistent approach. But I would also comment that as far as this process today goes, I'm wondering why I took so much time to read the agenda, because the recommendations coming out are so different from what was presented to us. So I thank Sue for at least standing by her recommendation in her presentation. That's what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this, it is a hard thing to decide on, and I think what stood out for me was the other museums coming and talking to us about, their needs, and we've had a lot of other community groups and people wanting support. I feel that if we decide that this is the best way to go, it at least opens up the conversation next year for the other museums. And, you know, we have to ask the rest of the district if this goes towards, you know, if we have a general rate or if we're going to split it out by targeted rate for certain areas, that could be disproportionate for the money that each museum gets. So I think there's a lot more work to go with this. And it, you know, it is with a heavy heart, but I think this is the right way forward for our 3 museums in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pariora.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So based on all of the comments that I've heard, does this mean that when we get to the decision on Sportsville, we're going to say, oh, well, now we can't set a precedent, and we're going to have to go and do a review of all sports parks within the district before we can set a targeted rate for one facility? It just seems to me like whenever there's a decision that flies in the face of certain people that we decide that we're going to do a big plan. So, you know, similar to the Surf Life Club, we're saying, oh, well, we can't make this decision because we've got to put a plan in place first. Are we going to be spending all of our money on consultants to write up plans and then have no money left to do the actual work? I just don't understand why we separate everything on the west and the east, and then when it comes to a decision to target rates over on the east side for the museum, we're now going to say, oh no, wait, we need to think about what's happening over in Dargaville. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So we've gone and included all of these targeted rates for Dargaville, but then when we're literally making the same decision for a targeted rate in Mangawhai on now we've got to hold fire, make a plan. It's just so farcical, unequitable, unfair. I concur with the comments said previously. What was the point of reading the agenda when you've all obviously gone and had some discussions about how you're going to vote today, and they're just flying in the face of all of the reports, all of the submissions? What is the point of a consultation process with the community? You're talking about the community. Who are these people that you've apparently spoken to that are now getting to have more of a say in the community within the consultation process and document?
Okay.
Obviously, I'm going to vote against this motion because in principle, we should be at least separating the two out and voting for the targeted rate whilst we're on the targeted rates conversation. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I appreciate the passion coming across the table. I just want to remind elected members that as part of the hearings process, the Dargaville Museum and the Cody Museum made a joint submission to us to ask us to look at targeting rates across the district so that we could support all the museums equally. And that if we were going down the track of a targeted rate for Mangawhai Museum, they were fully in support of that and would like the council to look at further funding avenues for the museums in the district. I think that, and so that's where this recommendation has come from, albeit worded slightly differently to what is in the agenda. I think that I see this as a win for the consultation process, that the Cody Museum and the Dargaville Museum have presented to us. They've made a request for further investigation into funding for all the museums in the district, and we now have a motion on the table to do that. I'm a little bit split about the targeted rate for the Mangawhai Museum. I do see that there is a slight majority in favour of it, but there was also a concern about it being a targeted rate. Which is great, full stop. I appreciate the support that the council is looking into giving to the arts and culture sector of the district, because as we also heard at the hearings, the same day actually, and is clear in several submissions, and was a theme sign as well. So there's a lot of things that are being repeated. It's an interesting exercise, but that the council, and it's because we're penniless, but the council isn't financially supporting the arts and culture and heritage of the district, and there are requests for that. So this is a great result for arts and culture in the district, and a good result for the Coda Museum and the Dargaville Museum. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that further investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I haven't fully understood some of the previous comments that I've heard, and that I think this is a really well balanced and equitable approach to this in terms of looking at our whole district. And I concur that the submissions that we had from Maori Museum and the Dargaville Museum were very good. And I think we've found a place that lands for everybody. You know, I certainly have some sympathy for the position of the Mangawhaka Museum, and there is a bit of delay in us looking at this further. And I'm prepared to support what we're doing here in this motion on the basis that actually on the 1st of July this year, we'll be starting into our annual plan 25-26 process. So we're actually not very far away from actually starting to look at this. And I think that gives us an opportunity to get full information, open financials, and see actually what the needs are, where they fall, and have a full open conversation about it through that annual plan process. Thank you.
Any further statements? Okay, move the statement, which is my own. Look, I don't know how people are going to vote today. I just think that
Sure.
what we're trying to do here is make a sensible decision that everyone will agree with, whether they do or not, it's up to them. I think it also addresses the fact that there is no favouritism towards one side of the district over another. It's actually looking at the facilities right through the district here that we need to address through that annual plan process that Councillor Larson has just referred. So I'll move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against. Division, please.
Surprise, surprise.
That's one more warning. You don't need to do that.
Ngā mihi.
Councillor Howard,
Off. 4.
councillor Linda,
4.
councillor Larkin,
4.
councillor Manderson,
4.
councillor Paniero,
Against.
councillor Vincent,
4.
councillor Williams. Yeah. Councillor Wilson Collins,
Against.
Ms Gibson.
4. Motion carried. Okay, the next motion on the table is topic 6, 3.6, targeted rate, Dargaville Sports Bowl. The mover and the seconder for that. Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Failing to read what the motion is, considering they've mostly been changed, so excuse us.
One has not been changed, I don't think.
First.
What?
So I think it's the third.
Okay, okay, I'll call again for a mover and a seconder.
Move.
Councillor Paniora has moved that one. Seconder, please.
We need to discuss it. I'll second.
Surprise, surprise.
Councillor Howard, second.
Are you seconding that? Okay. All right. Thank you, Sue.
So this also, the Dargaville Sports Hall proposed rate received a lot of support. and for different dollar amounts. So we had nearly 50% who didn't want any rate, but the other 50% either wanted a rate of $9.78 or $21.28 in support. So I proposed that, and the resolution was went for the lower of $9.78 because of affordability. In option one, well spotted by Councillor Vincent, I did put about rural residents, and they weren't actually on the map, so thank you for pointing that out. That's a red herring. I don't think I had lots of any other questions on that. I don't think that's the only question I think I had about. Okay, so any other questions really? It's pretty straightforward.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Oh, okay. My question is in relation to, forgive me, it's not my area of expertise, but the NRC has a rate that they are looking at scrapping. Do we know if that decision has been made yet?
So through the chair, my understanding is they have their deliberations, and although the proposal was to scrap the rate, they've actually included it in their deliberations.
Included it in their,
but I think that's sort of adopt the final, their final rates.
Further questions? Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Through me. So one thing that was lacking with Sportsville's presentation was the revenue that they were going to collect. They put in their costs, but they never included any revenue. Had that been tabled to you prior to this?
No, so they haven't given me their revenue, but what I have asked them is said that I will be requiring a balance sheet every year. And, and financial statements each year, that they're spending the money in the right place. Because obviously it's still public money that we're giving out.
Yeah, so my biggest concern was there was no projective business plan on fees they charge for sporting groups or hireage or anything like along that line, and nothing like that came to light.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at section 10 of the Local Government Act, and it talks about the purpose of local government is to enable democratic decision making, so to meet current and future needs of communities for good quality local infrastructure, local public services and performance regulatory function. So I guess my first, because I'm really quite concerned about us getting into covering operating costs for an organisation, as the organisation I'd have perhaps on the museum side too, rather than perhaps capital projects. So in your opinion, would Sportsville be considered local infrastructure or local public service?
It's certainly local public services, yes, for the public good.
Yep. So, and you see a public good element.
That's right.
That changes the complexion for me a bit. Hesitant to support this.
Okay. Question, Councillor Williams.
So I just noted in here that residents of Bailey's Beach had made a submission that they already have their own facilities that want to be included in the targeted rate area. Had that been considered?
Yes, I had a look at that. But Bailey's Beach have a community hall. They don't necessarily have the same sports fields, and it's Dargaville is quite near to Bailey's Beach, so there's an assumption that a lot of the children there would actually attend Sportsville.
Any further questions of Sue? Councillor Lambeth.
In light of that, just one further question through the Mayor. Is Kangaroo included in that?
I can't recall the map.
The map, I think, shows, I didn't think it, but I'm pretty sure it does show that basically the whole county.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Sue. Mover's statement. Thank you, Councillor Paniora.
Yes, thank you. I'm obviously in favour of the targeted rate for some of the reasons set out. So we do need to be looking ahead at ways to begin generating revenue to improve the facilities. They're sorely needed in this district. Sports is a big part of the lives of our community, and all of the advantages that come with that. Unfortunately, since there's been no attempt to amend the motion, I'm just taking a stab in the dark that the motion will fail today. I feel like there's some sabotage that's occurred in a number of the questions that have been asked today.
Look, I'm sorry, that is not something that's relevant or provable. Please do not make those statements, Councillor Paneroa. You've already made some today that are inappropriate. Do not continue in that vein.
Some of the questions that have been asked today are questions that should have been asked months ago. I don't understand why they're being asked at the 11th hour. Questions around financials, and if that's going to be pivotal in the decision making of some elected members, then I would have thought that they would have followed up on that previously to this decision. Also, just throwaway comments: has this facility been included? Has that facility been included? We've got an organisation that's taken the proactive steps to come to the council with a plan to look at doing work that we should as a council be doing and they're doing for us, so we should really be taking that on board. And just completely disappointed in this whole process today. It's an absolute waste of everyone's time. This is superficial. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where do I follow on from? Look, I seconded this because it needed to be heard and needed to be discussed. I do have, I'll start on all the positives. I actually enjoyed and was impressed by the Sportsville team, at least in terms of their aspiration and their vision and what they want to achieve. And, again, it's hard to stand in the way of groups wanting to make really good progress and provide the facilities that our communities want. I do think I raised at the time, and I have raised subsequently, that if Dargaville area pay and want to pay a targeted rate for Sportsville, does that expand the need of other groups to come and apply to council for additional support? Now, again, Sportsville got off on the front foot and came to us and presented. And as I say, presented well. There's 50% of that community don't want this. So, it is a near run thing. I actually genuinely believe that whilst it's absolutely a good forward thinking strategy, maybe there are other elements that need to be added to it and considered. I'll leave it at that. I mean, in principle, I support, but then on the other hand, we've just turned down the Mangawhai Museum because we have a bigger opportunity, I think, for the arts and culture and that whole group coming. So, I do raise a question, is that will this, if we decide to support this, lead us to a bigger challenge or decision in the future?
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you, through the Mayor. I'm going to answer a question which sort of an allegation was put to me just recently during this conversation, this topic here. I have directed questions directly at Sportsville to come up with a business plan for their profits and for the charges that they have. They have failed to produce that. I want to clear that up right from day one. I've asked for it continuously. I've asked for it again since that day. They still have not come up with any business plan on what they are to get. I think they need more time to get this business plan together to come back to us. Sportsville itself is a great facility. Go down there on a Saturday morning. It is just huge. There's people everywhere. It's a massive activity. And I would, if you've got a free Saturday to go down there, especially during winter sports, it's just absolutely fabulous. There's activity going everywhere. This is not going to stop if we don't give them $9.78 this year. They need to come up with a plan. We have some big developments going on in Dargaville, and development contributions will assist that. We've got our town hall that we've got to bring back online, which is a large sporting hall as well. I think they need time to get things together. And it's quite clear where I'm going to be voting on this.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, undoubtedly, Sportsville is an absolute success. It's such an amazing achievement for Dargaville to have all these sporting codes come together and build a facility that gets used regularly, and that they also rent out for other events. They've done a really marvellous job. Where I'm torn is the community response, that there's just not a clear, definite support for this targeted rate at this time. And as Councillor Lambeth has said, if we don't collect this targeted rate, it's not going to stop Sportsville's operations. And I really do hope that there is a way forward. I'm slightly comforted to hear that NRC has not abolished their rate, because then I would definitely be trying to push for this one so that they have something. But I think, yeah, this isn't the be all and end all for this organisation. And I commend them, and I absolutely commend them on their future thinking. The fact that they are continuing to plan, they want to continue to develop, and they got this far, and I know that they will find funding, and they will keep developing and keep pushing. But at this stage, when we are hearing in our LTP about the rates increase, the concerns there, this was not a subject that was loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm really quite torn on this one as well, but, you know, we're kind of evolving as we go through this meeting and making decisions, and we've made a decision to treat our expenditure on, you know, the parks and reserve maintenance, at least, in an equitable way across all ratepayers. I think that some of the points that Councillor Lambeth has made are quite appropriate, in that it would be really good to inform us with a decent business plan. I don't think that doesn't need to take a lot of time, and I'd like to see this readdressed through the annual plan coming up starting on the 1st of July. Let's not muck around with it, and let's get really good numbers around it, what the costings are and exactly how it stacks up. I look, you know, if you do some basic figures even on what's happening in Dargaville now, we've got Moonlight Heights, which has been alluded to, it's beyond the point of appeal. And even if you just take the applicant's land up there, some rough figures for financial contributions, which are up to 5% under the district plan, 100 lots at 300,000. Now there's $1.5 million in financial contribution. So what we might find when you look at some of these other things like NRC contribution, our ratepayers are significant ratepayers to the NRC as well. Let's see some of that money come back into our communities. Let's take multiple potential revenue streams, pop a business case, and see how the numbers stack up. We might find that we end up with something even better than we imagined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'd just like to make a couple of observations here. I spent some time in the head office of Commercial Challenge, and it was essential that they had dominance and control. There was no prize for second place. And if you end up in the position where it's second place, you could be struck off completely or ignored totally. And I don't think many people here appreciate just what could happen to future incomes and expenses being entirely beyond your control, and you've got to suck it up and make the most of it, or exit stage left to what? Jobs that exist at the present won't exist in the future. And as the number of unemployed people grows, so the problems grow exponentially. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Manderson. Any further statements? Okay, movers right up reply, councillor Paniora.
Before you buy a house or a business, do you go out and choose the house, or do you save the money out for the deposit to buy the property or the business? We're asking for things that don't need to be supplied right now. What we need is a plan on how to save the money to get to the point of developing. So I wanted to set that out. Now, based on this whole 19 months that I've been a councillor, born and raised in Dargaville, I see no plan or focus for Dargaville at all. As I said, I had already foreshadowed what was going to happen with this motion, that, Dargaville was going to be promised all the bells and whistles, and we've got to put some more thinking into it. And this is the same thing time and time again. The Dargaville Town Hall is not a huge sports centre, never has been, never will be. And I just don't know why we're not supporting the West Coast. It just seems like there's not a focus on Dargaville, and Dargaville's going to suffer. The fundamental role of a councillor is to serve the interests of the whole community as a whole. I still haven't seen it. And I'm really quite disappointed that our other Dargaville councillor, Whitehall councillor, isn't here today either. There's not enough of a voice on the West Coast, and people can laugh and shrug their heads all they want while I'm speaking, but I'm not just going to roll over and not make my comments. I'm entitled to have a view on these, and we're governance. We're not operation. We don't get to demand things from organisations either. Business plans, that's for the council staff. So I would hope that we would address this properly during the annual plan phase, as mentioned by Councillor Larson, but I highly doubt it. Thank you.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. Please raise your hands and say aye if you support this.
Aye.
Please raise your hands and say against if you are against.
Against. Division, please.
Motion defeated.
Against.
Surprise, surprise.
Sorry.
Against.
Against.
Councillor Manderson,
Against.
Councillor Paniora,
For.
Councillor Vincent,
Against.
Councillor Williams, Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against. Okay, I'd like to move the following item, target rate forestry. I've made some amendments to that. In regard to the complaint that we amendments on the agenda and
Oh, move ahead. We've got other things
can
to
you
be
please
doing.
be quiet? I've given you one warning,
Move
two more
ahead.
and you're out.
We've got things to be
If
doing.
you have, that's your second warning. The comment I'd make is if you want to go back to the original amendment in the agenda, that's fine. I'm trying to make a process here where I think it'll be more fluid and it'll be more sensible with some of these suggestions we've got in here. This one here, if you could bring it up on the board, target rate for forestry. Specifically, I removed item B for 15,000. So I'm not going to discuss it yet, but I'll just show you if you can familiarise yourself with what's up on the screen. Can I have a mover? Moved it, sorry, seconder. Councillor Manderson. Okay, could you present the item, please?
Okay, so this was predominantly, there was 126, I think it was, forestry or areas that had the code FE and by valuation, by our values, and that's what we use to represent the forestry on their property. So 68% of those who currently pay the targeted rate supported changing to a hectare-based calculation. So that was quite a strong preference, and so we put forward that resolution. And obviously it's a change from what we've done in the past, which has been based on land value. And so this is putting it to hectares, and where you put land area, that's the same, just a bit more precise, so that's no issue with that. I think that, you know, we did get obviously people writing in saying it was impossible to single out just the forestry industry for the wear and tear on our roads, and they thought other industries such as dairy should also be, should have some sort of grant. They also highlighted to council that there's limitations on the data used because based on QB some years ago, breaking us identified. And we put in some dollars there, but we take to do a bit of a better identification. But one of the questions that we got was from Councillor Vincent. How would it be possible to accurately identify the precise area of forest on part of a property with enough accuracy to set a legally enforceable rate? And I've got Lani here who's going to answer that question.
So basically you're wanting to find the planted area. QV would have do have tools to identify those areas, but it would be really difficult to see on our maps what was newly planted or what's been cut down. Wouldn't be able to get that accurate. In terms of the legality of it, we can always we can set rates based on the area of land within each unit, but we would also likely get a legal opinion that it will add cost in terms of the surveyed area.
Leads us to the approach proposed by the Mayor. I just do have.
Can you have a question?
Well, it's that was the question that I asked, because I've just got a real concern, because I thought we would have to be able to define land into areas in terms of 4 decimal places to the nearest square metre to get it right, and then there's bits that would be perhaps maybe part of the farm, say, and part of the forest, but you have to make a judgment call, and then that's places for an argument. And would that be right?
So QV have advised that they'd need more guidelines from us about what was included in the portion that was planted and what wasn't, if it was roading, if it was tracks, and would need to be specific on what they would then survey in parts of those areas.
Yeah. So that was my query. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, thank you, through me. A couple of things arise here. I'm assuming it's they will have the ability to track exotic forests and not native.
So, yeah, but it would all be done mainly through mapping.
Yep. And carbon credit farms that are not planted for forestry production, but for girth of growth. How shall I put this? Would they be excluded or included?
Would be included if their category is FE, forestry exotic.
That's, yeah, so that's where the problem, so it's the larger budget for the investigation, I assume, because they'd have to declare whether they are taking carbon credits for it or whether it's for later milling production.
No, because it would, so the FE category is the highest and best use of the land.
Right.
So.
Okay, Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'm a little bit troubled by the deductibility of a lot of expenses regards forestry. They benefit mostly people that are not involved in forestry and have a tax problem that they seek to address, albeit undisguised or disguised rather, at the expense of the farm owner who doesn't have that income and therefore doesn't have the same deductibility incentive. And I think you'll find there's a lot of money going into forestry to avoid paying tax. It's leaving the tax burden on wage earners. It's not promoting sensible land use in the long run, as I see.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Paniora, you're next on the list.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is, can you please explain to me exactly where the budget is going to be spent on, who it's, yeah, how have you come up with the $80,000 figure? What is the steps that are going to be applied to that piece of work?
So we have in the proposal that the staff put up, we provided for 15,000, which is basically looking at the current 126 properties and the planted hectares, and QV would basically look at that. I don't know how they're going to do it. That's what they've given us a quote to get better data on the 126 properties that we charge. For 80,000, and that wasn't in my proposal, and the 15,000 I don't think is in the.
So 80,000 is what I'm interested in.
So I'm not sure.
So can we can just split it into in the original proposal, it was rating a whole piece of land, the whole property on whether it's covered in trees fully or not. So the $15,000 would be for us to then review what portions, split it out and review what portions are in, planted in forestry and what isn't. And then the 80,000 would be if we included other categories that weren't FE, that might be a dairy farm with a piece of forestry on it. So they're all really different options. So
sorry, I think you missed my question. The question is, what is the 80,000 being used for? So are you saying that the 15 was QV quoted, and is the 80,000 what QV has quoted for the work for other properties to be included?
yes, because I'd have to go out and review all maps across the whole district to see what has exotic forestry and what doesn't. And then it would include other people, not just 126 properties that have a FE category.
That seems, I mean, I'm probably making a statement now, but that seems outside of the ambit of what QV is able to do, because we know what the values are. What we want to know is how much of what they're doing within that property is dairy versus carbon forestry, and that's I would imagine a consultant like a tax account, an accountant or some other person. But anyway, that point aside, the second point, the second question that I have is So are we going to agree to apply the targeted rate today to properties that we yet do not know who those properties are? Because we just had an item previously that we couldn't apply a targeted rate because we didn't have a business case or we didn't have further information, but yet now here we are making a decision when we don't even know the implications for it. I mean, we don't even know who the properties are. It sounds like we don't even know how we're going to.
No, so just through the chair, so the costs that are put against this target rate relate to maintenance of the roads. They don't relate to the consultants' fees. So the 15,000 would basically, I think it just goes in as
For the motion.
just part of them.
And we should make that
Part of my motion, but it wasn't.
motion, but it's not part of
Yeah.
the table.
Yeah. It's not on the table, so all you're looking at now is approving the targeted rate to be calculated on hectares rather than land value, that's my understanding.
But how do we know who to apply the targeted rates to when we don't even know the properties that we're applying them to?
So we do know the properties there, the 126 that are currently being identified as FE. What we don't know, and we were going to get for the 15,000, was to find out how much of those properties were actually in forestry and how much was in other.
And through you, Mr Mayor, this is remember, council, that we already have a targeted rate for forestry.
Yes.
This is all we're doing here and suggesting is we're changing the way it is
Carved.
Making more accurate. Yep.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just following on from that, is there a concern that we are not capturing the optimal amount of forestry land that we could rate in this manner, i.e. is a lot of it not identified as FE, I suppose is the most simple way. And do we have a suspicion on how much that might be?
To the, they rate on the highest and best use FE category. So when they do their evaluations and they're driving along, they will be, we've tried to capture a lot of it. As staff, we tried to capture it. We see new planted, we go and check. So we've captured a lot more in this revaluation.
Okay.
But it's always going to be unknown because there's a lot of landlocked areas, you can't see everything. So.
Other than by helicopter?
Yeah.
Second.
Expensive.
Councillor Lambert.
One simple little question. This investment with mapping will more accurately give us a detailed quantity of how many FE units there are. And could I suggest that that would probably far and exceed the 80,000 that we'd spend? Would that be correct?
So I believe that we don't need the $15,000 if we just rate it on the land area of the whole unit. We only need that if we only need the 15,000 if we are selecting what part of that unit is forestry.
But we're talking now have we addressed the amendment or not?
No, you're asking.
It's not amendment.
So the 80,000 investment to accurately plot all the FE would bring a lot more hectares or square metres to the fore.
So that means they would have to go and review the whole district to see what other forestry is in there.
Councillor Vincent.
I think, yeah, I'm just wondering if the way the line of questioning is going is to remind ourselves of the scope of the question which we consulted on, which is, should we be rating by land value or should we be rating by land area on land zoned for rating purposes E. If we're looking to go beyond that, I would question, I'd just like to get some clarification from staff. Do you think there's a risk then we're actually going outside the scope of the question that we asked the community by trying to capture more properties than those that are rated as FE.
The forestry would like us to capture lots more properties, dairy included.
No, I'd like, but to me, that wasn't the question that we asked. And that's why I guess I'm coming.
But Mr Mayor, we do need to stick to the question that was asked. Consultation time to make a decision.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Coles.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, just to really clarify what's going on here. So land area versus hectares, no difference, right? By the by?
That's right.
Same thing, okay. My other question is, we currently have properties that are being targeted on the land value of their entire parcel of land, regardless of how much is planted or not.
That's right.
Right? And so now we're saying that we're going to do a target rate based on the total value of land area, regardless of whether that's planted or not.
Correct.
Total area.
Area, not the value.
I said area.
You said value.
I said value the first time. Did I not say area the second time? I said area.
That's right.
Regardless. The submissions that I read, I think a lot of the people submitting were expecting us to only be rating them on the land area that is actually planted in trees. So by not doing the $15,000, are we actually not meeting the expectations of the people that were in support of changing the target?
That's for you to answer, but that's, you won't get that further definition of area. And nor will you get for the 80,000. Data. Yes.
And
not interested in the 80,000.
The administration then to split rates account apart.
Right.
Very high.
On top of 15,000.
Start.
Okay.
Okay, councillor Larson, followed by councillor Manderson.
Thank you, your worship. Yeah, when councillor Manderson spoken, in the light of the appropriate point that councillor Vincent has raised about the scope of this motion, would it be to move on to statements?
I was just seeking clarification that I was right.
But councillor, what he wants to say, so raise that and.
Okay, I think it's probably appropriate statements, so. What I gather is it's very difficult to incorporate a process where you can make these calculations and do it cheaply. It's a complicated process and you don't know where you're going to end up. That's what I detect here. That's why I wanted to remove that cost. QV, we have to rely on them to a large degree for the valuations in our district. That's their job, even though we can disagree with them at times. So yeah, I'm happy with the motion that I've put forward. Second statement, councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think that the road usage is the key, not the passive use of the land area or some other measurement relating to it. So I think if this was somehow geared to road usage, that would be much fairer.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm just trying to digest that last comment. I'm not sure how that gets to be seconding the motion. However, I think we're in danger of overthinking it, and the simple solution is, as the alteration is made by the mayor, means that what we need to focus in on is the land rated FE by QV or not? And if it is, then just as the whole of the property was rated at the targeted rate previously by land value, under this arrangement, the whole of the property be rated by land area. And that has an equalising effect because of the similarity of productivity of cheap land and not so cheap land. So I think it was a sensible solution that we've come to.
Thank you, councillor Vincent. Any further members wish to speak? Okay, moves right of reply. I think we've covered this sufficiently. I think councillor Vincent's words were pretty wise about the fact that properties that are covered at FE are captured. And I think it's an appropriate way to move forward. All those in favour, raise their hands. Say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Division.
Motion carried. Up to the division, please. Thank you.
Four.
Councillor Larson,
Four.
councillor Matheson,
Four.
councillor Paniora,
Against.
Four.
Williams, councillor Wilson Collins.
Four. Motion carried. I'm going to go to topic 8, targeted rate Raupo A and B. As it is in the agenda, it'll be the last one we transact before we have an hour for lunch. Okay. You'd like to move that one?
Oh, yeah, you can stay here for now.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vincent, got a seconder? Do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
So Aaron Wilson Collins. Okay, reporting staff members.
So I'm hoping this will be quite, I know that 64% of the people that responded that were actually of the 271 ratepayers contributing to the Raupo District A wanted the status quo and didn't want to bear the burden of what Raupo District B were charged. The reality is there's only 5 District B's payers of 3,440, but an extremely high burden. My understanding is it's a historical error that there ever was an A and B rate, or there might have been some justification, but we can't find it at the moment. So recommendation that we put forward is that bring it to 1, and you can see on page 3, I think it shows you the changes. At the moment, you've got people that obviously if you're only got 5 people paying for 3,440, it's quite a lot of money. And if it's added to the 692,000, it's not going to make a lot of difference to it. But that's all that we're proposing there. There's one rate for A and B.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Sue. Statement, councillor Vincent.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this was one of the less controversial issues that we're dealing with today, and I think it's fairly straightforward and fairly constitutes just a tidy up. It's how the majority of the drainage district would see that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
Yeah, I think that this is a perfect example of where a minority actually can't get enough support over the line because only they're in the minority. And so, yeah, I was trying to find a quote, but I can't find it. But yeah, power veto to the majority over the rights of the minority, just found it. And I think this is a perfect example of that. So whilst consultation has split to preferred status quo at 64.3%, it's hard to base the decision on that because the majority of people aren't in the position where they're paying 2 targeted rates for the local district. So yeah, fixing up a clerical error at some stage, unless someone in the community has more information about it, I'm happy to support.
Okay. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. Movers right to reply, councillor Vincent.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried.
Division, please.
We will retire for lunch until
Division thing forward.
a division. Okay.
But you expected it by now.
councillor Howard?
Motion.
Blood sugar levels are low.
Four.
Or
No vote.
Councillor Anderson, is that an abstain?
I wasn't following it, thank you. Again, I'll abstain.
Nice to hear.
Councillor Taniero?
Or
Councillor Vincent?
Four.
Councillor Williams? Councillor Wilson Collins?
Four.
Richard?
Or,
Everybody's got.
okay, we're retired till lunch until 2 o'clock.
Jeez, 1 o'clock already.
Jesus.
Convene.
Waking up.
Thank you. The next item
Oh, that was
on the agenda is item 4.1, Kaiwaka Community Targeted Rate requested. Can we put that up on the board? I'll move the motion once it's up there.
Oh. Jonathan.
Yeah, Bob. Did someone move that?
Not yet.
The mayor's moved it on the screen at the moment.
Oh, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, who's talking to?
I am.
Hello, Sue. Hi.
For the afternoon. Right.
Way to start.
Okay, this is Kaiwaka Can, and they have requested, they want a targeted rate of between $40 to $60 for that from their community to use for building and developing new facilities. They also want to be able to give out community grants and yeah, that's primarily what their submission was about. And I've looked at it and said this is a little bit of duplication of councillors' responsibilities, and that the council gives community grants, and that Kaiwaka can obviously apply for them if they've got certain projects. And also there's a lot of projects that we're doing in Kaiwaka that, and specifically at the moment, we've got 100,000 on McLean's Park and also 586,000 allocated towards the Rangiora Road project. So my conclusion is that Kaiwaka Can's proposal duplicates some responsibilities of council, and if the group don't feel that their financial contributions are being spent in the right areas or we're not actioning maintenance, then they need to discuss it with elected members and staff.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Vincent.
Well, then, wouldn't it be that if we were to do this, we would need to consult with the community first?
Yep.
Yes.
Targeted rate.
It's, if you wanted to do it as a targeted rate, yes. Whether you think it's right, but you've also got to go through, for all of these, you've got to look at what's the need, what are they trying to do? Are we supporting a service that, what's the service we're trying to support? The service should.
I guess I'm not taking away from the point that you've made. I'm just perhaps suggesting there'd be another one to.
Oh, well, that's what, and that's what the mayor has put in.
For you, Mr Mayor, just before we go to the next questions, can I have a look at D for a second? Instructs the CE to ensure that both McLean Park and Rangiora Road Reserve works in B above. I think he means C above. Is that correct?
Why?
Yeah. It is right.
So you say B, but
Yeah.
you better think about these pretty easy, get it done, right?
Yeah, 25, 26. Before.
What's
So in the resolution, that's what the mayor's saying, is instructs the chief executive to look at consulting on the proposal the next year. What I've proposed is, I don't think we should be, that it may not be appropriate to consult on it because it doesn't make sense. Is it just duplicating council's responsibilities? I'm just asking a question before then.
The point that the chief executive has raised, I think, is correct. There's the wrong reference there at clause D should be referring to clause C. And as the seconder, I'm happy to agree that change. Whether the mover is or not, I don't know.
Yep, let's do it. You want to do it?
Well, I'm not thinking. I think we should have questions.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you. Would it set a precedent for other towns and would it be advantageous?
Oh, that's not, I mean, I haven't got an opinion on it other than I think it's duplicating responsibilities. And also it's more work by staff, having all these, if you agree to lots of different community targeted rates, It has to be managed by council. We can't just be giving out money and not managing it.
Any further questions?
Sorry, if I do have one, thank you, Mr Mayor. So just so I'm clear, so where we're heading is we note that the two projects and that's all fine. So are we noting that with the request to consult for a targeted rate, so that's from co-workers, so we need to, a representative body, sit down and talk with co-worker can. Is that's what we're saying?
Yep.
Good.
To Sue's point, she's recommending that the current request from co-worker can doesn't stack up. So with recommendation B, it's about staff going to co-worker can, working with them to see what could work. Cool. As part of the next annual plan process, and if we consult on that annual plan process, I'll consult with that community on the targeted rate.
We're noting this.
We're noting.
B is something slightly different to what I proposed.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kaiwaka Ken's a worthy cause. Something done over there. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think that it was probably a bit late coming in to get out and consult this time, but you know, there's different aspirations here, and whilst I take the staff reporting on board that we already have functions in terms of parks and reserves, what's being proposed here is something much grander than that. It's actually a whole new park development in the new part of McLean Park, which was recently gifted to council. So that's just in terms of your general maintenance and your general funding. The proposal is probably unlikely to go ahead unless there's something more locally focused, and I think that all Kaiwaka can want was to socialise that with the whole community, and a good mechanism for doing that is through a long-term plan or annual plan. It goes out to everybody to get their input, and maybe there would be an appetite for a targeted rate for a specific purpose for a period of time. We don't know that, and I think that's all they want to achieve. And I think that this motion here now is put up allows that conversation to be had, to actually sit down with them and say, well, how would this work? With a bit more time available. So, like July, get on with it, see where we land. Thank you.
Any elected members, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
Just to follow on from Councillor Larson's comments, I think that there's, for the enthusiastic team at Kaiwaka Can and other members of that community that I've had the pleasure to meet, I think that there's a real opportunity for us to work closely with them, and I say us as the collective. We're already working on a couple of things quite regularly for them, and the enthusiasm is there, and maybe working together can help flash out the right strategies, which of course is where we're heading and what we need to do to help them in the optimal way. So, you know, I'm all for this revision.
Okay. Anyone else wish to make a statement? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Councillor Larson and Councillor. It's unfortunate that it came too late to be included, but I think that, you know, this will be a good way forward if we can have closer dialogue with them and then perhaps move something through the plan process to assist their aspirations.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In those discussions, I think there is a role for, we're anticipating the discussions to be held, a role for our community advisors to assist with tapping into external sources of funding and assisting preparation of applications with external funding to help. Again, this is an area where we, and I think that most, if we're looking for the next person to be employed in a new role at council, should be a community advisor type person who can actually help with leveraging the enthusiasm and the commitment of local groups and getting them aligned with external funding agencies, say like Foundation North and other charities. And we had a presentation yesterday about the uncollected proceeds of gambling that we should be doing a better job of hoovering up to the benefit of our local communities. So that is a role, I think, for council to assist with this, rather than another impulse on our ratepayers.
Anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay, maybe try to reply. Oh, I mean, I've had several meetings with this organisation and pretty active, and they've produced some good concept plans themselves. And you have to remember too that Kaiwaka district's our second, not district, sorry, the Kaiwaka community is one of our second fastest growing communities within our district. So they have a need there, and it's nice to see that localism's working and they wish to take hold of those future requirements by the throat themselves and advance them, and I think it's a good thing that we talk to them. Okay, all those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried, thank you. Okay, the next on our agenda is 4.2 Rural and Dargaville CTV split rate. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, have you put that in? Who's that? Have a seconder?
Okay.
Councillor Lambeth. Sorry, that, his hand up first. Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so this is about CCTV. For the past 3 years, the residents of Ruai and Dargaville and on the mapped area for CCTV have been paying a rate of $10.35 or thereabouts. Ruai Promotions and Development Group approached the council and want to manage their own monies going forward rather than having the Dargaville DCBD managing it. So I've gone back to the original accounts that the Dargaville DCDB gave me, pulled out what was Ruai, what was Dargaville expenditure, and found that the Ruai, if they were to pay for all the expenditure that was allocated to them, it meant the rate would have to go up to $28, which isn't what we're consulting on. So I propose that we leave the rate in Ruai at $10.35 per ratepayer, and the Dargaville rate falls to $7.70 to pay for their maintenance, because there's more people in the Dargaville area.
Can I ask a question there, Sue? I think we've got buy-in from both groups there.
I think Ruai would have been disappointed because they came to me and wanted us to rate at the $28. Because they believed they were going to have $12,000 worth of expenditure each year, although in the past 3 years they'd only had about $1,500. But obviously maintenance goes up as in time in replacements. But with the Dargaville DCBD, I think they did say that they were happy with the split going forward.
Okay, Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, can we just have some further clarification on that point? Did this recommendation go back to both parties? They were happy with it, or?
I sent them all a copy of as I did with everyone, I sent a copy of what I was recommending, so they understood. My understanding is that the DCDB got in contact with the chief executive and told him that they thought that was fine. But that Ruai, they had sent me an invoice for 12,000, or got costs gone out there and told me they wanted to rate for costs of 12,000, but when I worked it out, that was going to be $28. We hadn't consulted on that.
Right.
So that was a problem. They came back with far more money than they were actually collecting for their area.
Yeah.
And they hadn't actually expensed in the previous 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Forgive me if I'm wrong here, Sue, but when the representative from the Ruai RDPG came and presented at submissions, did he not say that they had not been receiving their fair amount of money from the targeted rate that was already in place? That was part of their problem?
That was an issue for them, but I think for every invoice they had, it had been reimbursed by the DCDB, and the DCDB had taken quite a lot of time with actually helping them installing the CCTV. So they may not have given them any money for the purchase of it because that was raised independently, but they did help where my understanding was that the CCTV had to be connected to the local constable's house, and so there was quite a lot of organisation there. I understand that the DCDB sent out to all councillors around about Christmas time as a result of the Ruai group presenting to council a list of all the work that they'd done on their behalf. So there might have been work that wasn't exactly invoicing that was done on their behalf.
Okay, I mean, so that comes across, that's, you know, and I totally understand and accept what you say, but I mean, I thought it was quite clear from the Speaker for Ruai that they were wanting the balance of money that was collected for them, wanted to have that. And I thought that they were wanting to be more independently operating.
So this gives them independence. We'll be paying a certain amount through to Dargaville and a certain amount through to Ruai in the future, so from the 1st of July. But up until that date, if they want a share of the past, they have to go and
They have to go and get
DB.
Okay.
This does not rectify that because we're not getting involved in squabbling.
Okay, thank you. No, that's cool.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just to clarify, it's a very clear report, but I just want to make sure I've got this right because it's a pretty delicate situation. The Ruai group hasn't been receiving funds that have been collected.
No, they don't receive it directly. It goes to the DCDB and then they apply when they get an invoice for the money to be reimbursed that they have to obviously spend.
And when Willie Paniora presented to us, that arrangement wasn't working out.
They felt it wasn't because they weren't getting their share.
So, sorry, I'm broke for lunch and I'm falling asleep. My brain's not working. So the amount of money that the DCDB will collect for Dargaville will remain the same, 40,199.
Right.
The amount collected for Ruai actually decreases because there was some cross subsidisation by the looks.
That's right, there has been.
All right, okay.
Well, cross subsidisation, but they weren't getting their money.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, they're going to be better off because they'll actually have some money.
Yes.
And then further issues can be ironed through with following future LTPs.
I'm sure that both of them will put in for, and what I've said to the groups is, look, this is this LTP. I'll be looking at your annual reports over the next 3 years, and we won't look at an increase for 3 years because it becomes too problematic.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you for me. So would it be fair to say that with the local constable who was the driver behind this being away on secondment for 18 months, some things have been lost in translation between the parties and this will be clearing it up now?
I didn't know that he was away for 18 months.
Yes.
Look, I'm just going on the facts. No, trying to come up with a solution. They both probably aren't happy, but it's probably the right solution.
In light of that, would that clarify a few things on the anomalies between
potentially, I don't know what the anomaly, I haven't gone into the back history, I'm not interested.
No.
Just interested in the working way.
Yeah,
Okay, one more question.
one last one. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just carrying on from that, so that what we've got is future-proof. I mean, and I'm presuming that it is future-proof for Dargaville. Is it going to be future-proofed for Ruawai? And ultimately, are we going to need the Ruawai community to apply for potentially an increased targeted rate?
Through the chair, so they may well want to apply because the costs will get more, because they have to replace some of the cameras. The same will happen for Dargaville, but then I think there's an expectation of council that they've got to start fundraising on their own as well. Yep. And to get some, and look, Ruawai have been really successful, and I'm not sure about Dargaville because I don't know the history there, but yeah, we have already had some increases proposed by Dargaville, but I've said no, we're just working on figures we've got at the moment.
So I guess my final request would be is that we clearly as council have the open dialogues with both groups so that they're clear about what they need to do to move forward. I know.
Yeah, so we'll give them the money, that'll help them move forward. They have to look at how much they need, what the shortfall is, and in 3 years' time, they'll be back for more, and we can look at that time.
Okay, yep.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Statement, Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a tricky situation. There is a lot of history behind it. There's a lot of toing and froing. And I appreciate, Sue coming to us with a intermediate solution that works as best as it can for the two organisations. I can see why the DCDB would be okay with it, and the Ruawai Promotion Society are possibly not quite, we're not quite there, but at least in this iteration, the money will be going directly to the organisations who are maintaining the camera network, and things can be looked at in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, Ruawai have done extremely well amongst the businesses there, and it's driven by Councillor Paniora. When he gave his presentation, he had only been Constable, that's what I said, didn't I?
Councillor.
Sorry, Constable Paniora. He had only just been back in the country for a few days, so he was trying to fit together everything. I am certain that they will continue to fundraise and carry on with that, but this will keep the operating expenses going. We must be reminded of all things, this has caused a dramatic decline in crime within both areas, and it has made both business districts, if I could say that, if that's appropriate for Ruawai and Dargaville, being very small, but much more palatable and safer at night. So it's a good thing, this.
Thank you. Any other elected? Councillor Vincent.
Firstly, I need to, I think, give something of an apology publicly to Sue, because I think, as I have been involved in a number of this local groups meetings at time and intervened in the discussion, I think I might have served to muddy the waters rather than clarify things, in which I tried to make them with the concept of a sustainable funding where you take into account the cost of renewals, not just the day-to-day operating costs. And I think that's something that's factored in terms of knowing that there are cameras that have a life of, say, 5 to 8 years and so on, and wanting to keep that going. But so I apologise to the world staff member as far as that goes. Yes, they won't be happy with the dollar amount, but I think it provides greater clarity because they had tried unsuccessfully to get the detailed financial situation from Dargaville
DCDB.
And so this is one way of getting that clear. So that's a positive step. And the other thing I guess I would add is a repeat of the statement I made regarding Kairoka Can, is that this is where the council can assist rather than by expecting more ratepayers' money to be coming in, see if we can support these community groups to get access to external funding because the council doesn't have to pay for, and the rate, and I mean, by the council, I mean, the ratepayers don't have to pay for. So that's my other endorsement of things. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Move to Carrot Solaire and Wilson Collins' right of reply.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, let's have a vote on this. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. We move on to rating capital value, rating instead of land value system 4.3 on. I've made some slight changes and only for clarity, that's pretty much the same, but can you put that up on the board, please, Kelly? So it notes that submitters have requested that council review the valuation system that allocates the general rates, land versus capital value, and B, instructs the chief executive to review the valuation system that allocates the general rates, to analyse the rates burden and to provide funding of $25,000 to progress this for consultation through the 25-26 annual plan. So I've moved that. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah.
I had my hand up through the whole thing.
Ladies before gentlemen, I'll take the seconder as Wilson Collins.
Yeah.
Standing ground.
Basically, we had submissions primarily from Mangawhai Matters and their supporters wanting us to introduce a capital value system. Most councils have moved to the capital value system, and council actually looked at it in October 2023, but the view was at the time that introduction of the system would mean that lower value properties were not paying a reasonable amount for the services they received, and staff were directed to look first at targeted rates. And also at the time, it's better to review if you're moving to a different system, to do so without a revaluation occurring on the same time, because that really does tend to muddy the waters. So we're agreeing that it does need a lot of analysis, consultation, and should be started early. And that we need to look at the district's growing. We need to look at which system is fair in the future. We're going to need someone to help us with this. So we've provided for some consultation advice at 25,000. And we'll look to get a legal opinion about changing it at the in the 25-26 annual plan. If we can actually do that, should council and the community decide that is what they want to do, but certainly we can do the consultation this year. So no issue with that. And differential will obviously be examined at the process.
Any questions of Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins?
Thank you, Sue. Most councils have moved to a capital value system. Are they fully capital value, or are there some councils that do a mixed rating system?
I'm not the specialist in it. I just know that most either do one or the other.
Okay.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just clarifying the consultation process. So that's in the year we're just about to enter upon. I haven't got the words up there on the screen. So if we weren't doing that, would we still need to go through a significant consultation process for year one of our 3-year long-term plan? Annual plan?
So what I'm proposing is that we do this in this new year coming, but we may you may not have the outcome of it until year 3, but we'll look at that. We may be able to implement it in year 1. But first of all, the council's got to look at and decide, well, do they want to actually want it and go out to consultation? So there's a whole process.
That's what I was getting at, that if we weren't doing that in the next 12 months, had this on the cards, then would we have a simpler, more truncated consultation process regarding I suppose it would be in effect year 2 of the
potentially, but you can still do it in year 1.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that, and very possibly we'll be doing a review of our development contributions policy same time.
That's right.
So there was there's a justification then for doing that in the next financial year to go to the trouble of the full consultation process as though we were having a mini LTP.
Some of the things you've talked about today might be part of it anyway, because you've already said you want me to look at museums. Time I add up, if they come back and they want a substantial amount, that'll be something we have to go out and consult on. So normally, just for everyone, we don't, we've been very fortunate. We haven't been out to consultation on our annual plan. And generally, an annual plan that's amended between LTPs, you have to have it audited because it's an LTP amendment. But fortunately for our council, because we didn't have an audited, we're not having an audited LTP, it means any amendment doesn't have to be audited. So it's not as much a burden as it can be, because that is a lot of work doing that. So, yes.
I think I've got a clearer handle on things now. Thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
Through the Mayor. The review of the valuation system, would this also include looking at the history of other councils which have changed from a land value to capital value, seeing what's happened with their central business districts and the history of that?
Can do. I'm not a specialist, but we can ask about what happens to the business districts.
I think with any sort of study that we do, we've got to see if others have gone before us and central business districts are failing now because of this change, we've got to know and study that effect. But I welcome a comprehensive study on it, because it is critical, I think.
Yep. Further questions? Okay, let's go to statement. Yeah, look, I'm supportive of, very supportive, that's why I've moved this motion. I'm very supportive of investigating the other system that most councils in New Zealand use to see if we can land at a fairer, more equitable rating system. Noting that whenever we've had a workshop on this, if the end result is no system is completely fair, that we want to get the best one we can. Okay. Second is statement, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. And now that we can look at this different rating system to see how it reflects with our district. I don't know who the 80% of councils are that have moved to a capital value system, whether they are predominantly urban, predominantly rural, or a mix, because there will be, as we have seen with our little exercise with the differential targeted rate, there are a lot of factors that can change who's paying what rates. But I think it is worth investigating. I think it's worth looking at, and I'd really be interested to know if you can use a mix, because as the concerns have been raised with, say a central business district, you might end up with a very nice fancy building in town, ending up getting rated when there's a struggling business actually trying to function within it. So if mixed is actually an option, then maybe it's a way of actually isolating some types of properties that can be either, to work out the fairest possible solution. I agree with the comment that none of it's fair. Rates suck, and you can put me on record for saying that. So yeah, but I appreciate that the staff can look at this now when we're not having to deal with a revaluation at the same time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say that I think that this is timely to have a review on where we would sit, on the different models. I was originally quite opposed to any changes, but after being provided with a couple of facts and statistics around some properties that are not that are actually paying a lot less, but are multi-million-dollar businesses, then I think that we really do need to have a better look at it. The only thing that I'm mindful about going forward is where we do all of this work and then we start to carve out exceptions for the very people that should be paying more. That's just going to create an unfairness. So that's something I'll be mindful of and keeping a lookout, but I'm really enthusiastic about seeing the results of this bit of work. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Lambeth.
Yes, it's one of those things which needs a lot of research. We have the situation where we have multi-million-dollar corporate companies like the supermarkets, like the hardware stores, which are paying the same amount because of land value as somebody else next to them, where they should be, in the view of some people, they should be paying a lot more. On the flip side of it, if we go to a capital value, then one of the most profitable businesses in the country at present is storage facilities, and they'll be paying next to nothing because none of their buildings are permanent. So nothing ever is going to be perfect, and we may need to really research a hybrid system to work things out, but we've just got to be careful that we don't throw one out with the other. Capital will encourage land banking. There'll be no incentive for that person to develop their land. It will have an effect on commercial properties because all the rates are then targeted back to the tenant and they have to pay the full rate amount. And it will encourage illegal building. So it's not on the council records because that will affect the capital value. So all of these things need to be considered and carefully looked at. On the other side of things, some land values are dramatically, and we've seen this just in the recent QV figures, have been dramatically bumped up beyond all recognition, which is affecting people. So the study has got to be comprehensive. I would like to see, like I said before, a study on what councils have changed and how it's affected different businesses and commercial centres. I'd also like to see some form of hybrid system investigated, whether that be a fairer system. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The seconder to the motion used the term rating system. Now, I'll use that to reintroduce the question that I didn't get to ask, even though I recirculated it. So I'll make this as a statement. It seems to me what we're looking at is a review of the rating system, which would include the role of the unit man in charge, as well as targeted rates as a complete package, because the effect of capital value rating could well be moderated by how we approach those other factors. So that's what I was trying to say. Is I'm certainly keen. I'm in agreement with Councillor Paniora that we should look forward to what this information, this review might pull out that we can see and make future decisions on. But I do ask that we also don't consider it in isolation, that we consider it with the role of the unit man in charge and the and possible targeted rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay. Councillor Williams. If you need a bigger hand.
Yeah, I just want to say that, yeah, I support this and I think the time is right, and I do agree that it needs to be comprehensive, and, you know, we have to look at a lot of different areas to get to the right model for our council, but I think this will be a good thing to do.
Thank you. Did you want to say?
No, thanks.
Okay. I think everything's been covered reasonably well. I've got nothing else to add. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand. Say aye.
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 Motion carried.
That was two.
Not the first one.
No, we have one before.
Stay one bridge, Tony.
Portable. So I'll be moving this when it put up the board. There's a couple of few changes in here as well.
Excuse me, is there not another motion? Is there not another item before that?
Okay.
I think it is.
4.4 would work.
Right. Just at 4.3.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
I think there was a QV one.
After.
Oh,
The next one.
Can't wait.
Can you blow that up too? People have a look at it.
We might have to, I'll keep it on the page, Mr. Mayor, so,
Yeah, okay.
and then just scroll down. Sorry, Kelly.
I think there's a typo here and
Typo.
increase of on average, say 11% in the original.
It's at all costs.
Three. You know, so if you uncross it out, Kelly, I think increase of around 11% to the original staff recommendation. On A.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
It is around 11% there.
We'll just get that tweaked for you.
Yeah.
You can do it on the Word document, perhaps.
Can I say nine? Or can I say nine?
It's that's what we're suggesting it's going to be.
Okay.
Can you please put that back up on the,
Yeah, excuse me, councillor Paneroy, we will. We'll just get that tweaked and then we'll.
But that was an uneditable version, just getting
Unedited.
an editable. Editable.
Edible. And Mr. Mayor, just signalling just before 3 o'clock, we'll need to do an extension of meeting recommendation as well. So
Okay.
going since 9.
Yeah.
Vote against it.
You can, but you can come back tomorrow.
Can we adjourn it anyway, we?
Thank you, Kelly, that's good. Council, so obviously with the editing and trying to get the documents correct, we lose the track changes a little bit there.
Yeah.
So we're going to give you some time to work it through. Mr. Mayor, you might want to talk through your changes to, well, I'll see what Sally can do.
Okay, particularly, I referred to it this morning. My desire to instruct the chief executive identify to council savings and operational costs, including employee costs of at least 500,000 to take effect in the 2025-26 financial year. Savings should not include functions or services required by legislation nor identified as priorities by council. What else did we put in there?
Talking about the UAGC.
The other item there is agrees to set the uniform annual general charge at the maximum level allowable under the Local Government Rating Act 2002.
So, Mr. Mayor, you've moved that. Do you?
I'm happy to second that. Yep.
Okay.
Let's see, talk to. Yeah.
So this doesn't include any changes on this year, I mean, apart from, so what I've done is, start again. So the resolution encompasses basically the meeting we had on May the 1st. And what you've asked is to look at in the next year, further reductions of up to $500,000. But you haven't asked for any other changes on top of what I put in my recommendation, apart from utilising the UAGC to the maximum. And we'll try and bring that back to you because that's one thing, once you've done all the calculations, that's the last thing you do. So we'll try and bring back the UAGC so you can understand what's happening there. The main submissions that came through were the fact that of unaffordability, and there were lots of suggestions as to how we should, that we should be bringing them down. And we also had a submission from Mangawhai Matters about having a specific storm resilience rate. But what I found is looking at this year, and as we're coming to the close of the year, that we've rated for employee costs, not only in this year, but in last year, that we and they can be used to offset the one-off costs, plus the interest that we received on capital projects that haven't been delivered. So that would basically take care of the one-off, most of the one-off costs. We had a submission, and that will actually reduce, if we do that, that will reduce the rates increases, because we had provided for a lot of that to be funded by, or 38%, I think most of it was funded, 62%, some of it was 82% by NZTA, this Cyclone Gabrielle. The other things that came through where we were using the wrong growth figures, but we're actually using what we think is still quite logical. And to date, the 10 months is 138 lots that has been developed, and we're providing for 170 rateable properties being lots being created in the subsequent years. People talked about funding of roading to be reduced, and that's will be discussed in a future paper on roading this afternoon. And then one of the big things has obviously been the carryover capital works, because there has been $23.7 million of projects that will be carried over from this year to next year, which primarily most of those are the ones that have been carried by debt, because we've tried to complete all the externally funded projects. And so that means our debt levels start off at a lesser start. And for the first year, that's going to reduce our debt quite substantially. However, over the 3 years, it's basically been phased in over the next 3 years, primarily in year one. I don't think there's anything else I can really tell you, but I think we have progressed quite a bit from the meeting we had where you adopted the consultation document, and we've done quite a number of things that have been recorded in this resolution to reduce the rates.
Thank you, Sue. Just before we take questions, I need to put a motion. I'll move it that we extend the time of the meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favour say aye. Done. Okay, first question up there was from Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
My question was just what you just did. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Paniora.
Thank you through the chair. Sorry, I still can't see that document that you were sharing. But so the first question that I have is, what's the differentiation between E and F? Is it that that E is a guaranteed reduction, whereas F is still in the information gathering stages?
So through the chair, my interpretation of that is that D and E are reductions that we found.
Sorry, D and F.
D and F, okay, but what I'm saying is D and E are reductions that we brought to council on May the 1st to have a discussion on. And F is actually not to do with this financial year, but to do with reducing future financial years, which we won't look at until the 25-26 year. That's my interpretation. But F doesn't actually impact this financial year. Does that help you?
Yes, and my second question is, and I'm guessing it's in relation to F because it was the $500,000 figure that was floated around. And this might be for the mayor to answer, what was the reference to Māori and being in line with the what was required under legislation? Because I can't see that reference there. Can you elaborate, Sue, or
No,
maybe Jason, perhaps?
I can't, so.
No, it's not in this resolution, so I won't be talking to it, thank you.
But was it, no,
Next
what I,
question. No, it's not in relation to this. Any further questions?
you're not, sorry, Sue, can you answer my, can
No,
someone
I'm
answer my
I'm
question?
not answering the questions. I don't need to. I've already made a statement this morning. It's quite clear. Any
Well,
further
can Sue
questions?
answer my question then? I'm not asking you anymore.
no, I haven't put anything about that in my paper and I don't know what, yeah,
You're not sure what that's in reference to? Is
no.
it in reference to F or?
All I said this morning was I was treating the district equitably. That's the end of it. Yeah, next question, please, councillor Vincent.
Yeah, my question, Sue, is what the hell? This maximising the GUAC, was that ever part of our draft LTP consultation process?
So through the chair, that's not part of my proposal. That is an amendment put forward by the mayor and we can look at that anyway. We'll be looking at that anyway as a council. So UAGC is always the last thing you look at because you have to legally look at, are you the maximum or not?
Specific.
Yes. So we can come back to, we'll try and work out how we actually, that particular part, come back to you.
I just was wondering about the scale of significance of this thing because I suspect that what it can lead to is that poor people will get to pay more.
You're exactly right. Those with low valued properties are paying more with, and it's what you'll also note that on that paper, I think it's on that paper, no, it was on the paper to do with the district libraries, where we are about targeted rates. We, as a council to date, we haven't had that many targeted rates and most councils have a lot more. So, because if you go to a capital value system, then you want to make sure that at least all properties, low valued or high valued, are providing for a portion of costs. They're paying a proportion of costs.
Well, so I guess what that's leading to is the change to maximise the GUAC. Is that significant?
Could be, but we'll be bringing that back, obviously, to council.
Well,
okay.
But if it's significant, shouldn't we have consulted on it?
I don't know that it's going to be significant in terms, that's what we've got to do is work out, because we were about 270, yeah, when we initially looked at it, we weren't that far off. We might have been $100 away from the maximum.
And of course, we won't know the number until we get to the
To do everything else.
total gross amount and then percentage of that. But in terms of the implications in dollars for individuals, it could be.
Could be, and we will comment on it when we bring the paper back.
How are we able to deal with that and make a decision now about accepting maximum GUAC if we don't know what the implications are and don't know whether or not it's actually significant within the meaning of our significance policy?
I didn't put it in my recommendation, but it is a good question.
Thanks.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Sue. I'm sure everyone in the room is critically aware of Section 21 of the Local Government Rating Act 2002, which sets that 30% threshold. And I guess my question in relation to that is it possible, in fact, that we may have to bring our UAGC down now that we've made decisions to put in place a uniform rate across the district for parks and libraries? And in fact, we don't know where we land with all of these matters until we've crunched the numbers.
You are correct. Yes.
And so then if we end up in a situation where we can't do something because of statute and we've made a decision, then statute would trump that and we would have to address it, and we still have time to do that. Is that not correct?
We will have time to address it because we'll have fixed the costs and all we're looking at is how we share them.
Thank you.
Vincent, did you want to add to that?
No, I'm pretty done actually.
Councillor.
I'm just kind of overwhelmed with these large, significant wholesale changes with no notice. We've gone through an 18-month process consultation with our communities, our long-term plan, and we get to this day and then find out something of that significance is laid at our feet and saying, give it a good old tick. I mean, yeah, I'm not impressed. That is my statement.
And so, Howard, have you got a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to clarify that on page 2 of this particular document, or page 66 overall, Mangawhai Matters don't believe you can add 23.7 million of carryover capital works to 24-25 and complete all the projects. But for clarity, as I understand it, we've got about $11 million worth carried over into this 24-25 year, and then the balance planned for the following year. Is that correct?
I think I had it in the, what we had. So in the year, so we carried 16 million from 21-22 into the following year, then 28.8 million the following year into 22-23. And now in this year, we're carrying 23 million over. So what they're saying is they don't think we've got a good record of completing projects, and which is correct based on that. But the GM infrastructure has looked at the carryovers and believes that they've got more definition of the projects deliver by each June in the projects we've got listed.
Okay, I thought that it had been split over 2 years.
Not much, no. Most of it goes in the first year. So I think I do have those figures. So what? So year 1 goes from 39 million to 66 million. Year 2 was 47 million. That's down to 45. And year 3 was 53 and 64. And there will be some changes because you've made some changes today.
Yeah.
But most of the carry forwards are still thought to be completed in year 1.
Mayor, through you, if I may, do you mind if I just jump in here? I think I need to address F to give council some input in that space. Bear with me, I'm just struggling to see the one on the screen. So this is where you're asking the CE to identify operational savings, including employee costs of at least 500,000 to take effect in the 25-26 year. Just want to point out that's year 2 of this LTP, okay? So we'll be going through an annual plan process as part of that. You will know, you directed me to save 1.5 million in year 1 of this annual plan, of the LTP. I did a full organisation review and restructure with 2 periods of consultation through that period, which has taken a grand total of about 6 months to work through. I have achieved that $1.5 million worth of savings. That is a significant amount for our council, and in fact, it is 8% on the salaries budget, which is higher than central government's been asked to do. Okay? So you'll recall at the start of that process, I'll let you know that as a council, we are not an outlier as far as the number of staff operating here, and we have to do all the work a big council does with the amount of people that we have in the council. So there we are for this year 1 of the LTP. I signalled to the staff that there are 2 areas still to be looked at, so we will do that. There's 2 small areas, but I'm pretty confident we will have an organisation that'll be lean as we are. So moving ahead now to your recommendation that's on the table at the moment, you're talking about year 2 of the LTP, the 25-26 annual plan. I'm encouraged by the fact that it talks about operational costs, OPEX effectively. And it does mention staff costs, but I just want to give you expectations about what I've just gone through and what our organisation has gone through. And it's tough on our people who do live in this community and work in this community and play in this community. So I just want you to bear that in mind. But we will look through the OPEX side of the business part of their next annual plan process. I just want to indicate and signal to you now that is primarily going to be around OPEX. And I'm going to try and minimise any impact on our staff, given what we've gone through in the last 6 to 8 months. The other thing I want to say here is, if any other unbudgeted costs come from council in this space, then, you know, I will need to take that off the money you're trying for me to save as well. So I just want to make those points. Thank you very much.
Okay, where are we at now? Any further questions?
So I do, can we scroll back up to A or B, please? B. So just to be absolutely clear, what the ramifications are with this, and it follows on from councillor Vincent, agrees to set the uniform AG annual general charge at the maximum level. Now, as we know, that ceiling is 30%. If we, that's suggesting that we want to move potentially up, but we don't know how much it was, but we're setting that guideline is that we're going to push it up to the maximum. I don't know that I'm 100% comfortable with that, but I think to Councillor Vincent's point, it's a matter of how much it might be. And I accept that with the $269 on the targeted rate that we talked about, it may come down. As I understood it, we were pretty close, and I thought closer than $100 to that maximum now. That's my question.
Yes, we were pretty close, and I think it was like $50 to $70, but you've changed a lot of the other costs. So, and we haven't put them through all the modelling because there's been so much change proposed, even as late as this morning with the extra 700,000, we're suddenly having to, $1 million we're having to put in as debt. So we haven't run all the calculations. We've waited till the end, and then there's been a few surprises. So we'll take those all into account.
Clarification. Thanks.
Other questions? So, well, affordable rates is where we're trying to get down to. So we're sitting at what we think is 11%, but we're still looking to go lower. And affordable rates is something that is probably the most talked about issue for the LTP. Second is statement, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I note that at point A there, we're talking about at around 11, once calculations have been made, but that's not taking into account subsequent changes that are being made there. And so until we crunch the numbers, we won't know exactly where we're landing. I think that's one of the major drivers that we've got from our submitters is rates affordability. So I think we're doing everything to try and make the ship as lean and efficient as we can. And we're certainly taking any steps to achieve that. So I think we'll carry on. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Okay, what is your amendment?
I'd like to remove B. Then we'll need to scroll down to get the rest of my amendment. You should get that checked out.
Might go to the chiropractor.
Good. He's a good friend of mine. I'll get him to take good care of you.
What form would he come back in? Oh, the box, yeah. It's a Herman Munster.
Okay.
Remove B.
Oh, yeah, but without seeing I can't, sorry. So we'll just take our time if that's okay. Oh yeah, remove J, yep. I can still work with the lettering, it's okay. You can fix it up later. And then if you scroll down,
If under M, you could remove including employee costs. If I could ask for a second.
I can second.
Doesn't believe. She said remove costs.
So, no, what she said, so what she said is removing the original B.
Right, yeah.
Right, and then under this one, including costs.
It should take it to 3 weeks. Okay, so you've got a seconder, which is councillor Paniora.
Yeah.
Let's speak to that.
Yep.
Yep, Amoeba can speak to that.
Oh, great. Gosh. What should I say? Still not completely happy, but I'm trying to perhaps find a middle ground. I cannot make a decision on something I don't have information on. So that's why I've removed B. I'm not against charging the full UAGC, but without having the information in front of me, I'm not going to commit to that. That's a decision we can make after the numbers have been crunched. And I've removed a further reduction of employee costs of up to $500,000, and simply because I think I have a understanding of how to run an organisation, and having been through a massive restructure this year, asking for another restructure within 12 months is diabolical. And not only is the well-being of the staff affected, but the functionality of the organisation is affected. I don't know if fellow elected members truly understand that for some time now, not just because of the requests of elected members to reduce staff costs, but simply because of the place the organisation has been in, of a time of uncertainty, with a change of council, with the central government reforms, and all sorts of outward looking in factors. The organisation itself has been running on the bare bones of its arse, quite frankly, as far as staff goes. And so to then ask for a further reduction of staff just doesn't make any sense. I'm not quite sure how you want to run an effective and efficient council that also has a reduction of consultants' fees when you've got staff that are working really, really hard, just trying to keep the place going. So I think that request is out of touch. It's short-sighted, and that's why I've removed it. The rest of the motion there, I don't entirely agree with everything anyway, but I don't need to go into chapter and verse because it's unlikely that I'll get this through and I'll be able to talk again to the substantive motion. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Get the second, Councillor Paniora.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, I actually wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments and comments that have just been said. I think it's a really uncertain time for all, and having to worry about their jobs all over again is just unnecessary. We've heard from Jason and others around it's probably not, it's going to be operational, and that hopefully, the staff are already lean right now, and so that should just go out of the equation, and other cost reductions will have to be looked at without turning attention to staff. And I'm just very disappointed in this process. It's so frustrating to be time and time again given all of these different motions that are on the table without any type of information whatsoever or ability to really have a think about it. I think that when we had our professional development, we talked about a no surprises policy, but that's just has not been followed at all. I couldn't even count the number of motions that were there. I think there were 7. And those were really big ticket items with no paper presented, no information around it, and actually a reluctance to even comment further when questions have been asked around comments made that something to do with Māori. I'll have to go back on the footage and have a real listen to that statement, and it was to do with the 500,000. So that needs to come out, the bit about staff, and that motion needs to come right out of there, given some of the comments that are being made. And yeah, so I'm all for this. If this amendment to the substantive motion fails, then it's pretty clear that this is a calculated targeting of staff further, and is going to be a real worry. Thank you.
Other members? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just going back to that item that has been removed about the UAGC, as I understand it, and I could well be wrong, that if a UAGC is increased, it doesn't affect the overall rates increase. Is that correct?
It does affect, it has an effect on the individual rates. And that effect
doesn't affect the overall though, because there's a threshold.
It doesn't affect the rates that you collect.
It is a statement time. However, it's up to you. If you have questions, Sue can come back and answer.
Yeah, Sue, if you could.
Sorry to ask a question. I thought it was.
So the UAGC basically is one way of allocating general rates. Then the balance is, under our current system, is allocated by way, well, there's a differential, but it's allocated by way of land valuation. Okay, so if you were to increase the UAGC, which means that it's a per property amount, then obviously there's less going to the general rate.
Okay, thank you. And second point, if I may, please, Mr Mayor, on the matter of the change now to item E, I remind council that we've seen in our time a level of underspend on staff employee budgets by up to at times $1.3 million on an annual basis. Now there are various reasons, good reasons for that. You know, positions come up where we can't employ people, can't find people. So I mean, I think that certainly, I mean, I could live with the operational side of it, but I don't think that we need to get too concerned. I appreciate what the CE has done in terms of delivering a decrease in staff costs. I still would take issue that I don't think that we necessarily dictated 1.5 million. It might be interpreted that. Well, I don't think we do. And in fact, I was involved in that conversation originally, and we used a figure of, I think, approximately 1.3 million. But nevertheless, it's been done and very good. Thank you, Jason. I think, though, that at the end of the day, it's right that we continue to review our costs. And, you know, I could say across the board. I don't think we should just go through this big exercise that we have been. And let's face it, we've come an awful long way. I think that the original for this year or for next year was at about 31%, right? And so we've weeded out all sorts of stuff, and it's been hard, and totally appreciate how hard it's been for some. So that's not the end of the story, though. Just doing it now, it's an ongoing thing, and if we have room to reduce our costs overall, well, we should take that opportunity. It's for our ratepayers. So, you know, I don't think that the CE or anybody should feel threatened by this. I think that that's a sensible business practice for council to be continuing to look at their costs.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, there are two points here as we're speaking to this amendment. And the first one is the UAGC issue. I mean, I know that we don't have exact numbers because we've still got to go through and rerun the numbers. We don't have exact numbers for anything, whether it's the UAGC or the exact average rates increase or whatever metric you want to use. But I can do some rudimentary maths around it. And I've been told in the room that we had about $100 worth of headroom in our 30% threshold previously. And I've also learned from our decisions today that we're allocating something like about $200 and something per property towards a uniform rate for in libraries. So I can kind of do the maths there and go, well, actually, it sounds like our UAGC may well actually come down, not go up. And all that using the legislative threshold does is even things across everybody and makes it fairer. It's paying for all those core services of council, whether you're using them. And so I think that ought to stay in there, and that is the first reason why I'm voting against this amendment. The second point is about finding greater efficiencies in our expenditure. And we've just heard from our chief executive, and he said that he has been through this too, and there are still a couple of areas of the organisation that they want to do further review on. Not only that, in terms of changing our roading operating model, we may find that there are in fact efficiencies in that area as well. So why would we not go ahead into the next year? We're not doing it now. It'll happen through our annual plan next year, next financial year, and actually see if we can find savings and efficiencies. That's a healthy way that anyone would normally approach a business. It's very sound business practice. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, firstly, seems that the performance of a three-legged stool, you can have quality, quantity, timeliness of the three legs of the stool. And if you reduce your capacity, then you're going to affect one or more of those legs and run yourself a bit short. So I don't see how the amendment proposed would prevent ongoing review of operational costs. Those are still there. It's just that the explicit reference to staff, I think, sends the wrong signal in terms of an appreciation of what our people are doing. And as far as the issue of the GUAC is concerned, there is the practice of it. It may be for practical purposes, it makes no difference, but it's the principle of it that really concerns me, because I'd like to think I'm an advocate for democracy. And Mr. Mayor, I have to say, this is something of a travesty. The process that you have embarked upon this afternoon and this morning was making modifications to the reports, recommendations that we have briefed ourselves on to be able to consider this. We do not know what the implications of what you're proposing are. And to me, it's not democracy, it's having sex with democracy. Now, I don't know how long this meeting's going to take, but I'm getting a clear idea of how much longer I'm going to be here. Because I think that's starting to have just about run its course. If this is going to continue, then I don't see how my presence actually will add to the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a statement? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, Councillor Larson's points, I think, are relevant, and I think we will have figures and changes that will come back to us in due course from this process. I also think that keeping our options open on lowering costs, whether it's operational, staff, wherever it comes from, it's not that that will be a thing, but I think we need to keep our options open. So we have had, other areas within the organisation where staffing can be looked at, it will be looked at. And I think we just need to, those options available in the next year or two.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a statement?
See.
Put the vote. Okay, we need to put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Division. We're voting on.
We're voting on the motion that has been put forward as a amendment by councillor Erin Wilson-Collins. It's removed item. Changed the wording and.
Not changed, just removed the wording.
Remove the words including employee cost from F, okay?
Now E.
E, yeah.
So all clear with that?
I think there was a division called, Mr Mayor.
We haven't had a vote.
No.
You can do it before the vote.
We'll just have a division. Okay, all right.
Councillor Howard,
Against.
Councillor Lambert,
Against.
Councillor Glassman,
Against.
Councillor Manderson,
Against.
Councillor Paniora,
Surprisingly consistent. 4.
Councillor Vincent,
For.
Councillor Williams,
Against.
Councillor Wilson-Collins,
4.
Gibson,
Against. Okay, return to substantive motion. Where were we with that, Stephen Harris?
So through you, Mr Mayor, substantive motion, you have spoken, councillor Larson has spoken.
So any other elected members wish to speak? Is that where we're at there?
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. I'm totally disappointed in what's just occurred. So I'm kind of a little bit speechless. Time and time again, consistently the same vote. So this is there's obviously meetings that are occurring without the rest of the councillors for you all to just happily be voting in favour of all of these different motions without any questions. Like, Manderson, do you have any questions in regards to this?
Oh, look, that's a point of order. Point of order. No, that is not still acceptable, councillor Paniora.
What's your point of order?
Well, what is?
I raised the point of order. Councillor Paniora, in her statement.
If you're on your second warning.
Councillor, my point of order is that Councillor Paniora is being disorderly because she is asking questions of Councillor Manderson during her statement. It's not
hypotheticals.
Inappropriate.
Very hypothetical statements. So I don't know why we're looking at further cost cutting of employees. I'm still triggered by the comments around Māori and specifically adhering to legislative requirements in regards to the reduction of the 500,000. I really do hope that Jason strives very hard to ensure that those are not employee costs and that a further restructure doesn't need to occur. In terms of all of the other recommendations, I really don't have too many comments about it. It's really, it's quite irrelevant, isn't it? Because this is a farcical process that I've almost had about enough of for today. So I'll be logging off after this vote. And I'm sure that you'll be all happy about that. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, various members have talked about, including myself, about the options. And I mean, I think that the focus on point 4F that we're talking about, point F that we're talking about, has centred on the employee costs. And, you know, I think that there's been relatively sane comments about the variabilities in this. However, if it's that much of a concern, I would promote an amendment that would say to identify to council savings in all areas of operation, which covers everything. If indeed council believes that, including employee costs, because if it's all operational costs, includes everything. Now, that might be unneeded, given the definition of all operational costs, but I'd be happy to promote that.
Are you wanting to make an amendment, councillor Howard?
We can vote on that.
Are you moving the
We
amendment?
need to move that.
I'll move.
Could we just be clear when Charlie gets it back up again what the amendment is, Mr. Mayor? We'll just give that a moment.
Yep.
Have you made the amendment? What's your wording in the amendment, please?
I'll get down there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
To identify to council savings in all operational cost areas.
Are you removing the
And
amendment?
removing, including employee costs. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go.
I can't help, sorry, not allowed to.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so currently we've got a mover for an amendment on the table there. You need to get a seconder.
Who's available for this?
I can tell you it's not available. So you, councillor Larson, councillor Paniora and councillor Wilson Collins are not available. Second that.
Oh, I only spoke to the amendment.
Correct.
Well, we'll get an error. Second.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so you've got a mover and a seconder for that. You've got councillor Howard and councillor Vincent. So councillor Howard gets to speak to his.
Councillor Howard, speak to it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I mean, I think I've pretty much said everything already. I mean, you know, it is just damn good business practice to continue ongoing review of cost, particularly in a situation where in our environment, we impact on our ratepayers. We rely on our ratepayers. So, you know, that's a simple principle, is that I think that by changing it to all areas of operational cost, provides the CEO with a gambit. If it happens that there's some of that in employee costs, so be it. I mean, and as I've highlighted in all of our time, we have never spent the total amount of staff budgets as it is. So, you know, I don't believe, actually, I think what I'm saying, I have to say, is a charade, because it really doesn't change other than a couple of words. It doesn't really change the nature of what was previously proposed.
Councillor Vincent seconded it, Mr. Mayor, and then you open the floor for other council.
Okay, councillor Vincent.
Let's, I guess, I think that paragraph as was proposed in the previous amendment with the same effect. That was my basis for supporting it. Because I thought that could be reasonably inferred from the previous amendment, but however, if this is going to achieve a result which the other amendment didn't, well, that would be something.
Okay, other elected members wish to speak?
Won't be betting the house on it.
Councillor Collins.
Yeah, I appreciate what councillor Howard's trying to achieve here, but I feel the thing doesn't quite sit right with me, because if we're instructing the chief executive to identify the council savings in all operational costs, that's every line item to me, and that's complicated and more work than the previous motion. So I don't think I can support this one either. Still accounts for the still doesn't remove the likelihood of another restructure within 12 months. Yeah, in the interest of saving time, I'll just get out my statement so I don't have to talk again, We'll go back to the substantive motion. So just
Sorry,
about this amendment.
are you still talking the amendment?
Yeah, I'm talking to the amendment. It's the same, but I'm just going to say it now. Is that all right? Just because we're still, by saying in all operational costs, employee costs are still on the line. I just want to further reiterate the issues I have with that. So I think this process is an obvious and easy example of staff and their time and their struggle to get the workload done. This last time around doing the LTP process, staff only needed 6 weeks to pull together the work to be able to, for council to be able to adopt that LTP and move forward. This time around it's 8 weeks, and that I have been told is because of staff shortages and the workload on the staff. So I'm just giving that as an example of where the staff are already working really hard. Further things that don't seem to be taken into account is we keep talking about this cost of living crisis, and we talk about keeping rates down, which is commendable in ways. But obviously we're mindful of the fact that people are out there struggling, yet we don't seem to be mindful of the fact that for cost reductions in employee space, our employees could possibly be looking at wage freezes and sinking lids on employee numbers. But the biggest concern of all is that further employee reductions, the request for further employee reductions after we've just done, the CE has just done a full restructure of the entire organisation, sends a strong signal that there are particular roles that the Mayor wants disestablished, and add to that his comments this morning, the public can come to their own conclusion as to what roles he thinks they should be. And that is the end of my statement.
Anyone else want to make a statement?
Me.
Is it Benny?
Councillor Wilson Collins, you've left no comments for me. You've taken the words right out of my mouth on a lot of your comments. I'm actually going to vote in favour of this amendment to the substantive motion, purely because I already know that there's this coalition deal around the table. Prove me wrong, is going to vote against this as well. We shall see. But, you know, thank you, Councillor Howard, for trying to, I guess, alleviate some of the staff's worries around this motion that no doubt they'll be feeling after we've decided on it. No doubt some of them are watching right now and feeling that their job may be on the line. But it doesn't get us to where we need to go in terms of our staff who are lean already, just getting on with the work and, you know, getting on with all of the myriad of work that they need to get on with, instead of having to be worried yet again by a potential, you know, restructure down the line. I'm still very worried, and I'm still very concerned that there's too much governance interference in the operations and directing where cost savings and cost cutting should be directed to. I want to hear from some of the other councillors. Honestly, let's hear from Manderson.
Oh, look, you can stop that line of approach, Manny, or it's not your role to
Well, the
demand
rate
anyone speak.
paying-
Your role is to address the issue that's before us, and that's it.
The ratepayers are paying all of our
Now,
wages.
look, if you want to continue in this vein, I will simply enforce the warnings I've given you.
And that's all I have to say. Ngā mihi.
Okay. I'm going to have a say. I'm not residing from the fact that I want an organisation that constantly looks at its costs, whether it's operational, staff, what we spend on roading, whatever it might be. That is the way we have a council that keeps rates that are affordable for our ratepayers. We're constantly in a mode of looking to reduce costs. So I do not resolve from the fact that part of my motion here includes employee costs. I mean, we can have things like, for example, programs that help make our council so efficient we don't need as many staff, for example. There is lots of times that we have things that happen that change the way we operate. So no, I'm not voting for this, I'm sorry. Okay, anyone else want to have a say? Movers right a reply.
Don't get one.
Thank you.
No, you don't get one. All right.
One today.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand.
Don't I get a?
No, not on an amendment.
Amendment, councillor.
Sorry.
All those in favour raise their hand, so aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Against. Oh, division.
Councillor Howard,
Aye.
councillor Lambert,
Against.
councillor Marston,
Against.
councillor Madison,
Against.
councillor Paniora,
I'm for it because you're all against it.
Big one.
councillor Williams. Councillor Wilson,
Against.
Mayor Gibson,
Against. Motion defeated? Okay, we go back to the substandard motion. Where are we at with that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, so we've got three people who've spoken to it, you, councillor Larson and councillor Paniora. So you open it up for others to speak to the substandard motion or motion?
Okay, who else wishes to speak? Who has not already spoken?
Yeah. Have I spoken?
Am I spoken?
Chicken.
How do you move to an amendment?
Yeah.
Hardly.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the future, really, isn't it? I would just like to say this, is that I just think that there is an awful lot of too much emotion here. I know and I fully respect what the CEO and the team have been through with the staff reform, restructure. They're never a pleasant environment, but we've been through a restructure, a full review. I don't, in whatever way it's written, and in all honesty, I'm reading this in exactly the same way as the motion that I did just put and lost. I'm looking at and expecting that the CEO will look at all of the costs on an ongoing basis and, hopefully be able to keep coming up with savings. So I think that the emotion is that those are talking about another staff restructure. I don't conceive or have one thought that anybody is talking about a future and another staff restructure. So I think that we should be very careful about using those words because of the anxiety that can create. But actually, the reality is at that sort of level of spend, it would not be that. It would be a matter of, it could be 1, or two positions, if indeed there were any staff changes. So I just say, for clarity. That's all.
So that's all. Councillor Lambert.
Employment law, that's the formal.
No, it's not.
If it is,
Yes, thank you.
it is. A deliberate job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got an assurance from the CE that he will be very, very cautious in reducing any staff. Hypothetically, if there was, say, funding that had been withdrawn, hypothetically, say the Better Off funding, and we still had a consultant or employee as a project manager for that, I would hope that the CE has the opportunity to deal with that, along with our roading. He needs that ability to do that. By all these other motions is cementing our staff levels as they are, and I would hate to think that if somebody was made redundant, that they are put into a role which they are inefficient at or didn't have the experience at, to stop somebody else getting employed properly. I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak that hasn't spoken? So Aaron Wilson Collins.
I apologise because I said I wouldn't, but my golly. Giving a directive for the chief executive to reduce employment costs does not stop him from performing his duties as an employee and making roles redundant if they are required because funding was removed. And a restructure is what would be required to make roles redundant if there was no other reason to make them redundant. That is the formal process. All day long, we have had debates that don't have substance and waiting. And I think the public is going to be very interested in the results of today. I'm glad that I've called for divisions. I'm sure they will be studied carefully. Thank you.
Who was next there? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, there's been a lot of debate on the subject and motions and whatnot. I think for me, this, it doesn't mean that there will potentially be that amount of dollars found within the costs. It's just the fact that let's look or get some more clarity if there are other areas to be looked at. I mean, we've had changes in roading and different stuff. I'm just saying there could be something there. I support it so that we can actually do that before we finally decide.
Thank you. Okay. Leaders right reply. I'm not going to add to it. We've been over it in big circles. I'll put the motion to.
Can we take it in parts, please?
Certainly. The vote in parts.
So do you, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, no, in parts, is it?
Yeah. So do you want to do every single one individually?
Please.
No, I don't.
That's a request from me, sorry, and by standing orders, I can make that request. Thank you.
Correct.
I think you do need to do it.
Do it in parts, okay.
Division,
We have to have an individual vote for each one.
Yeah.
and division, please.
Okay, let's go.
Your pajamas.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we've got A to H, I believe. And can I just clarify with Councillor Wilson Collins, do them all individually in parts?
Well, we need to do it in individual. Yes, because I'd like to vote different ways for each part, thank you.
Yeah. Just check.
And I have the right to do that.
I know.
And I've just called for a division as well, please.
You've already said that 3 times. Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, just a technical question for the Chief Executive to promote expediency. If we are going to be running a division and taking this in its many parts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever it is. If members are able to indicate which way they want to vote, unless they want to vote for and against the parts, could we not take the division all in one go, rather than going through around the room 10 or 12 times when we're going to end up with the same result?
How do you know that?
So, just a minute.
We could have done it by now. What you can do is do it by division, bear with me, and then you could ask for your votes to be recorded against the specific items. I think the cleanest option, to be fair, is to go through by part.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Item A notes that all costs in 225-25 financial year have been re-examined and council expects to finalise an increase of 11% on average, including growth subject to decisions made at this meeting. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
A division was called for, your worship. You need to do each of these by division.
Yep.
We'll do that.
Aye.
Councillor Lambert,
Agreed.
Councillor Carson,
Four.
Councillor Anderson,
Four.
Councillor Paniora,
4,
Councillor Vincent,
Four.
Councillor Williams. 4. Councillor Vincent Collins. 4. Mayor Tipson.
4. Okay, carried. Item B agrees to set the uniform annual general charge at the maximum level allowable under the Local Government Rating Act 2002.
Item B. Councillor Howard.
Aye.
Councillor Lambert.
4.
Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Anderson.
4.
Councillor Paniora.
against,
Councillor Vincent.
Against.
Councillor Williams. 4. Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against.
Mayor Tipson.
4.
Carry 6-3, your worship.
It's carried. Okay, item C.
Item C. Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Lambert.
4.
Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Anderson. Councillor Paniora.
4,
Councillor Vincent.
4.
Councillor Williams. 4. Councillor Wilson Collins. 4. Mayor Tipson.
4. Carried. Item D.
D, E and F could probably taken as one part,
Thank you.
unless anyone else wants to vote separately for those items.
Would you like to speak?
You can read it out. Just-
That suggestion is to do D, E and F together.
As one.
Oh, D, E and F together.
Yep.
Let's approve it.
Okay. There we go.
So D, E and F.
Yep.
Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Lambert.
I'd say 12, but I'll say 4.
Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Anderson.
4.
Councillor Paniora.
against,
Councillor Vincent.
No, against.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Wilson Collins. Against. Mayor Tipson.
4. Carried.
And G and H could go together.
D and H together.
D and H.
Significant one is H.
Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Lambert.
4.
Councillor Larson.
4.
Councillor Anderson. Councillor Paniora.
4,
Councillor Vincent.
4.
Councillor Williams. 4. Councillor Wilkins?
Four.
Hitchens?
Or. Okay, we're going to move to item 4.5 before we have a break for a cup of tea. 4.5 should be relatively easy. I'll move that.
I'll second.
Okay, I think this is the last paper that you'll hear my dulcet tones.
Oh,
So basically, we got a lot of submissions about the potable value, the recent revaluations, and we've put this paper together. It's not our process, it's QV's process. However, we did do quite a lot to actually try and get some clarity from QV. And so what I've put in the paper is discussions we've had with them for their justification. And you can see at the bottom of page 1, once a proposed plan change is notified to the general public, it does influence the sale price. Our valuations are assessed on the basis that there is a proposed plan change, however, it is not yet operative. And then saying if it was operative, the value, people are lucky that, and basically it would have been at a much higher level. So how lucky they are now. So then a lot of people objected, and then QV actually reversed, from what I understand, some of the valuations relating to the private plan changes. And we wrote to them again and said, what's your justification now? And they've written back and said, we cannot be certain if the plan change will or not be going ahead. During the revaluation, we were aware the plan change was notified, but no hearings had taken place and no properties have sold within this development since the private plan change was announced. So they actually they said they placed less weighting on this plan change and have reassessed the valuations. Well, from our point of view as staff, it isn't really good enough. They should have some consistent practice over the whole of New Zealand to plan changes. It seems quite ridiculous. However, it's their process. The recommendation is just to note the information I've provided, but council may want to write to QV or the Valuer General, the OAG, about the process. And what it did too, because of their change, it meant people putting in their properties were obviously seeing results on what the rates they might be paying, which is totally irrelevant to now what's happened, just because they've changed their valuation basis.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Sue. Could you clarify for us whether you know if through that process, did QV suggest changes to the rating category codes for any of the properties, or did they simply increase their values?
I'll just ask my assistant, Lani, if she knows that, because she's been involved in the, at the end of the phone calls, the many phone calls we've had from our ratepayers. So Lani, do you know the answer to that? Did they change the categories?
So as part of the revaluation, they look for the highest and best use of a property. So that will mean that across the district, categories will be changed.
And so in a particular instance where rural land was revalued because it was proximate to a proposed plan change, did they change any of the properties code from rural to residential?
So the zoning doesn't change. The zoning doesn't, but the category changes.
Yes, so did they change the category?
So so some of the categories, either they may have been before residential block land, but remember the district plan is the zone. So the zone didn't change, but the category may have.
And so do you know of any instances, all of the promotion that has been around this, were there any instances where a piece of land that was zoned rural and previously had the category code of rural and was still zoned rural, but allocated the category code of residential?
I can't say off the top of my head, because they might have been lifestyle blocks. So they actually might have been categorised as lifestyle, not residential, and they've gone to residential block land because of the size of them.
So they could have been recategorised from
A lifestyle block.
a category code of lifestyle, zoning in the district plan of rural, to a category code of residential, because there was a proposed plan change that hadn't been transacted next door.
Yeah, so residential block land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is it not up to council to actually make a change of designation of property, whether it's rural or residential? Or whatever?
So that is what that's what QV does for us. They control the category codes. It's not to do with the designation.
So all of our classifications or categorisations are actually not determined by ourselves through hearings, whatever else. They are determined by QV.
Well, QV value on the highest and best use.
Different classification methodology for different things.
So through you, Mr Chair, sorry, Mr Mayor, there's two different processes here. So the district plan does the zoning, and that's separate from the categories hearing, the QV role.
So on that, Mr CEO, can I just be clear? When you say district plan does the categories, so rural dash lifestyle dash residential are the categories?
Council, through the district plan, zones the land.
Yep,
and
that's exactly my point.
And that zoning is council's responsibility. The categories that QV use is therefore separate to the zoning under the district.
Parallel. Just to help explain, we may well have some land that's in industrial, but it's been used for growing kumara, for instance. So it's not necessarily going to be assessed as industrial land, given that it's capable of being used for kumara.
Yeah, I mean,
it's two systems.
Two parallel tracks. I do appreciate that. What I'm worried about, and the question I have is that KDC has not, by any means, made any change to the category, to use that term. We've not made any, but there is an assumption made by an external body or decisions made by an external body that will impact the rating level on all of those properties. And it concerns me from an AFR point of view. Yeah, coming. Thank you for your patience. This is a serious matter. What is the implication for council about charging rates at a different level that we have not approved? Is there a legal risk there? I'm probably not making myself very clear.
No, there's not a legal.
We're going to go out and charge rates based on these higher values, and what QV have changed.
So QV have gone through the process. People have objected. QV have also looked at other properties that haven't objected, but because they've changed their mind. So it appears to me.
So they've come,
in what they've said.
Yep.
So then they've changed how they're assessing the properties. They're going to make sure that everyone's assessed equally with the plan changes. And then they'll come out with what the final valuations are and give them to us. So, and then we'll use those to basically apply the rates.
Okay, thanks. So my final question is will QV, do we have word from QV that they will automatically review all properties, not just those that have complained, in those affected areas?
They're going to apologise to the council for the inconvenience.
Absolutely, and pay us. but you know, that's a question.
Through the chair, they have indicated that most people, I think it's in the rise, have objected. There are a few properties that haven't, and those are the properties that they will assess themselves, larger properties where it will make a difference.
And there was only 3 of them and that they've been reassessed.
They have been reassessed. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Lambeth.
However, it's not just in the rise, is it? There's also problems up at Dargle as well. The same thing occurred up there. Are they looking at that as well?
So that's a different situation because that is in a residential zone.
Okay.
So it is complex and it depends on the different scenario.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Christian, thank you, through the chair. So it says here, council would like to QV or value general regarding the process. They may want to. Have we, or are we going to?
No, it's up to you whether you see there's an issue, but no, all my staff have done and myself is basically pursued them to get rationale. Because that's all we can do.
Yes.
It's their process.
Yes. So, Mr Mayor, I just need to point out the process isn't finished yet either. So we do need to let them finalise the objections and work that through. If it is the will of the council, then of course we can send them a letter. It's no problem.
Ron?
I think so.
Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can deal with that letter matter in statements, but what is the process for dealing with a situation where someone's objection is not resolved by the time we strike the rate and they are required to pay the rate? How are we dealing with that in terms of them not being penalised for rates that they possibly can't even afford to pay, and also refunding them any overpayment once the objection has been dealt with?
I'll pass over to Lani for that one.
Yeah, so the process is that they go to the Land Valuation Tribunal, and that they have to do that within a certain time frame that their objection that comes back and they don't agree with it. We then have got until August to set rates. So at this stage, all the objections we're hoping will be finished by the end of this month. They may have to wait for their tribunal. They still have to pay the rates that are struck. And once the tribunal sets rules on what the outcome was, then we've got 30 days to amend the rates.
And so would that happen via a refund of any overpayment?
Yes, it's either a refund or it might be an amendment. Yeah.
And would there be any use of money, interest paid?
So the only thing that could occur is a penalty, and our penalty remission would cover that. Any funds weren't paid.
So if the overpayment was required to be financed by someone, they had a finance cost, could that finance cost be covered by a use of money?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Councillor Perrior.
Thank you. Just going back to some original questions. So you've covered off the category changes to residential. There's an example here in Dargaville where we had a property close to the private plan change that went from $2,000 a year to $21,000 a year due to the plan change. And it was, to my understanding, that QV had changed it or applied a formula that the land was subdividable. So not only did they change it to residential, but they said it was residential subdividable. Does that sound accurate? Are you aware of that example?
Yes, I believe that example is actually already zoned residential. It's already in town and it's zoned residential. It's a reasonable sized piece of land. So therefore, because there's development in the district, That's what's added though, the land value to it, because we've got these plan changes. It's showing that Dargaville's now wanting to develop, and that's what adds value to the land.
Because you do understand that we have commercial properties like the likes of Countdown that don't even pay that much money. So, but you've talked about the tribunal. Was it not for council to maybe have some oversight in terms of what some of the figures were coming out at, and a system within the organisation that captures completely unreasonable increases or triggers some oversight before those are, I guess, finalised?
So through the chair, we don't matter. What matters is that the QV does the valuations, the valuer general then checks those, does an audit, and they certify it. It's not for us. We haven't got the expertise. It's audited by a separate entity. So if we don't like that as a council, we can write to them or the Office of the Auditor, the General, who's everything. Yeah.
So there's no ability to see that there's a $19,000 increase on a property. There's no system within council to trigger some sort of oversight without the need to have specialist knowledge of?
No, it's not our process. And we did raise it, and you can see, we've written to them. We raised issues with them, and not just the one I've shown you, a number of issues. But they're the ones that managing the process.
Okay, any further questions? All right, thank you, Sue. Statement, I've got nothing to add. Second to the statement, councillor Howard.
No, well, I would say, and I want to make very clear that, this is a situation created by an external party that's meant to be reputable, and it's a very disappointing outcome. I might be going too far, but I would say that they have totally jumped the gun, and I would certainly be encouraging council to write to them in the strongest possible words, and that they should be in some form recompensing people that have been just gone through hell and anxiety through this mad situation.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a travesty, put a large number of ratepayers through a whole lot of stress and hassle, and a whole lot of cost, having to go out and get registered valuations to try and defend against what has been a completely flawed valuation methodology. Very, very fundamental basics around how valuation is done, and it was not done. I mean, they've said that they changed their mind, we've just heard. Well, they didn't change their mind. They've conceded they're wrong without saying they are. And so I really think that we do need to, once we've got through this process, get together as a council and decide what we want written to QV. I think that we need to be very clearly setting the situation out, defending our ratepayers who have been put through this process and quite frankly still going through it, having to go to tribunal hearings at what cost. And I think at the very least, we should be suggesting that QV, as a result of their error, refund all our ratepayers that have had to go and incur legal and valuation costs. It's all readily quantifiable, and I think we need to lead the charge for our ratepayers. They can't each individually do it on their own. It'll be a lot stronger if we go and do it as a council. Can't land all of that today. I suggest we come back to it. Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Well, I'm actually in agreement with all of those comments from Councillor Larson.
Well, we normally are.
I felt compelled to write to QV myself after hearing a diabolical situation of the, the percentage increase that I've just mentioned. And I was able to go on myself and crunch a few numbers to see that there was clearly another method that they could have applied to capture what the rates increase should be without the private plan change throwing a spanner in the work. It just didn't seem like they did their work properly and took all of the, actually really looked at all of the properties individually to make sure that the methodology was applied correctly. They've just obviously put it through a calculation and then just spat out some results and then sent the letters out. Now people are busy and some hadn't even seen the increases. And when I heard comments around having to look at selling up because of not being able to afford the 21,000 a year, that's just unacceptable. And it's just unacceptable having to go through the meetings with QV, site visits, the valuations, and then the tribunal. I don't know how many are affected by this, and some might still be none the wiser that their rates have increased by such an alarming amount until they go to pay their rates, and then they're sent an email by the rates officer to say, well, actually, you're still owing another 5,000, and that's when they're going to hit the roof. And it'll be too little, too late. So I think that it is important for us to, as a council, collectively push back on behalf of our ratepayers. We have engaged this independent third party. So I think that it is our responsibility in that regard to advocate for our ratepayers and not allow them to foot the cost and time of having to go through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Wilson, Colin?
Concur what's been said, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, look, I concur as well with what Councillor Larson, Sapaniora have said. And I think perhaps for clarity moving forward with QV that we might need to ask for them to tighten up their rules around when there's a plan change going through a process, what is actually acceptable to assume or not. I think it's just caused totally unnecessary stress and worry for some of our ratepayers, and I think we definitely need to send a letter and be very clear on the points that we want to come from this, the future reevaluations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I'd like to see you to make a note of that. Obviously, he has.
Done.
The feedback's quite strong there. I've got nothing further to add. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Yes, motion carried. Let's have 10 minutes for a cuppa. We've got 7 items remaining.
How many?
7.
It's more than half an hour.
Fortunately, while you still have an active brain, hopefully, we're dealing with probably the hardest one first, which is infrastructure, roading and footpaths. We've got a significant amount of additions. You'll find that we've been working pretty hard to try and look at how we can readjust things to bring the rates down to somewhere around the 9%. And if Kelly could put that up there, you'll see what we've done here. We move on down through those. Can you read them, Kelly? Just read them through and just slowly move them, Kelly, as you would if you were reading it, so people can track it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll move that.
I'll have to take that.
When you're ready, folks, when you've read, I'll get Alan to take us through it and tell us what we're trying to do here to relocate money so that we can get our rates down another couple of percent.
So considering this is so long, Kelly, is there any chance you could email it to us so we can actually absorb
it,
that?
yeah.
Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, is it worth on introducing what does that?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just presenting today the roading and footpaths component of the LTP. I've got 2 attachments to my report. First attachment A is a detailed summary of each submission and options and assessment, what impacts there are on the LTP and recommendations to council, which have then gone up into my report in response to submitters. So slightly different format, but it was worthy of addressing each submitter's point. I just want to bring you to attachment B, which is the activity statement, and that probably is the easiest part to talk about and get closed out. On page 3 of the activity statement, it talks about improvements to Mangawhai seal extensions. By mistake, we had included Lawrence Road when in actual fact it was Settlement Road. And that that change has been noted in the activity statement and will be removed following this deliberations. And also some of the timeframes on page 3 may shift as a result of the recommendations on the screen. So if we take you back to attachment A, we had a lot of submissions around sealing of Settlement Road, basically from Kaiwaka Mangawhai Road to the hall, and we've included that in the LTP. There were many other requests we've included that as a recommendation. There were many other requests for sealing of various roads, Valley, Judd. Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, at this point in time, we haven't included those purely on the basis that, we are in a constrained position. However, we acknowledge that these will be assessed in future LTPs. There were general comments around the state of our roads, and again, those were acknowledged right throughout the submissions. What we are going to be doing with our new maintenance contractor that council approved last week is in the first 3 months we will assess the defects on the various roads and come up with a program on it, and then we'll go through a priority in terms of getting the roads repaired. So a copy of the submissions will go to our maintenance contractor, so he is aware of the specific streets that have been raised by members of the public. We also had quite a few requests for speed safety issues. And again, a recommendation is that we've taken those on board and we'll do a speed safety study which will identify any recommendations that may come out of that study. The other one, Mr. Mayor, we've got is just around, I'll come to Wood Street. I'm just going through each submission, just picking up the stuff that I haven't covered off. There was a submission on a concept for the Wood Street, which is slightly different to the one that has been previously consulted on. Again, a recommendation has been put forward that we do sit down with the affected parties and come to a conclusion on if there's any opportunity to enhance the existing concept that has already been consulted on. A few submissions around linking the Kaiwaka bridges with the footpath. So again, that's coming through a recommendation. A lot of submissions around walking and cycling, and where we have included funding in terms of coastal walkways, we've included that, including Lincoln Downs. But any future work we are saying will be pushed through or considered in the next LTP. Again, there were some safety issues around footpaths, which again, we'll be doing the assessment in the first three months and then coming up with a prioritised program. Peperoa was one that stood out, and so we are actually looking in advance of before the financial year to get one section of a footpath in Peperoa tidied up. And then there was, submitters around sealing of the various roads that had been noted in the recommendation, which we've moved through. General commentary around Lawrence Road. Again, we'll be looking to do general maintenance on those roads, and we'll identify those within the first 3 months. A lot of commentary around performance of our activities when we're doing road maintenance in terms of poor quality of workmanship. So again, we'll be discussing the expectations with our new service provider and making sure that the ethos of do it once and do it right will be implemented into their performance. Urban Street, we have items around Bailey's Beach, and again, we've included those within the recommendations, but they're also included within the LTP. And we have also making a recommendation that you remember for some time these sandbags in the dunes that we put in 2016 have failed. We have been working with the community. We're now going through a process of just finalising resource consent with Regional Council. But there will be a cost to council. Part of it will be done through the roading and subsidised from NZTA. But part of it as we go into the beach area won't be subsidised, and therefore council will have to pick up the cost of removal of those bags and replenishing with the sand. So we're recommending a sum of 200,000 be towards that activity. So just nothing further to add in terms of the commentary on the report, Mr. Mayor, and if we want to work through the recommendations line by line, and I can comment on any implications that they may have on funding.
Any questions of Ian? Councillor Lambert.
Just, I don't know if you've got this document in front of you, but I'll read it. Now I've lost it. Jack Boyd Road, Jack Drive. Ugh. How did we get caught with that? Was that a rural road and then it got rezoned to residential, or did the developer never put in the footpath?
There were no footpaths on Mangawhai.
No.
So it dates way back, does it?
Yeah, it does. Yes.
Okay. But we'll never ever have that problem again, because if it's going to get developed by a developer, they would be expected to footpath it, yes?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're actually going, this is on Mangawhai Heads Road itself.
Right.
It's the section that remains the footpath. So footpath stops in the roundabout and goes, and then Jack Boyd Drive, I think it is, and it stops, and it's linking from there to Cove.
Yeah. About 300 metres. Yeah. Yeah. But if I may, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Question, I just on that, is it consideration? We've got something in here about the far end, the footpath on the far end of Jack Boyd Drive. Consideration for work on there, but not in the immediate here.
No, that's right. Yeah. Any new footpaths, apart from what we've put in the recommendations or is included in the LTP, we're saying will need to be assessed in the next round of LTP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you. The submissions that we received about the footpath on Mangawhai Heads Road, pretty much cut and pasted. Did you consider them as one submission?
Sorry, can you just clarify your point?
The submissions that we received for the footpath, Mangawhai Heads Road, in regards to Jack Boyd Drive, were essentially effectively cut and pasted. I was just wondering if you considered those as one submission.
Well, I'm not sure what the relevance of that question is.
The relevance is that the previous item that we had today, where a submission was cut and pasted and given by individual people, was in a report to us, suggested to be one submission. So I'm just wondering if that has been applied to these submissions.
Sorry, I'm still not following.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I said,
yes or no answer.
What I said with the form submission was that they've been put in the agendas separately as individuals, but it's up to the council to weight a form submission around the numbers.
I appreciate that, but the staff recommendation this morning was that they be considered as one. I'm asking if your staff recommendation is that they be considered as one.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we did do a staff recommendation.
It's in the agenda, in the report, in the agenda, the last paragraph of that agenda item was considering those form submissions as one submission.
So we wouldn't have made a determination on this at all. Like I said, and I'll keep going back to it, it is up to the council and individual elected members to weight a form submission as you will in your decision making.
Right, so you'll make sure that that communication goes to your staff for the next time we have a consultation. Thank you. My next question, because there are 12 amendments to this, so bear with me. So first of all, there is a shift of budget 700k, item B, move 700k from the 2024-25 financial year to the 26-27 financial year. But then item E instructs the chief executive to make sure that the Settlement Road, Devitt Road and Kems Road as budgeted are completed by the 31st of March 2025. Does that mean that there's still funding
So,
left behind in the?
so what we'll need to do in the budget is move 700 out, and item E says that whatever works we have in, that whatever works that are budgeted in the 24-25 financial year are completed by 31st of March 25.
Okay.
So there will be some residual works that go on into the following financial year.
Right. And then my next question, because I'd need to get across this to make a decision on so many amendments. My next question was in regards to the further years. So 2024, 25, what it looks like we're doing is we're pushing out subsidised operations and maintenance. We're pushing out some subsidised capital works and some subsidised capital renewals into the following financial year. Those are items M, N and O. What is the effect on the 25, 26 rates potential? So we've got three, we've got a 3-year LVP.
Yes.
We're pushing these out and item P indicates that we'll end up with a less than 9% increase in rates for 24, 25 financial year. Can you advise us what the impact will be on the 25, 26 and 26, 27 financial years?
No, because we haven't done those calculations, but I mentioned what we're doing is increasing the next year.
Yes. Okay, but we have no idea what, because these haven't come from you. I can appreciate that. Let me see if I can find the agenda of the previous. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm going back to items M, N and O again. The 1 million, the 800 and the 800. So are there any significant projects, specific projects that are included in these amounts that we should know about? Or is it just a general amount of money that has been reallocated into the following year?
Yeah, so in terms of N and O, they're just a general pool of money that's allocated towards road pavement rehab and road resurfacing. In terms of M, that is a combination of staff costs, so the cost of my staff in the NTA, as well as doing some asset management and condition assessment monitoring. So I've provided sufficient funding to ensure that we've got staff covered. And then the residual funding, again, we'll just have to make use of the money we have. Now, I'm reasonably comfortable on the basis that we've got a maintenance contractor that's going to require 3 to 4 months to identify everything, the defects from a renewals perspective. And then rather than, go hard out and spend the money, do that in a phased approach over, the remaining 3 years of the contract.
Yep. Okay. Thank
you. No specific project. It's routine work.
Sorry, this is probably an obvious question, but I just need to understand because these items change the budgets that have been presented to us, change the rates, the average rates increases have been presented to us. I assume that we'll be presented with those again. We're not just talking about one.
No, we are talking about 1 minute now. The bucket that the council does on 24, 25.
Yeah.
And you won't get a chance to reduce.
No. Not worried about making any amendments to it, but actually knowing what those 3 years of rates increases are forecasted to be would form the entire long-term plan, right? So that would be presented to us before we actually adopt.
No, because we have set the rates. So for this particular year, so it wasn't the intention to bring that back.
I don't mean bring it back for any. I just literally mean the information. When we come to our meeting in July to adopt the long-term plan, we will be given that information. I'm not saying we'll say anything, do anything with it,
Well, no. No, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would like to ask a question, but I'd also like to reiterate that we are nearly at 5 o'clock and about holding things up. I just don't want to have to call the union in.
We've got to get through things.
So just on that point, whilst we might not know all the numbers until they roll out, do we not still have an opportunity to adjust things in the annual plan round again, given that we're fairly strongly signalled that we're going to consult again after the 1st of July anyway?
Yes, through the chair. So you will have a chance to do that because you've already indicated there's a number of things you want us to look at, which may actually need, there's an amendment anyway. So if it's a small change, it's not an amendment. It's just, we just do an adjustment and we put it through and there's no consultation. But there are some items which obviously we're going to consult on capital value, we're going to consult on museum rates. And there could be some other, if it's the level of service change because of the 500,000, we'll be consulting around that. That will mean there's an amendment and a consultation, and you'll get the chance to change the rates at that point, but not before. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Vincent.
I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
So Anderson had his hand up.
Anderson.
For ages.
Sorry.
My turn. Thank you. I'm just looking at these recommendations and they're not really recommendations, they're items to discuss. If they're to be recommendations, I think they should be a recommendation and they should be basically already supported and asking for a yes or a no. They're not, to my way of thinking, is suitable for us sitting in this room without many of the resources that are available to staff to make decisions on these things. But if you want to discuss them till the cows come home, go to it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a question? Ask a question. We'll move to statements later.
Yes, I'll ask a question. I'd like your opinion, Anna, on the what is the greater safety priority, the footpath in Mangawa Heads Road between Jack Boyd and Gumdiggers, and the footpath to link the two footbridges in Kaiwaka, which doesn't exist also.
They're both equal. I mean, if you go down the Heads Road, you come to the footpath and then you're on the road. And similarly with the Kaiwaka, you off the bridges into state highway area onto grass. So that's my personal opinion, is that they're equal.
Yeah, because I guess my presumption would be that there is a pressing need on Heads Road, whereas it's an addition, it's completed. But I'm just looking at, in terms of the priority of jobs, I would have thought that Kaiwaka footbridges footpath could be pushed out a year if we want to bring the numbers down for the first financial year. That's just one of my, I'm wondering, from a professional point of view, in terms of traffic safety.
Yeah. So in my opinion, Kaiwaka, and I've been there quite a few times, would be higher priority because you basically got one side of, you basically got two communities, between a state highway. And crossing does become a bit of a challenge. And that's why what we want to do is link them up. And if you're going from the restaurant through, you're coming onto grass areas that are on a bit of an angle, and winter it can be problematic. So what we want to do is channel them down through to the other bridge and get them crossing safely on the other side. So I can't make them, but, every situation is unique.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And just for my edification, so I'm understanding the numbers, on MN and O, we're looking at the subsidised amount. Am I correct in assuming that our cost in moving out of there is about 988,000, and so therefore about 2% of rates?
Correct. 2.1 to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Aaron, Mr Collins.
Just in relation to the seating in Dargaville, which is great. I'm really happy to see that there with the people that submitted wanting the sheltered seating. What is the process? Who decides where that goes? Because there is concern about where it goes and why it was removed in the first place. Is it just simply a case of slapping it back where it was? Or is there going to be some kind of consultation with the Dargaville businesses?
No, we definitely will do a consultation with the Dargaville Business Association.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Just in regards to the Settlement Road, Kames Road, Devitt Road, there's obviously a figure in the LTP already. Is there going to be substantial contributions, development contributions as well put towards those jobs?
So
is that factored in?
There are some financial contributions that I could, not development contributions.
Okay. Let's move on. Going to move, I'll spot one more, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, it's just that, I mean, you have given us not much time to actually process this. So bear with me, because I did have a question, email I sent in on Monday morning, regarding the $3 million for unsubsidised road sealing. I mean, I'm assuming that that would be financed by a loan, is that correct?
Sorry, the road sealing.
Yeah.
Debit settlement.
Debit road, yes, it'll be by debt.
And so what's?
No road financial contributions.
Yeah. So what are we talking about in rates, dollars to service the debt? 3 million.
Well, it's about 2.5 million in probably in debt for the whole area there. So for each million it's 60,000, so you're talking about 150,000 in interest and yeah, plus the same repayments.
Capital repayments, yeah. Because I just wonder if there's some way of spreading that out over more than 1 year so that the impact is reduced, because it's a not insignificant amount of money. So can that, I mean, I realise there may well be operational reasons why we do them all at once in terms of establishment costs and so on, the job, but is it possible, like, I know there's been much beating of drums to get this work done, and very well deserving it is, I'm sure too, but perhaps if people knew that it was coming, then they might be less inclined to complain if they could see that there was some action and that the rest would be coming over years 2 and 3. What's your thoughts on that?
It's up to elected members to make that decision.
But would it be more, okay, so put that way, would it be more expensive to spread that job out? Rather than,
well, in terms of efficiencies, the more you can group together, the greater value and efficiencies you get. So, and these roads are close. So my expectation is that, you know, we get one contractor that does everything in one go.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just if I may follow on, and there's probably not going to be questions and observations, that in fact do have 700,000 moved out of the Devitt Road Kames into the 26-27 year. So in fact, there is that movement that Councillor Vincent was talking about. But to your point, which I agree with, is that doing it all together is the efficient thing. But this would suggest, given that we don't really do this sort of work in June, July, August, that there would be difficulty in completing the whole lot in one go.
Yeah, well, it says it's not 25, 26, it's 26, 27. So does that mean that that would be maybe like reseals or something like that?
Yeah, so look,
700K.
Putting me on the spot within something that we need time to analyse, but the sealing of both roads in one go. That's
Yeah, that's what I always thought.
got sections of concrete up in Keynes Road that potentially will be allocating the 700K towards that. So I can't do the programming now, but you need to trust me that we'll program it such that we'll get the efficiencies we want to see.
But it just, for me, that is that point B about moving the 700K of budget for the upgrade of Devitt's Cave Settlement Road from the 2024-25 year to the 26-27 year. So 2 years difference. You know, I think, I suspect there's a mistake there.
Well, that's okay, we can.
Good.
Yeah, the day is running on. Oh, look, I'll go to the movers. Statement, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with the way this is. I think it's a very heavily thought out strategy to spread the load and get what we can done in the right places. Second the statement, Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I mean, this is a reasonably complex motion, but pipe roads, roading and footpaths has a fairly complex history. And as Councillor Wilson Collins alluded to before, you know, things have been missed in the past, like footpaths where they need to be. At some point, we'd bite the bullet and catch up on some of these things. Keynes Road, for example, was an election issue. Before the commissioners, it was one of the election platform issues back then was sorting out Keynes Road. Here we are about 15 years later, we're still talking about sorting it out. So I'm pretty keen to move on and actually get some of these things done. I also like the proposal to just ease some things out that we can ease out that aren't critical projects and try to bring that rates affordability thing down. And, you know, two of the biggest concerns we have with our ratepayers is our roads and our road safety, but there's also front of mind for everybody with the cost of living crisis and anticipated high rates is bringing these rates down. And I think this motion in a pretty clearly nuanced way achieves both of those things. And I think we just need to get on with it and get some runs on the board. Thank you.
Okay. Clarification here from CE Maris.
Bear with me, sorry team to interrupt. Can I just clarify this motion a little bit? And we're looking at motion B. Can I just confirm that you're going from the 24-25 financial year to 26-27 and not 25-26?
Well, what you have there at A is a movement in opposite direction. Do they not offset each other?
Because, well, I don't know.
I think the idea is that you've got some budget in 24-25, then you've got no budget in 25-26, and then you've got budget in 26-27.
Yeah.
The intention.
Well, you can see there at A, you've got the budget being moved from 1 year to another year.
Don't know how much budget.
And then you've got the opposite in the opposite direction.
Which means work is halfway through on one of those roads, you've got no budget. That the reason.
Well, no. I mean, I think I understand Keynes, and there's more than one component to it actually, because you've got that dangerous hill section which is under engineered, but then you've got quite a substantial length sealed section that's under engineered and poorly designed. So I think it's a part of, I don't know why I'm giving an opinion, quite frankly, but I think I'm a bit of that.
Well, the to do some work 1 year, no work for a year, and then carry on doing work for a third.
Well, the difficulty is if in one part you move 700,000 in excess of budget anyway, and you're moving it from 2 years down the track and bringing it forward 2 years, if you then don't counter that by moving the same amount in the opposite direction, you're going to load up year two even more. So I think as Mr. Nama has said, have some faith and trust in them to actually execute this and put a work program together.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just leave it as is. Appreciate the clarification. Mr Mayor, you've had two people speak on the motion.
Yeah, I've had two people speaking on it. Councillor Manderson.
Thank you. There's people overseas that are wanting to come to New Zealand and will readily invest money to get to New Zealand. Why haven't we got a list of projects that would be suitable for them? From 1 to 3 million, say. Because for many people, if they invest somewhere between 1 and 3 million for maybe 3 years.
Point of order.
Point of order?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Okay, this time of the day.
Oh, well, give up on decent bloody ideas. Carry on with all the bloody stupid.
Your ideas.
Hearing.
Okay.
Oh, statement?
Yep.
Two statements. Very quick one. I think that the essence of this is a hallelujah moment, you know. Finally, we're going to get some of these roads done. Ratepayers in those areas will be delighted. And I think that to be able to move so quickly with the likes of the Heads Road to Gum Diggers is great and appreciated. So, you know, whilst I still have a query about the Cames Road move, I think that doing the whole lot together in one go makes absolute sense and will be well applauded by that community.
I'm going to provide the mover's right of reply.
I'd like to speak against the motion, please.
You'd like to speak against it?
So what?
Okay, well, you go.
Thank you. I appreciate what you're trying to achieve here, but the fact again that it's been loaded onto us at the 11th hour, I'm sure you didn't come up with this motion minutes before you put it to the council. So I find it very difficult to be able to accept it as it stands. Thank you.
Okay. Statements are completed. Mover's right of reply. Okay, on that, it's in its form. I think it's quite exciting actually to be able to smooth things out here. So I'll go to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Please.
Motion carried.
Every single part.
Good.
Thank you.
Can we take it A, B, C, D, E, G, H, M, N, O, and P in one part?
What does that leave?
I sure can. A, B, C, D. Oh, I thought because it was in alphabetical order, you'd get there. A, B, C, D, E. And then we jump forward to G and H. And then we jump forward to M, N, O, and P. Outcome. The rest in another part.
Which of the ones are?
So basically all the ones that have been changed.
So A to E, part one.
Yeah.
I believe, so forgive me if I can step in here, sorry. So A, B, C, D, E, G, H, M, N, O, P, one division, I assume?
I'm not asking for a division.
Okay, and then F, I, J, K, and a separate.
JKL.
JKL, yes. I'll say I'd lacking this time of night. So there's two votes here, Mr Mayor. So,
Okay, so we're going to do them by division anyway. We're not going to put hands up here or?
no, you can do it by, first one by hands up.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, those first ones, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against, and can I have my vote recorded?
Motion carried.
And then, Mr Mayor, you're going to put F, I, J, K, L separately now in the same way.
Okay. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against? Motion carried. Good. Okay, infrastructure for waters. I'll move this. Can I have a seconder? Can I have a seconder for item 5.2 for waters? Look, I have to say there's a little slight change in that as well. Can you put that up, please, Kelly? Just a slight wording change.
Oh, yeah, I'll second that.
Let's change, request the staff to instruct the chief executive to investigate, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned by Chief Executive Maris yesterday, there is a supplementary paper to this activity, and that is the co-funding of the Dargaville to Tikopuru stock banks funded from the deluge external funds. I might just talk to that first, Mr. Mayor, and then
The separate agenda item.
Separate.
It's at the end.
my apologies.
I didn't see the agenda.
Right, okay. Right, similarly, Mr. Mayor, the attachment sets out all the responses that we received and goes through what points were raised, options and assessments, and then recommendation to council and response back to submitters. The recommendation, we received quite a few submissions on wastewater, mainly to do with our treatment plants and pump stations and odour. There was a submission there to accelerate the work at the effluent disposal to another source, which is the golf club. So we have taken that on board, and majority of the other submissions are covered off in operational matters. Water supply, similarly again, responses around just improving the reticulation around the district. There was a submission around the Waitua Dam and increasing resilience and security of supply. So again, in regards to that, we've got two options on the table and we haven't closed out any. Obviously, there's no funding in this LTP, although we are looking for external funds to support any initiative that council land on. Stormwater, again, just general stormwater or lack of stormwater, where you have to consider some of these in the next LTP, given the track we're under this LTP. Again, issues around flood protection and roles and responsibilities. So we are, and prior to this submission, LTP submissions, we are working with the Northern Regional Council, one, to identify roles and responsibilities, but also to look to consolidate our 31 number. But we'll do that over time and work with the specific affected people in the district. Concerns around the Dargaville to Tikopuru stock banks, but also concerns around the Dargaville treatment plant, probably not before. So we are increasing the height of the bunds that got flooded during Gabrielle, and that's already allowed for in the LTP. I think that's about it, Mr. Mayor. There was a submission by the Northland Regional Council, and they talked about a general lack of investment in infrastructure and non-compliance and abatement purposes. We do receive abatement notices from time to time. They are largely due to inflow of stormwater into a treatment plant. Plant gets inundated and we have to then emergency release to protect them. I do acknowledge, the council's regional council desire to get councillors to put more money in towards investment. You will see from my graph, figure 1, we have a 600 million investment need over the next decade, and currently in this LTP, it's come down to something like 32. In the 3 years, or we need 155 in the 3 years. So it's a big delta. And unfortunately, what's factored into the Entity A asset management plan with the repeal that exists. So we are going to have to work government in terms of just is for the water sector. And there's some legislation that has come out days. So that's something that we'll have to analyse and just see how we can position ourselves with regards to any new legislation. So acknowledging regional council, but it's equally I'm acknowledging that, you know, we are in a constrained position and during this LTP. So the recommendation that we are making though, Mr. Mayor, is that staff, and I know there's an amendment, investigate the Paparoa community. You know, it's a community that is suffering from failed private septic systems, and we're just looking for if there's any opportunity there to assist the community with basically the failed systems that are going on in the area. So at this stage, it's just an investigation to look at what options are available and report back to council September this year.
Thank you for that thorough rundown. Are there any questions that must be asked? Thank you, Arnon. I'm going to make any statement other than to say that I'm satisfied with that. I think it's a really good report. Councillor Larson.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Claire and Wilson Collins.
Yeah, just thank Alan and the staff for getting us here. Again, this is another issue that's been lagging around and swirling around the waters for some years. So I think the Paparoa community feel a little bit more confident that there'll be something in the pipeline. Oh my God, I'm not doing this on purpose, I swear. Yeah, and I just appreciate the fact that we can do some further investigations here, especially because water is still our responsibility now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just on exactly the same one, the Paparoa system, I just seek clarification. I think that we're working on 5 commercial properties to extract their waste. Is it anticipated that those properties, those owners, will contribute to the cost of the project?
Statements now.
We're not asking questions here.
Sorry, no.
Making a statement.
The rhetorical question.
Can I go back?
Statement? No.
No. I've said what I've said.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. I've been involved in this Paparoa sewage issue for a few years now, on and off, and I think it's a real tribute to the determination of some key local people in the community, even those who predominantly those who don't live within the affected area, but more in the hinterland, but they're keen for the sake of their local gathering place to see that it actually is saved from this problem having, I guess, negative impacts on its future. So it is a kind of existential question, but at present the numbers don't fit in terms of the solutions we know of. But there are people there keen to facilitate the community end of any solution which is found, and I certainly endorse them for that. And I thank the staff for keeping this issue to the fore. Thank you.
Yeah, great statement, Mark. Great community over there, and they certainly want to get things done. And I think there'll be a little bit of development goes on Paparoa, which might assist in that problem as well. Hopefully. All right, I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you all. Infrastructure open spaces, a little bit of wordsmith going on there. Can you bring that up, please, Kelly?
Page 111.
Okay, you can read that through. That's good. Move that.
Second.
So we're noting the feedback from the community. We're noting that there are no changes to the financial provision provision included in the LTP. We know the staff and rec members will continue to work with the Mangawai Surf Club regarding repairing the slip, and we instruct the Chief Executive to investigate options to improve the driveway, car park and other amenities at the Kaiwaka Sports Ground as part of the 225-26 annual plan. Thank you. If you can fill us in on that.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar process, attachment A just goes through and identifies all the submitters. Key points have been pulled out for elected members, again, options and assessments, recommendation of council and response to submitters. Just going back through to the main points, key ones are the Mangawhai repair. So we are saying that we want to continue to work with the surf club to look at options there, and also the improvements to the Kaiwaka Sports Ground, in particular the car park leading up to, and then to your left up and then onto the driveway area. Look, a few submissions, Mr. Mayor, and those are all outlined in the attachment. I'm happy to go through some of those or I'll just take the report as read.
Take the report as read. Any questions, please? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, probably more question for you. Just, we've had this repeated change of request staff to instruct the Chief Executive, and I just wonder what that means, what the difference is.
So I'll answer that. So the council is required to give me the direction. You can't direct staff specifically. And so then I'll just give it.
So it's just a procedural thing. It doesn't change.
Doesn't mean the staff won't be doing investigations. It has to go through the CEO.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we're overloading the Chief Executive with work that was a bit below his pay grade.
Long before now.
Any questions? Okay. Leader's statement, I think noting that is all pretty straightforward. Second is statement, Councillor Howard.
No, I agree. All straightforward, well covered, and good to see some of these projects moving forward.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, just, yes, concur with that, and just hope that there's going to be that the continued work with the Mangawhai Surf Club is done in good faith. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, right, movers right of reply. I've said it all. Move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Next on our item, cycle 4 infrastructure, solid waste. That's as it is in the agenda. I'll move that.
It is as it is in the agenda. Did you say?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I'll second that if no one else is going to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larson. Reporting staff, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Solid waste. So again, this time attachment B identifies all the submissions, again, the points they raised, an assessment and then recommendations to council and a response back to submitters. I'll take those as read. And the recommendation is that there's no changes to the financial provisions. The LTP, we did make those changes from the future, from a past council briefing. Those have gone into the LTP, and so there's no change as a result of that. And we agreed to maintain the status quo for recycling and refuse. And that the proposed new items are set out in table 4, page 17, attachment A, in the waste minimisation and management plan, are proposed to be implemented during the 24, that were supposed to be implemented during the 24-34 period. Now considered in year 2 of the 27-37 LTP. So what that means, Mr. Mayor, is it will maintain status quo and then look to implement the bins that we had highlighted in the waste minimisation plan in year 2 of the next LTP.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Sorry, just in the last 12 hours. I've been asked by a couple of members of the community, and I don't think this is the case, but I need to clarify it, that they seem to believe that a waste energy plant has been added into the LTP, but that's not
Not their job. Well, no.
because we had previous, that was.
We had a discussion at council meeting last week. I'm going to do a closeout half-page report.
Yeah.
It's up to a private applicant to make the case.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Alan, can you stay there? I'm going to move it to item 8 so you can go home.
I'd like to make a statement.
So, yeah, look, I'm happy with that as it is. Second the statement, councillor Larson.
No, nothing further to add, thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak?
Yep.
Aaron Wilson-Collins and Mike Howard.
No, not Aaron.
He was just helping me out. I'll keep it brief, but I just wanted to reiterate the need for that half-page report because there are rumours circulating around in the community about what's happening with that waste energy plant. So I think it will be advantageous to have that closed off as requested. So thank you for that.
Okay, there was right to reply, nothing to add. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
This motion carried. Let's move to item 8, Island Infrastructure co-funding of the Dargaville Stop Bank. Where have we got that? That's an additional one, wasn't it, Amy?
Correct.
Have we had that emailed to us, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's not in hard copy on the table here. Can you bring it up, Kelly?
Conflict? They want it moved into their place.
Hmm?
And they're going to use their place.
Item 8.
What's 8?
It's the extraordinary, so through you, just trying to be efficient.
Yeah.
And we're going,
Oh, we're jumping,
other than what is here.
jumping forward
Yes,
from 8.
correct. The extraordinary business
Added.
item.
This one.
Added.
Oh, that was, yeah, good.
What's the resolution in there?
Not buying.
Effectively, the Copper District Council approves adding the sum of $1 million, which is 100,000 in year 1, 500,000 in year 2. It's on the screen now. Thank you, Kelly. 400,000 in year 3 to be funded from debt for the Dargaville to Te Kopuru Stop Bank project to meet co-funding requirements of the before the deluge external funds provided by central government. Notice that any additional funding required be addressed as part of the 2838 long-term plan process.
Okay, I'll move that. Can I have a second? Councillor Larson, okay. Arnon, please.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I think elected members have got in front of them, but on page, that's right, it's not page numbered. So, Mr. Mayor, this is a fund that we've been working with central government on, and it started off by the Rivers Group, which is members of the sector come together and look for initiatives across the country. We contributed to that. We put forward 8 projects into that long list that met the criteria of funding. And recently, as last week, we were successful in funding one project at the moment. There's still rounds going through moderation for the other projects, but at the moment, we've been successful in securing the Dargaville to Te Kopuru Stop Bank improvement. What the co-funding agreement, the detail in the co-funding agreement says that, on the funding agreement says you've got to have co-funding. So that means that council has to have an allocation, that's LTP, to support the 60% of the funding that government will do. So we secured $30 million. That's 7.8 million from the government, and it's termed before the deluge fund. It is a subset of the regional infrastructure fund, but I don't want to, for the avoidance of confusion, let's just call it government funding. And it's proposed that we utilise those funds, but it does mean that council will have to contribute a sum of $5 million as part of co-funding. Now, this is a multi-year project, and what we are proposing is that in the first 3 years, we set aside $1 million in the LTP, so we don't lose the funding. The options my staff are looking Dargaville community and the farmers to look for fill material at no cost. So that's sort of in-kind funding. It's happened in the past. We're also doing quite a bit of dredging on the Awakino that we're going to stockpile and let settle for a good part of the year. So that material will be available at free of charge for us to use on the stop banks. Stop bank material is around about $3 million, thereabouts, and plus some labour. So we believe, but I can't guarantee at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, that majority of the funding will come from in-kind funding. So no contribution from council, but contribution from the community. However, to secure the funding, recommendation is that we do put $1 million aside in the LTP. Now, there is a good chance that that fund might not be utilised, in which case that's a benefit back to council. Now, the other important note here is that the balance of the works that we don't do will need to go into the next LTP. So again, that's just making sure that what we are discussing and recommending today is for the first 3 years, and $1 million will span those 3 years. If the in-kind funding doesn't quite work out and we need more funding, then that will have to be a consideration for the next LTP. One or two things will happen if we can't incorporate that within the next LTP. I'm assuming that any residual fund from the government fund need to be. So that's a conversation to have in the future. And that's pretty much it, Mr. Mayor. It sets out the tranches of funding throughout the years, and it's recommended that this be debt funded.
Okay, any questions? Clear as mud. Thank you, Honourable.
No, clearer than that.
Clearer than that. So it's the concrete saying, because we call concrete mud.
You do.
It's like the opposite, isn't it? Okay. Moving statement. Yeah, that was very clear. Thank you, Anand. Thank you for that report.
Wonderful.
Second statement, Councillor Larson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I won't belabor this, but, you know, this is an opportunity for us to get our foot in the door to get some substantial funding to add what is a very important piece of adaptation and mitigation work to our program of works for a threatened area at Dargaville and Tikopuru. And, you know, I think it's just really great to see this work being acted on so quickly and decisively to add that to our already extensive program of work that we do in the adaptation and mitigation space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other elected members? Councillor Lambert.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you recall back to one of our first decisions we made as this council where we had to take money from the Tikopuru Stock Bank and make sure the Rural Y1 was done properly. This feels as though it completes the picture. It's with a great heart that we have this here now. And
Councillor Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much to staff for getting this funding secured. That's really appreciated. And as Councillor Lambert has already mentioned, we thought we had already secured funding to complete the Stock Bank project. After the funding arrived, we didn't have enough, and then we ended up having to take what we did have and put it towards the Ruawai. So that was met with quite a bit of contention from the community that the Stock Bank would protect. Extremely fertile land and you know, good land and it was even suggested back in the day that the last council that that maybe that Stock Bank could be turned into a cycleway, but I believe it's a bit problematic because it wouldn't be owned necessarily by council. But that's a talk for another day. Yeah, and absolutely a win as far as work that protects us from extreme weather events. Just, yeah, unfortunate that we've got no idea and will have no idea what other work really needs to be completed without an overarching climate mitigation adaptation policy. So it will get done, but it doesn't get us anywhere near where we need to be or what our community is telling us that we need to do. So whilst on one hand, I'm really appreciative, really glad, really happy for the work that the staff has done, and absolutely commend them for securing this funding. On the other hand, yeah, it's bittersweet because we know that that we don't have the information we need to make sure that all our coastal and river areas are protected, or our droughts, or any of those issues that are going to be seen, are being seen in our area as we speak. Thank you.
Right, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too applaud the initiative and then how this is all about. It's good, and it makes me wonder actually whether this leads to another bigger, better opportunity for the Dargaville area, and whether it hastens the discussion regarding your future or the future water security over there, and whether in fact consideration should be given to doing making decisions about the future supply of water over there, and maybe doing two jobs at the time of one.
Thank you. Movers right to reply. I've got nothing to add. Put to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, long-term plan 6.1. Just before you go through that, CE Maris has advised me that we probably need to add another item in here to reflect decision making today. Is that correct?
So yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, what I'm suggesting is that a recommendation be added. Well, I'll read it out, then I'll explain it. Notes that staff will amend any source documents to reflect decisions made at the 5th of June 24 part 27 LTP deliberations meeting. So what I want to do is reflect that you've made some decisions here that may alter things like asset management plans, that sort of thing. So we're just going to go ahead and change to reflect that. So there's a bit more work, obviously, that we need to do. Do that. So that's what I'm suggesting we add in. I think it's up there on the screen.
Okay, I'll move that. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So this is the last paper that relates to the long-term plan itself. You probably noticed in the last couple of hours, you've probably been referred to the activities. Most of them were infrastructure. So this paper, this last paper, is the catch-all for everything else. So you'll see that the first two items were the last two activities. There was submissions, nothing specific that changed those two activities. So they're just captured with the submissions in summary. So no expected change to the source document activities for district leadership, finance and internal services and regulatory functions. Most of the other comments we received from the community were related to other things not related to the long-term plan. So we still want our community to tell us that we capture them, and we'll see there was quite a lot about zoning and land use, that's just plan. You'll see some things about emergency services, which actually was related to the Northland Regional Council long-term plan process questions. So, but we respond to everything as required. So you'll see that our explanations to you are in the attachment of what's happening inside of that submission and our thoughts against it. And then the suggested response in the column for us to just explain to the community our thoughts on those things. So that's just a summary. Is there any questions on any
questions?
Those?
Mr. Collins?
I sent some questions and you tried to give me the answer to one. I read them. So I just had questions in relation to the responses that we had given. One had talked about the arts and culture strategy, so I just wanted to check what the budget was for that, which we think is 20,000.
I don't know if it's in the budget because arts and culture doesn't come under me, but I think
it was there. And
through you, I'll give it a crack. So through you, Mr. Mayor. So the arts culture strategy that was approved previously doesn't have any, the only action for KDC in this period of time, as I find that information, is for us to support on page we don't have any dedicated projects in the LTP here as part of the arts and cultural strategy that was agreed. So the KDC part of it is very minimal. But goal 2 is the only goal that KDC has a sole lead on, and that's about doing things like murals on toilet blocks or council SC, pool and library, that sort of thing. And the Hubs project, author evenings through library initiatives. So we are doing a lot of stuff in that space. But the budget itself is more absorbed as far as soft costs.
Right, okay.
Just to read about, I'm sorry, I was a bit messy on that answer, but there is only one goal that we were directly on this period, and we're covering it off, soft costs.
Okay, and then the other question that I asked again was in response to, was just a response we'd given. There were a couple of them. We had responded saying that we had 2 formal agreements, iwi, and I just was checking if is that correct? Because what happened to the termination of the MOU of Te Uri o Hau?
For you, Ms. Mayor, so yes, we do have 2 formal agreements. Do we have the MOU and the MEA? I believe there's a future meeting booked with the council and Te Roro, and nothing has changed until today.
Oh, okay. So how do we cancel or terminate the MOU if that's?
That will be by separate report.
At a council meeting. Thank you.
Responses are a moment in time.
Yeah, but I just got confused because the letter had gone to Te Uri o Hau saying the mayor will ask council to formally terminate the MOU. And then we were saying that we had 2 formal agreements. And so I was like, oh, where are we actually sitting? Because the community does ask these questions. So we want to make sure that we're correct and clear.
Question.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No, okay, thank you, Tracy. Leave the statement. With that, second statement, councillor Howard.
Nothing further to add.
Mr. Other elected members wish to speak. Movers right reply.
Question.
Once again, I'm happy with that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carried.
Don't forget to ask for against. Say that.
Sorry?
Don't forget to ask for votes against.
Votes against. Is anyone voting against it? Okay. All right. We've got 2 more items left. Development contributions.
So this is about the finance. This is the only finance policy where we received.
Hang on a minute, Sue. Can I have a move for that?
I'll move it.
Larson, councillor Larson, second.
Second.
No, I'm going to go with councillor Williams. She had her hand up first. I saw it once. Thank you, Sue.
Okay, so this is a finance policy. This is the only finance policy that we put out for consultation that we actually got any response. Basically, the response was they thought that we should be increasing the fees, and I've said there that we can't unless the capital projects are for growth and not just renewal expenditure, and that we have to look at the 10-year plan again because of the lot funded by debt and was totally unaffordable. So there's no changes I'm proposing as a result of that, and just saying that we'll do the review of the DCs this year.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions?
That was too late.
You don't need your last.
I'd like to ask, when, what timeline do you hope to have DCs all completed by and all our information?
Hopefully before Christmas. I'd like to start with the 10-year plan and get that cemented with before Anna leaves. And out.
Yes, good.
But that's the key thing.
Not leaving.
And then we'll work on it.
That's cool. That's cool. And they would be applied immediately.
No, they're applied when you adopt it. So and it has to go out for consultation again. So it's whenever you want to adopt them, and there may not be that much change because depending on the projects that you put in there and how they're funded and whether they're actually for growth.
But you're intimating at the moment, some significant changes.
No, there would have been if we put in Arnon's first list of projects, but we just couldn't afford them.
Okay, councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, just one little quick one. Just to reassure what you said, you hope to have them out before the end of the year, is that correct?
That's correct.
So they'll be in place before.
Go to the vote. Sorry.
be careful here, before an approved development goes through, and that there'll be,
I don't know, it depends on when council wants to, if they want to do it from the next annual plan date, you know, which could be, because obviously what you're adopting at the moment is the you've adopted the development contribution policy that are presented as part of the consultation document, or along with the consultation document. And going forward, this could be from the 1st of July, or it could be earlier. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Further statement, councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this certainly is a body of work that we had anticipated doing this time round. It came in at the very last minute. We didn't get to have any input into it. And I think it's really critically important that we do get this policy right, because we see huge development in some roads and no development contributions going to it. We need to look ahead to going, well, actually, how can we divide this up so that we put, say, 50% of the development contributions collected to a collector road, and the other 50% used in the locality where the developments are all actually occurring, where the money's being collected. Otherwise, we end up with some of these legacy issues that we've had today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a policy that needs cleaning up big time. So it's something we do need to do, and I agree totally on that one. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Aaron Ross Collins. Second. It's been a long day. Seconder, please.
I'll keep it short. I concur with what councillor Larson has said, and I really look forward to undertaking this review and gaining more understanding and looking at the issues and fast-tracking. Fast-track the process if we can.
Thank you. Councillor Aaron Ross Collins.
Yeah, look, this is a body of work that is going to be really interesting and give us a really good insight into what those development contributions, how they work and how they're collected. And I saw a list, was that the list you showed me? It must be. Anyway, I saw a list of stuff, and it's not an easy, it's not a simple calculation. It's not a simple thing to put together. There's development contributions still being collected for things in the past and things for the future and all sorts. And I think it's quite poignant that, there's something not quite right when development contributions don't actually contribute to the development of an area that's being developed. And I think that's where our community gets really confused as well. And when you read about these submissions that we've received about these roads that have been constantly subdivided, carved up, had extreme growth in recent years, and yet we keep telling there's no money to seal their road, and it doesn't make sense for the community. So I appreciate that we didn't rush through it. I think that was the right decision when we made that decision, and now we have time before the next annual plan to be able to put our minds to it properly, to get consultation if that's required, and to really create some meaningful development contributions that moving forward can really help the correct infrastructure be built when it needs to be built. And that would be a massive win for our district, but especially the poor Mangawhai community who, like we've already said, haven't even had footpaths where they belong. I'm forever defending footpaths in Mangawhai to the people of Dargaville. We've got footpaths for Africa. They're falling apart now, but we've got them. And Mangawhai hasn't even had them. So really looking forward to getting the work done.
Thank you very much. So I'll put that to the vote. I've already had. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say aye.
Toilet.
Reply.
Are you going to be sick?
Oh, no.
I've already had it. I jumped the gun, remember? And then I went.
Yeah.
You didn't move it.
The mover.
You weren't the mover, so it was a second.
The councillor Larson moved the motion, so what he's asking for is this one.
Oh, okay, councillor.
Long day for you, Mr Mayor.
I thought I had the right reply.
Do nothing.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, it's been a long day, and your shout had a pretty good run. I'd just like to thank the members of the community that have sat in the gallery all day and listened
And half the night.
to our democratic process and taken such a keen interest in it. That's really much appreciated.
And stayed awake.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
That I'd like to, that wasn't relevant.
No.
I'm closing the meeting now and I wanted to thank the public for attending.
Got a vote on that and stuff.
You know, and then just after the right of that time.
After the vote.
My mind's gone. All those in favour say aye. All those again, motion carried. Okay, meeting closed. Thank you, public, for attending and listening to us.
And thank you.
And staff, thank you, staff.
A lot of words.